All right, all right. I think the streams are live. We'll double check here in just a second. But we should be live, friends. Welcome to a Saturday stream, an unusual Saturday stream. Typically, we're streaming on Fridays. Let me double check and make sure everything's good. The TikTok stream, I don't know if it's going, but it looks like the YouTube stream is going. So we'll have to wait and see. As usual, if you're watching on TikTok, though, I'm streaming to my backup account because my main account on TikTok does not yet have streaming privileges. TikTok will not give me streaming privileges on my main TikTok account, so I can use Streamlabs. But one day, hopefully, Doug willing, we'll get there. Anyways, welcome in, friends. Ems, Bad Religion, Parker, Jay Steele, good to see you, friends. Welcome in, Master Machetier. Welcome in, guys. Jay Cal's in the house. Welcome. And one hell of a week so far. I mean, it's been a week. I can't say it's been a bad week, but sure as hell it has been a week. You know what I mean? Anyways, we're going to stream and cook tonight. Because we're streaming to TikTok rather than streaming with TikTok, I can't take guests over TikTok. All guests will have to use the link provided, tinyurl.com/dzguest, just like when we run the Unapologetic show. There's also a link in the description you can click on if you're watching on anything other than TikTok. M says, am I banned? No, I'm not banned on TikTok. The problem is they will not give me a stream key. Won't do it. So the only stream key I can get on TikTok is for my backup account. So when I'm not home and I have to use my Mac, because my Windows machine I can use TikTok Studio, my Mac I can't. But anyways, with that, guys, let me grab a couple supers while we're waiting for the guest box to populate. Cameron, good to see you tonight, friend. Cameron says, we miss you, sir. Well, thank you so much for missing me, and thank you for saying hi, Cameron. It's good to see you. Sorry we couldn't go on Friday. It just was one of those days where work just went over. All of the unforeseeable things that weren't supposed to happen happened. And so what are you going to do? What are you going to do? Some people are asking if we got a new camera and mic. Actually, this is an older mic that I had sitting around. The best mic for $49.99 you can buy, by the way. There's, and I will stand 10 toes down. I don't think for $49 there's a better mic you can buy than this. It's still my favorite mic on the sub 100 list. That being said, no, I don't have a new setup. I just happened to be in a hotel room this week. I don't have my home setup. Jay Cal, thank you so much for the super chat. Jay Cal was asking, yeah, new mic and new lighting. No, well, different lighting, we'll say. I'm sitting at a hotel room desk, but guess what? I searched around because the last stream, the one we did on Wednesday night, was choppy. I searched around and I found a hotel that had live Ethernet ports because they're feeding Ethernet to the TVs nowadays. Not all hotels, but this hotel was feeding straight up Ethernet to the hotel TVs. So I was like, shit, I can just tap right into the Ethernet port. So I plugged my laptop. I'm like straight into the Ethernet feed. I'm just drinking it right from the port. So hopefully we should have a stable feed tonight on TikTok and on YouTube. So, but that being said, again, we're away from home. So the TikTok guest box is not open. The standard third-party guest box is open. There's a link in the description if you're watching this on YouTube. And Bean Dogs is with us here tonight. Good to see you, Bean Dogs. Says, please tell me we're doing Kraken. I still got half a bottle and I'm here for the ride. Listen, I couldn't find any Kraken, but I'll tell you what I did find. I got a little bit of Maker's Mark. So we're gonna we'll do a little bit of partaking here tonight. You with the Kraken, me with the Maker's Mark, and we'll see what we can do. You know what I mean? I mean, we're gonna have some fun. Not everybody sells Kraken. Sometimes when you're out of town, you have to settle for something that's not your fave. But I love me some whiskey. Anyways, Saint Brush, thank you so much for the 666. Hail Nero. It says, blessing this stream with a hail Satan. Well, hail Satan. I appreciate that, Saint Brush. Good to see you tonight, friend. And Thanks for supporting. And we've got our friend Tally back with us in here tonight. Tally, so good to see you tonight. Thank you so much for supporting. And for the 1999 super chat, says, good to see you, Justin. Well, Tally, it is good to see you. And I'm hoping here the Holy Spirit will show up and send some Christians to our guest box. We do have a guest box open. We don't have any opposition in the guest box yet, but I'm sure we will shortly. The live is just starting to kick out. And Bone, welcome to the Kraken crew. Big W, thank you for joining the Kraken crew. And Judas is with us tonight. Welcome in, Judas. Thank you for the $5 super chat. It says, if you ever come to Denver area, let me know. I'll buy you a meal. My roommate, Declan, is also a huge fan. Well, Judas, thank you so much. And trust me when I tell you, I will buy you a meal if I'm ever in Denver. I'll let you know. I'm actually going to be meeting up with some friends here while I'm out of town. So that should be fun. It is great to know that like everywhere I go across the country, like there's going to be people that I know, and like I'm going to see friends. It's pretty dope. But anyways, yeah, thank you so much for that, Judas. And Cyber Deconstruction's with us tonight. Good to see you, Cyber. Says, what's your favorite things to mix with Kraken? Here's the deal. I've mixed a couple things with Kraken, and some to varying success. I made a Kraken vanilla milkshake once. That was good. That was really good. I've made some other Kraken drinks, and it wasn't as good. Wasn't the thing. So you got to mix carefully. That being said, Kraken doesn't mix quite as well as, say, like a whiskey, because it's already got all kinds of flavors mixed in, you know what I mean? Like, whereas like a whiskey is a really subtle flavor that kind of meshes with a whole bunch of other stuff. Same thing with like a tequila, it's a very subtle flavor. Ems really wants to debate. Ems, are we debating Flat Earth tonight? Tryptamine, thank you for the 666, and I hope you're doing well in the Great White North. He says, how many years did you do in culinary school? That deep fried pretzel you serve is delicious. Well, I appreciate the super chat, and as it turns out, this is the craziest thing. I actually had a sister who went to culinary school. She was a professional chef. That being said, I don't have those types of cooking skills. My only cooking skills is like verbally bashing, theists over the head with their book. That's the only skill set I think I received in the world of cooking. But Noah's Lions, good to see you tonight, friend. Thank you for the super chat. It says, ditto Judas, except in Seattle. 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 I can't pronounce that word. Noah, I didn't realize maybe you told me. I didn't realize you're way out west. I knew you weren't in the middle, Midwest like I am anymore. I didn't realize you were in the West Coast. You probably told me. I probably forgot. I apologize for that. But that's interesting. I'm actually going to be traveling out west later this year. I'm planning a trip over to Portland to do some hiking and mountain climbing's not the word. I'm not a mountain climber, but we're going to be hiking in the mountains. So I don't know, terrain hiking, I guess you might want to call it. Anyway, so that should be a lot of fun, actually. So I'm looking forward to heading out west. I haven't been out west too much. So that being said, guys, listen, we're almost out of super chats. We don't have any guests in the guest box, but I'm sure somebody will pop up here in a minute or so. If you're watching on TikTok and you're asking yourself, hey, why isn't there a guest button to click on? It's because I'm streaming using Streamlabs rather than my phone, and I can't take guests over TikTok when I use Streamlabs. But there's a link. You don't have to sign up for anything. There's a link at the top of the screen, tinyurl.com/DZ guest. You can join the conversation. Don't have to sign up for anything. Don't need your email. Don't need to have an account with anyone. Just put the link in your browser and we'll see you. C. Willie with us says, thank you for the super chat, by the way. It says, was hungry the other day, prayed to Doug, and found myself at the Hard Rock Cafe after getting stoned. Praise Doug. That sounds like a win-win. Shit, a win-win-win. Yeah, definitely getting the Doug stoned and then hitting up the Hard Rock Cafe, I can only imagine the closest thing to heaven. I mean, it just sounds delightful. And don't be deceived by what they're telling you down in West Virginia. West Virginia is not almost heaven. I don't know who came up with that slogan. They're lying to you. I've been to West Virginia. It's not almost heaven. John Denver was wrong. I love John Denver, but I vehemently disagree with him on West Virginia being almost heaven. It is delightful, but it's not heaven. Anyways, Cameron, thank you for the additional super chat. Big W, Cameron. It says that Father freaking Joseph on Sunday night was a POS. Father Joseph was out of his gourd. And the craziest thing is that he thought he was cooking. Like, Father Joseph really believed he was onto something. And boy, it was embarrassing. It was hard to stomach. But it is what it is. What are you gonna do, right? He says, I was driving and losing my mind. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, how couldn't you? Justin, please explain the ordained priest. Google says anyone can be one. You don't need a qualification for this. Well, yes and no. It depends on what part, what denomination you are a part of. But typically, the Eastern Orthodox, the Greek Orthodox, various other types of traditional denominations, they do require pretty stringent ordination requirements. It almost usually always requires 3 years at a seminary. That's kind of the default method for getting your credentials. You can't just rock up and ask for one. Now, you can get credentialed at like Universal Life Church in like 15 minutes for $20. That's definitely something you can do. I don't recommend it, but it is something that is possible. But you wouldn't really be, you couldn't be an Orthodox priest at that point unless you were lying. You know what I mean? Dade, welcome in. Good to see you, Dade. It says, excuse me, is rock music a Doug-related genre of music? Asking for a friend. It absolutely is. That's why Petra wasn't actually singing about the Christian God. Petra was singing about Doug. People just kind of missed the references. When he says God gave rock and roll to you, their most famous song, he's referring to Doug. It's just that, so many people aren't aware, obviously. LA Silver Surfer is in the house with us. Good to see you, LA. Thank you so much for the $9.99 super chat or super thanks. And we got somebody in our guest box finally, so we're gonna grab one or two more super chats, and then we're gonna dive right in. Also, Nathan, thank you so much for the $15 over. Was that Venmo? Shoot, I gotta see my notification. My notification already gone. Hold on. So, I gotta read the message. It already disappeared. The problem with notifications is like when I don't want them, they're annoying, and then when I need them, they're always gone. Nathan Kester sent $15 over either Venmo or Cash App, and it says Old Testament was communicated before the giving of the Holy Spirit, so any prophecies written there should be straightforward. There was Holy Spirit in the Hebrew Bible, but you're right, it wasn't poured out on everybody. But that's a fair point. This idea that like, hey, the prophecies should just be straightforward. You shouldn't have to like squint really hard to make sense of them, I think is a fair assessment. They should be understandable. Maximilian, good to see you tonight, Maximilian. Thank you for the $20 super chat. It says Saturday night surprise. So good to see you, buddy. Go do your thing. The thing you are so good at. We all love you. Well, thank you, and thank you for being rock hard for Doug, and thank you for supporting. I really appreciate that. And looks like our guest coming in might be a friendly, but it looks like Bean Dogs. Noah with another super chat. Thank you, Noah. It says Portland is 2 hours from me. Let me know, and I'll make a Mennonite meal. Are you serious? Okay, here's the deal, Noah. I'm going to be out there later this year. I will let you know when that happens. I can't say in a live who I'm traveling with, but if you're welcome to entertaining two people, we would love a Mennonite meal. I mean, it would literally make my week. So definitely we'll be hitting you up. And also SLGY, you ain't got no alibi. Thank you for the super chat. It says, my boss asked a coworker, what are your values? He proudly said, well, I'm a Christian. Being a DZ fan, I chimed in, so slavery and grape. And somehow I'm the one that got fired. I hated that job. That's horseshit. Horseshit. You said the truth. The reality is people aren't actually ready for the truth. They can't handle the truth, which is why they got to do that kind of nonsense to you. I'm sorry that happened to you. Let me know where you're at. Maybe I know a person that might be able to get you an even better job, because that's some horseshit. Also, if you just lost your job, don't send me $10 super chats. Please take care of yourself. Also, TM, thank you so much for the $10 super thanks. I appreciate that. Big W, TM. All right. Let me grab Bean Dogs. How you doing, buddy?
Hey, can you hear me, man?
Mm-hmm.
All right, just making sure. Yeah, I drop me as soon as Theus comes in. I just been watching the show for a long time. I appreciate it. I grew up. My dad's a pastor. Still grew up. He's got 3 PhDs from all sorts of different seminaries and bullshit.
Are they real PhDs, or is it like Christian Life Church?
It's I agree. No, legit. One of them's from Princeton.
Oh shit, that's real.
Yeah, he studied under your boy who did the Dead Sea Scrolls there. I forget what his name is. One of the
there's quite a few people that specialize in the Dead Sea Scrolls.
Shit, you'd know his name. He's got a fucking Wikipedia.
Frank Moore Cross. Frank Moore Cross did a lot with the Dead Sea Scrolls, and so did James Vanderkam. And there's another guy. What the hell is his name?
I forget his name.
Anyways, there's a lot of scholars involved.
Yeah, it's just like I grew up with this. I did Bible school, man. I did seminary myself. I was a missionary for a couple of years. I even went to the Hogwarts School of Supernatural Ministry there in Northern California.
Yeah. Bethel?
So I listen, man. It's been a breath of fresh air listening to you with the Greek and the Hebrew, and just I appreciate it. So I'm drinking a little Kraken in your honor, and appreciate it. So that's all.
Hey, thanks so much, B-Dog. I appreciate you sharing and enjoy some Kraken for me. I'll be wishing I had some.
That's good shit, man. I just appreciate it. You're sharp as fuck, dude. Like, and it's been a huge breath of fresh air over the years to listen to you. So thank you.
Thank you, brother. All right, we do have a theist in the box. We're gonna get to it.
Yeah, get him. Thank you. See you.
Cheers. W. Beandog. I'd love to know more about what his father studied. It sounds actually interesting. Believe it or not, a lot of people with PhDs don't argue with atheists like me. They actually have pretty good discussions. Welcome in, Shepard. Shepard? Well, his camera works. We know the hardware on my end is working because Beandog just gave us the kickoff. His Bluetooth headset might be he's got two Bluetooth devices hooked in right now. I'm assuming he selected the wrong one when he came in. We'll see we'll just request maybe the other one. Also, you got like half of 1 bar of battery left. Your phone is definitely going to die while you're showing me your dogs or your backyard. It's a great lovely backyard. I can't see most of it. You need, maybe clean up the trash. I don't know. I hope he's not actually talking, because none of us can hear you. Is that a camper? Why do I feel deep down inside? I feel like this is. I'm gonna guess where this is. I see an unkempt lawn in a place where they don't get enough rain to keep it green. Hard ground. A camper. The name Good Shepherd. A wire fence. There's got to be like this looks like Alabama to me, but Alabama has better grass than this. Oh shit, there he is. You with us? We can hear you now. No, not with us.
Hello?
Yeah, I mean, we can see you. We can't hear you. Something's going on with your connection. Do you have Wi-Fi? Usually you should be inside the house. Just hook up to your Wi-Fi. I have no idea why people join live streams with bad connections. It's baffling to me. Anyways, while you're figuring out your Wi-Fi connection, go in your house. That's where the Wi-Fi is. I'm gonna grab a super chat. Larry Roberts says, love to change the no true Scotsman to no true Christian fallacy. All hail Doug. Actually, that's a good point. And here's the funny thing about the no true Scotsman fallacy is almost the only people who ever use them are Christians. Like, it might as well just be the no true Christian fallacy at this point. Because, like, I've never heard anyone in real life really use it. I'm sure somebody has. I've never seen it happen. And Ben, thank you so much for the $5 super chat. Says, did you get to see the Rhett and Alex O'Connor interview about his deconversion? The YouTube Christian bros lost their minds. Rhett and Link have 19 million subs. Yeah, actually, I did see that. And it was awesome. In fact, I saw Rhett and Link's first deconstruction video like just before COVID, when I think they did it when they started the Ear Biscuits podcast, and I loved it. It was one of the things that made me want to start getting involved in deconstruction talk. Shepard, are you there? Because like your connection looks pretty bad. Okay, well, he has literally no idea what he's doing. I'm just gonna drop him. That dude is out of his mind. Anyways, guest box is open. The Lord is not sending his best tonight. He is not doing that. Carrie says, are the 10 commandments in Exodus 20 or 34? Trick question. There's more than 10 depending on which one you read, and they're in both. And if you compare Exodus 20 and Exodus 34, they don't match. Because remember, initially Moses had the 10 commandments on the tablets, came down, broke them when he saw the revelry over the golden calf, and then he's like, well, shit, I gotta get another set. And then, irony of ironies, got up another set, and they didn't match the first set. God was just playing games at that point, apparently. Julian, good to see you, friend. Thank you for the super chat. Says, pretty sure he was referring to Kip Davis. Yeah. Oh, Kip Davis is awesome. But is he old enough to have taught his father? Kip Davis, I don't want to give his age out on a live stream. I know how old he is. He's not that much older than me. He's about 1 decade older than me. He could have studied with Kip Davis though, but I don't think Kip went to Princeton. Kip, I'll check into that, but I'm pretty sure he didn't go to Princeton. Interesting though. I bet he's familiar with Kip Davis's work at least though. That seems pretty likely. Joseph, thank you so much for the $10 super chat. It says Nadar and Adasa, Justin refs, the ultimate crash fest. Oh yeah, you mean Minar and Hadassah? Oh god, those are the two best crash outs. So the ultimate crash fest grudge match. How high would the Kickstarter need to get in order for you to open this can of cope worms? You want a hell dog. Okay, so Joseph, I love this idea. What amazing live stream. What money I wouldn't give to find a way to get Hadassah and Minar on the same live stream. If I'm ever streaming, when I get back to home and I'm streaming on TikTok and taking guests on TikTok, send my live stream to Minar and Hadassah 1,000,000 times over. Once the two of them are in my guest box, I will 1,000,000% bring both of them up at the same time and watch them crash out on each other. It'll be the best show ever. I guarantee there will not be a better show than that crash out. That's such a good idea, Joseph. Big W. Joseph of Portland, giving a lot away. All right, let's get. We're gonna try to get the Good Shepherd back here with us. The Good Shepherd, welcome back. It looks like you're still outside where your reception is poor. Do you have any better luck this time? Sir, are you sober at this moment? There's no way this person is sober. Either that or he's not mentally sound. Yeah, Bad Religion is right. Guess not. He's definitely not. The chat on TikTok is asking why I'm on the alt account. Yeah, Good Shepherd, we know you're there. We're waiting for you to talk. I can only assume you can't hear me. Probably because your audio is set to Bluetooth headphones and your speaker is set to default, which is apparently meaningless for whatever setup you have. Listen, I'm just going to cut you. This is obviously doesn't work for you. So I'm on the backup account on TikTok because I'm not home. I'm streaming from a Mac, and Mac will not run TikTok Studio. I can't do it. I mean, I could perhaps pay like the crazy $80 a year subscription for Parallels and run Windows side by side and then run TikTok in Parallels. I mean, there's a way to do it. Obviously, there is a way to do it. I don't know if it would be worth it. I don't travel all that much. It just happens to be that I'm traveling this week, and all I have is my Mac. And trust me when I tell you, there's not a lot of Windows laptops that are powerful enough to dual stream TikTok Studio and Streamlabs. So I think streaming on the Mac laptop is probably about the only way to go. I've been using my last Mac laptop lasted like 11 or 12 years, and it was awesome. James says dual boot your Mac OS with Windows. It's not that easy. I need to run Windows and Mac at the same time. Dual boot is not all that helpful for me. I can do a virtual machine and do a Windows virtual machine on my Mac, but again, I don't know if it's worth the hassle. I've got a copy of virtualware, a VMware that could run it. It's very resource heavy. I haven't tested it to see if it would crash my computer trying to run 2 virtual machines live streaming. I don't know what's going to happen with that. That being said, the easiest way is to use Parallels. Parallels is less resource heavy, but Parallels is like super expensive. It's like $80, and it's a yearly subscription. Like you don't get to keep it. Like you pay that every fucking year. It might be even more now. It's like $100 probably. Stacy, thank you for the super chat though. I appreciate that. It says, hey Justin, stay on the heads. We'll be subscribing soon. Totally need the cheat sheet. Well, big W, Stacy Evans. I appreciate the super chat, and thank you for saying hello. And I certainly hope that the cheat sheet works for you. Yolanda says you have a 15-year-old Mac desktop. Listen, that's the good thing about like the Mac desktops and laptops. Like they just last forever. My old laptop literally still works. Like I could still use it today for most of what I do. It's just not strong enough to stream. It's too old to get there. You know what I mean? No believers in the guest box. The guest box is open. So if you're filled with the sword and the Holy Spirit, join up, get in the guest box, and we'll discuss whether or not your God is real. Also, Rise of Azazel, great name. Love the name. Thank you for the $10 super chat. Says, I often hear Christians on your show espousing views that would be considered Pelagianism or Marcionism. Is it worth pointing out their heresy? It's not. Here's why I don't do a lot of debate on heresies or heretical views, right? Because for me, it doesn't, like if you identify as a Christian and you have what would be deemed a heretical viewpoint, it doesn't matter to me, because like even if I can say, listen, your viewpoint is heretical, well, that's not really an argument against their belief system, right? Their belief system is what I'm arguing against. Now, if you're a Christian, like if you're a Christian debating another Christian, then you could say, listen, your belief system is heretical. Here's why it's heretical, and here's why you shouldn't believe it. But if you're just doing atheist debates, I don't know if there's a lot of value in pointing out heretical viewpoints, because I think most people are okay holding heretical viewpoints. I think most people, maybe not most people, but I think most people I know are okay just being heretical, which is fine. Kohodo, thank you for the super chat. Says, no way I get to listen to Justin live while I roll fresh pretzels with Doug Salt. I hope you're doing well. Thank you so much, Kohodo, for the super chat. And big W, rolling pretzels in some Doug Salt. I love me some good Doug Salt on a pretzel. The Good Shepherd did come back on a different connection. Let's bring in the Good Shepherd and see if his equipment's working this time. He's been here. I'm wanting to get him in. Solar says, I don't know, Justin. AP's crash out was one of the best. You're a liar. Why did you delete my comments? You're right. Listen, that was a pretty good crash out. You're fair enough. Fair enough. That was good. I have to clip that. Remind me to clip that. Hopefully the stream isn't choppy the way it was saved. We'll see about that. And Acme Hero, good to see you tonight, my friend. Acme Hero says dual boot no longer works and Parallels runs and ARM version of Windows on new MacBooks. Yes, Parallels is going to be running. I'm using the M2, which is an ARM version processor. So Parallels would probably be using the ARM's version of Windows if I had to guess. I haven't tested out the ARM edition of Windows. Back when Windows 8.1 came out, that was one that could run on an ARM processor without too many issues. I haven't tested any of the new ones since 8.1. If I know anything about Windows, my guess is they fucked it up and it's even worse now. Just guessing. That's been my experience with Windows. But Lord Commander, thank you so much for the $10 super chat. Says, is 1 Corinthians 7:14 through 16 another contradiction? Apparently, not only can you get God through Jesus, but your spouse will do the trick too. Okay, so you're referring to the chapter on relationships, essentially, right? This is where he gives advice for virgins and for the married and for the unmarried and for the widowed, what to do with yourself. And in this chapter, the Apostle Paul literally says that if you don't have a believing spouse, it's okay because they will be sanctified or saved through you, the believing partner. So there's this idea that your spouse can actually be saved, even though they aren't technically Christian, which is a crazy thing to think about. I remember the first time I read this. Give me a second. I must have been 17, I think, the first time I read this passage. And I remember asking my dad about that because I think the first book of the Bible that I really read through when I became an evangelical Christian was 1st and 2nd Corinthians. It was just so intriguing the way this church had all these problems and Paul was addressing them. But one of the biggest issues, and we'll put the verse on the screen, is this little gem right here. Let's see. I might zoom in on that text, make it a little bigger for y'all. So he says, for the unbelieving husband is made holy through his wife, and the unbelieving wife is made holy through the brother. Otherwise, your children would be unclean. Holy shit, that's crazy. So anyways, this is a contradiction. So this idea that the only way to be saved is, Romans 10:9 and 10, confess with the mouth and believe in your heart that Jesus Christ is Lord, all that stuff. Yeah, so Paul is legitimately creating a contradiction in 1 Corinthians chapter 7 with his own theology from the book of Romans, which is wild. Anyways, Johanna, big W, thank you for sending out 5 DZ gifted memberships. Good to see you tonight, Johanna. And same with Dade sending out a membership. I appreciate that, Dade. And last super chat. Oh, this is a big one. I might have to make my super chat window bigger. It keeps not showing all of it. But Hammond, thank you so much for the $17 super chat. It says, hi, Justin. You know how Melchizedek is just there? I was wondering if he is actually the king of Sodom instead of Salem. If you look at the passage, he's between Abraham meeting the king of Sodom. Okay, so here's the deal. You are not the only one who's asked this question. In fact, there was recently a book about it. There is an actual professor who laid out a case. Let me get you his name. Let's see if I can find it. Robert Cargill. This should be the right one. Okay, so the book you want, I'm going to get it for you. This is such a good book. I've only been able to peruse it. I got the e-copy, and I kind of scanned through it to see the arguments that he was laying down, and it's so good. Okay, so check out Robert Cargill's book, Melchizedek, King of Sodom, How Scribes Invented the Biblical Priest King, which is hilarious. And let me tell you why this is so funny. Hammond, I'm so glad you asked this question. This is why this is such a funny thing, right? Because if Melchizedek is actually the king of Sodom, not the king of Salem, if that was actually a scribal emendation, then the New Testament's got serious problems because the New Testament has a whole theology involving Jesus wrapped up in the Melchizedek character. So if it turns out that the Melchizedek character is actually some kind of a fiction from Sodom, then there's a lot of problems. And there's a lot of good linguistic arguments for exactly why a scribe would change the text from Sodom to Salem. And there's a lot of debate as to whether or not Salem was ever the name for Jerusalem before it was called Jerusalem. The theory goes that before it was called Jerusalem, it was just called Shalem or Salem. This might be a looser connection than what most people believe. There is an argument for why this is a mere invention and not reality. But all right, let me try to get Good Shepherd in here. Apparently his second, third, fourth attempt. Good Shepherd, can you hear me? I have very little. He's twice actually. Look, he's in my guest box twice, and neither one of his connections work. I don't know what's happening with your technology, but I'm going to stop letting you up. I think you've exhibited here that you're not ready to participate in these types of conversations. You gotta figure your stuff out down on the farm, okay? But we've got Shane. How you doing, Shane?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. How you doing?
Hi. So, I'm 18. I'm also in the middle of deconstructing. I actually found out about you a few days ago, and your content has really, really, really pushed me into reading the Bible and trying to understand. Because most Christians, they love to give excuses for certain verses and say things that say things that the text doesn't mean. Like, for example, you covered slavery like a lot. Am I right?
Yeah.
I remember asking my dad, like, what does that mean? How can Christians own slaves? And he gave me the excuse of, and I want to ask you, like, is this a valid point that he made? He said that slavery was treated the same way as employment.
Well, no, I'm going to give you a passage that I assume your father hasn't read that I think will elucidate why that claim is not a good claim. Like it sounds like he's repeating something he's heard, but he doesn't actually know what he's talking about, right? So I'm going to put the passage on the screen, but you probably won't be able to see it. Do you have a Bible with you?
Yeah, I have the website.
Yeah. So go to Leviticus 25, and we're going to start in verse 39.
Okay. Leviticus 35?
25.
29. Oh, okay.
Yeah, it'd be 29 or 25:39.
Okay. 1 minute. Okay.
So it says, if any who are dependent on you become so impoverished that they sell themselves to you, you shall not make them serve as slaves. They shall remain with you as hired or bound laborers. They shall serve with you until the year of Jubilee. Then they and their children with them shall go out from your authority. They shall go back to their own family and return to their ancestral property, for they are my servants, who I brought out of the land of Egypt. They shall not be sold as slaves are sold. Okay, so these are clearly Israelites because they're his people that he brought out of Egypt. He says, you shall not rule over them with harshness, but you shall fear your God. So when it comes to the Israelites, he literally says, don't make them serve as slaves. He says, make them serve as hired laborers. And the Hebrew word here is shakir. A shakir is someone who gets paid. For example, later in Deuteronomy and elsewhere where it says, do not withhold the wages of a hired worker till the next day, pay them immediately. That's a shakir. Okay, so God could have said that. God could have said, if anybody becomes impoverished, just make them work as a hired laborer until forever, or not forever, but until the Jubilee or the 7th year or whatever have you. Now, he does say that, but only for the Israelites. For the non-Israelites, he says, as for the male and female slaves who you may have, it is from the nations around you that you may acquire male and female slaves. You may also acquire them from among the aliens residing with you and from their families who have been born in your land. They may be your property. You may keep them as a possession for your children after you, for them to inherit as property. These you may treat as slaves. But as for your fellow Israelites, no one shall rule over the other with harshness. So the general idea is that you shouldn't be making your own brethren slaves, because God doesn't want the Israelites to be slaves. But you can make slaves of the non-Israelites.
Okay, but for the Israelites, they can be your workers, like laborers.
Oh, certainly. They can be your laborers, and there are occasions in which you can have actual slaves. So, for example, even Hebrews, but it's typically just the women. So let me show you Exodus 21. So in Exodus 21, we get this idea of indentured servitude, right? It says, when you buy a male Hebrew slave, he'll serve you for 6 years, and in the 7th, he'll go out a free person. Cool. Easy enough, right?
I've seen this. Yeah.
But in verse 7, it says, when a man sells his daughter as a slave, she shall not go out as the male slaves do, because the women are permanent property once they're sold, which is why in verse 4, when he's talking about the male Hebrews, he says, if his master gives him a wife and she bears him sons or daughters, the wife and her children shall be her master's, and he will go out alone. So women and children typically become permanent slaves. If a man comes into debt slavery, he gets to go out eventually, but the women and children are permanent property.
Okay.
That's a lot.
Okay. Yeah, it is. It's like I've been taught the Bible ever since I was a child, and like, yeah, it's just crazy. I have another question. Do I have like a time limit or something?
Well, I mean, I've got guests waiting, so typically I prioritize opposition because I think everyone's here to see a debate.
Okay.
But I will be doing a Q&A soon, very soon actually. I might do one tomorrow because
tomorrow around the same time.
Yeah.
Okay, fine. I'll just ask one last thing and then you can carry on.
Sure.
So, in Matthew, you mentioned about how Jesus said that the disciples will not taste death. Am I correct? Until he comes back.
Yeah, Matthew 16, 27, 28.
The argument that I've seen for that is in the next chapter. Yeah.
Yeah, the problem is the transfiguration is only 6 days away. So there's only 6 days that transpire, and none of those disciples died.
Okay.
Right.
It's also, what is the apologetics for that?
It's also a really stupid claim. Like, why would Jesus be making this claim? Like, I'm going to come back with the angels and judge everybody, and the same thing he says in Matthew 24 and 25 when he talks about the second coming. Why would he make that statement if he's literally just saying, well, actually 6 days from now, 2 of you are going to see something special on a mountain? Very different, right? It's a cope. It's a bad argument for trying to not admit that he lied.
And what about I've heard Christians also say that it's not talking about physical death, but it's talking about it's talking about physical death and not actual death. I think it's one of the apologetics that you mentioned in a previous video.
So typically they say it's a spiritual death, not a physical death.
Oh, yes, spiritual death, sorry.
That can't work because the second death doesn't happen until after he comes back. In Revelation 21, he talks about that. So the spiritual death, the second death, which is when you're thrown into the lake of fire, that doesn't happen until way after, until the judgment, which means the statement that some of you will, still be alive, meaning some of you will have died when you see me coming back, essentially, can't be the spiritual death because he's talking about what's happening.
That only happens after.
Before, yeah.
Okay. Okay then. So make sure to come back tomorrow for the Q&A. I'll be more prepared with my questions. And one last thing, which version of the Bible is the most reliable?
Well, I don't know if there is one that's the most reliable, but I think the one that's most trusted by scholars is the NRSV. And the reason why is because the NRSV isn't a theologically motivated translation. It's not motivated by like a particular religious group. And so there's not really a theological axe to grind. Whereas like the NIV and the ESV, these are translations that kind of have an angle, like they're trying to protect a particular theological viewpoint. And they just don't really get into that mess with the NRSV.
Okay. Fine.
All right. Well, Shane, it was good to hear from you, man.
Thank you. Thank you. I'll be back.
All right. Cheers.
Thank you.
Big W for deconstructing. Sounds like his dad has given him some of these canned poor answers for these apologetics. But let me grab a couple of super chats. We'll get our next guest in here. Santa Park says, "What do believers think happened to the souls of the Neanderthals?" So this is an interesting question because. So, for example, if you buy into like the biologos ideology, which is this idea that the Bible is true, but so is evolution, you've got weird things. I actually had a professor who was into this, and I pointed out to him, and he didn't agree with me, that it doesn't make sense because you're saying there was a point at which, during the evolutionary process that God just said, okay, now they're humans with my image. Wait. But what's the point? Like, where's the dividing line? Don't you think it would be a spectrum? It's so weird that we would have all this evolution, and then one day they're just going to be like, okay, now you get the soul. Now you get the. It's such a. But these are the types of copes that you get with people that are grappling with the science when the science doesn't match the text. Acme Hero, I appreciate the super chat. Says Windows, the only virus with a GUI. 1,000,000%. I listen. There's never been a truer thing said about Windows. Windows is an absolute nightmare. It always has been. They got they won first place because they were there first, doing things that were pretty good, and then went to shit, and they've been shit ever since. Welcome to the Kraken Crew Elite, Julio. I appreciate that. And also, Nick, thank you so much for the super chat. Says, looks like the Good Shepherd needs a shepherd. He needs something. Good Shepherd didn't come back after I cut him the last time, but he got problems. I don't know what's going on over there. Dexter, welcome in tonight. Good to see you, Dexter. I appreciate sending out 5 Deconstruction Zone gifted memberships. Big W. And also Hammond, another super chat. Thank you. It says, you heard it here, folks. Jesus is a priest of Sodom. Does that make Jesus a sodomite? I feel like linguistically we can say that. I think that's a thing we can say. All right, let's get our next guest in here. We've got Wes with us. How you doing, Wes? Wes either can't hear me or is in the guest box by accident or dropped his earpods. Wes, anything? Bueller. Okay, well, coming back when you get your stuff sorted out. Welcome in, Daisy.
Oh, Daisy. That's me.
I'm sorry, did I pronounce it wrong?
No. That's me. My name is Daisy.
Welcome in, Daisy.
Oh, my God. I'm talking to like one of the people that I absolutely. Honestly, like you're one of my favorite people. Honestly,
I appreciate that.
Oh yeah. I'll be quick because I want you to destroy theists and stuff like that. But just wanted to say, like, I've been an atheist since I was 12 years old. Now I'm 33, almost 34. And I really just wanted to ask a little bit about like there are still some things, like some experiences that I've had, like which I would, call like I can't explain them. Like there's experiences that I've had where I've seen like like people in a forest at night when I was walking alone that shouldn't have it existed. Shouldn't exist. And well, the main thing that I wanted to ask you, because you know a lot about atheism, you know a lot about like the Bible and that kind of thing. And I was raised Christian, never really believed in it, but what is something that I can do to sort of address this, to where I have these experiences that there's things that I can't explain, but at the same time I don't want to go to a theist explanation, because that's not who I am. What would be your advice on that?
Well, I think there's a couple things you can do, and I don't know what your experiences were like, so it's hard for me to weigh in on them. But I think there's a couple like in between modes you can go. So, for example, me, I would chalk them up to like mental phenomenon. Like perhaps I thought I saw something that I didn't really see. Believe it or not, that kind of thing happens more often than we think. Now, what's really interesting is we learned from various studies that like sometimes it's not that we had a break with reality and saw something that didn't exist. It's typically more often that we just remembered that something happened that didn't actually happen. That's super common. So like I can't tell you how many times I woke up and I was thinking about something that happened yesterday, and I was like, or like I was thinking of a conversation like I had in one of the live streams, and I was like, did I say that? And I was like, I remember saying that thing, and then when I go back later to clip it, I said something that was different. I was like, but why the fuck did I feel like I said that? Like, why did my brain think I said that?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So, I mean, that's super common. But the other thing, too, is sometimes weird things do just happen. And there probably is a good explanation for it, and we don't know what. For example, think of things like crop circles. How long did people believe that like aliens were creating crop circles? Because it was just this really weird phenomenon. And people were like, well, of course, farmers aren't going out to fields and putting patterns. That wouldn't happen. That's crazy. Right?
No.
And then that's exactly what it was.
That's how crop circles were made?
Yeah, it's just human beings just going out there with boards on strings, pressing down to make the patterns.
What?
Yeah. That's it.
Okay. I did not know that.
So I think sometimes like the answer, like the answer to why something weird is happening is super simple. We just don't know what the answer is sometimes.
Well, let me just say one thing. Is that I went to a camp on an island in the very farthest northwest point of the continental U.S. And the camp was built around like songs. Like we sang a lot of songs. We had hundreds of songs that we sang. And one of the well, it wasn't really songs, but there was stories that other campers told to each other, and there was stories because a long time ago, the camp has been around for a long time. It's been around since 1923, and at one point, the boys' side, there was a girls' side and a boys' side of the camp, and the boys' side lodge burned down, and there was a camper that was stuck inside. Ooh. And so they died, and forever after that, all the campers have told stories, like ghost stories, about how this camper has been there. And all the campers, like when I was there, like a bunch of different people said that they saw blue eyes in the forest, and the guy's name or the camper's name was Johnny. And so a lot of people reported, a lot of children, like I was 12 at this point, or less than that, and they all reported seeing, like, they would look into the forest and they would see, like, oh, like I see some blue eyes, and from and there's even older ghost stories from that camp. But I used to sort of sneak out at night and go walking in the forest alone, and I would see like people, and I think what you said earlier about how this is maybe like a manufactured memory, like I'm just remembering that I may have saw something, and maybe I didn't actually see it on the time. But like it it feels so real still. It like when I think back to that, I'm like, I literally saw like a ghost on the water in the forest, like at night when I was alone.
Well, and the other thing too is like,
sorry.
I think often though, people, when they do actually claim to have witnessed a certain phenomenon, like a lot of times what they're seeing is not the thing they're interpreting it as. Just like people think they saw Bigfoot when what they really saw was a brown blob moving. People think that they saw like the Loch Ness monster, and what they really saw was, you know, like a large water snake just surface for a moment. So like a lot of times, like we see something and our brain wants to connect it with something that's not logical. And I'll give you an example. So like where I grew up, there was only about 15, maybe 20 minutes away from where I grew up, there was an orphanage that burned down. And it became like a classic haunted location where people would go and they would, you know, try to investigate paranormal activity because of all, you know, all the babies, all the kids. Yeah. And so people all the time would come and would report, like, you know, if you go there, you can still hear babies crying, you know, different things like that. And I've been there with people who claim they could hear it. Whereas at the same time, I'm like, I don't fucking hear a thing. So I think sometimes when people, their brain is primed to have a particular hearing or have a particular vision, or like there's an expectation of something, they're more likely to take something that is relatively similar and assume that that thing is a thing.
Yeah, no, that makes a lot of sense, and I think that's definitely probably what happened to me. It's just kind of crappy that, like, I still have this memory within me where I'm like, oh, I saw a ghost, and now that I've grown as an adult and I've learned, like, the best type of thing is to just be skeptical and to only take the actual answers once you have evidence, like real tangible evidence, based on, you know, real things. I have this sort of cognitive dissonance where I'm like, okay, I saw this thing and now I am trying to go by the evidence, and it honestly, it's tough. It's because they're two contradictory things.
Right. You want to be logical, but it's sometimes it's hard to explain why you observed something you think you observed. And I totally get that.
Yeah. Well,
but I would say this one thing I've never seen is I've taken people to places that were traditionally considered haunted, and where I've seen people claim that haunting things happen, like they heard voices or they saw a ghost or everything like that. I've taken people to those places without telling them what was happening or without telling them the backstory, and they never experience a damn thing ever. It never happens.
Oh my God. No way.
It only happens to people who have been primed to think that this is something that could happen here.
So this is like literally just a product of like what was happening in my brain as a child.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Well, like, let me real quick, let me just say, like, your knowledge about the Bible and all those things, like, I watch you a lot, and oh my God, you are I don't want to call you a saint because that would be bad, but like let's just call you like really knowledgeable, and I really love what you're doing, and I'll stop taking up much of your time. You honestly like really like cleared up a lot of things for me today. So like I'll F off and keep
Well,
doing what you're doing.
I'm happy to help, Daisy. I'm so glad you came up to say hi, and best of luck on your journey.
Okay, thank you.
Cheers.
Cheers.
W Daisy. Yeah, I've always been interested in paranormal phenomenon just because to me I thought I was such a scientific kid. Like I was a kid that like was into like, you know, chemistry sets, and like I was building like circuits in my bedroom and like growing crystals, like jars of crystals on my dresser. I was just such a nerd. But the paranormal world to me was so interesting because I always thought like, well, shit, like if there's something weird happening, some paranormal stuff going on, like, I don't know, there should be a way to investigate it. Like we should have a means by which we can investigate this shit and prove if it's true or if it's bunk. And unfortunately, it's always bunk. It's never good. The investigation never works out. But interesting question. Let me grab a couple super chats and we'll be on our way with our next guest. Also, Chet and Parker and Unashamed Apostate, thank you for the gifts on TikTok. Sorry I was talking, but really appreciate that. Chet, good to see you, my friend. Guys, make sure you're following my buddy Chet. He's putting out content. I haven't seen you live in a while, Chet, but love to see you go live soon. Hammond says, Bible Job versus Babylonian Job, the books. So the Babylonian Job, I think, is interesting. In the Babylonian Job, you get more of a firsthand person saying, like, pleading with God. He's essentially pleading with God for his circumstances. He doesn't like his current circumstances, and he's basically praying, and he's like, what the fuck? Right? He's like, why are you treating me like somebody who doesn't bring regular tithes and offering? Why are you treating me like somebody who is like stolen from the neighbor? Like, why are you treating me? So he goes through this whole thing where he's basically recognizing like, hey man, like I've been doing the thing I'm supposed to be doing and you're not holding up your end of the bargain, which is a little more interesting because in the Babylonian Job, as it's traditionally called, he's a little more, I want to say, like accusatory. Whereas in the biblical Job, it's a different feel, right? It's clearly the Babylonian Job and the biblical Job were written with two different goals in mind. The biblical Job is there to counteract this, this Babylonian edition that pretty much everybody knew about. Like it wasn't like the Bible made up anything new. This is a common motif. And Bryce, thank you so much for the super chat. Says I think John 3:18 and Romans 10:13 and Ephesians 2:8 through 9 all contradict Matthew 7:21 through 23, James 2:17 and Revelation 20:13. What do you say? Well, James 2 is about works without faith. Or faith without works. And let me see. John 3, I feel like I should know exactly what's happening in John 3:18 in regards to Romans 10, but it's not coming to my mind. So we'll do Romans 10:13 because this should be the confession of faith. Romans 10 is traditionally Paul's, confession of faith, right? So what we actually have. There we go. Move that down. There we go. So he says, those who believe in him are not condemned, but those who do not believe are condemned already because they have not believed in the name of the Holy Son of God. Okay, so John 3:18 is clearly saying that, it's the lack of belief, right? And then Romans 10:13 says, for everyone who calls on the name of the Lord shall be saved. And I don't know if these are contradicting, but there is a contradiction. Like if you go to John 3:18, there seems to be a contradiction with the other salvation passages. For example, when Paul talks about how, like, if you commit these particular sins, I'm thinking like 1 Corinthians 6:9 and whatnot, and some others like Romans chapter Romans chapter 2. Paul gives a couple occasions in which he's like, hey, listen, if you do this shit, you're not going to inherit the kingdom. But like that is inherently contradictory to what he says elsewhere, where he basically says all you need to do is believe and confess and you'll be saved. But if believing and confessing is all you needed to be saved, then you shouldn't have to worry about like, oh, well, I committed this particular sin that Paul said means I can't get into heaven, right? But if there's a contradiction in John 3:18 and Romans 10:13, I don't know where it is, but let me grab your other passages real quick. Ephesians 2, 8 through 9, and Matthew 7, 21 through 23. Let's see what we got here. Says, concerning self-deception, not everyone who says to me, Lord, Lord, will enter the kingdom of heaven, but only the one who does the will of my Father. Thank you. This is where the real contradiction is. Okay, so this is what I'm going to talk about. In the New Testament, we've got a bunch of occasions in which we're told that it's essentially by belief. You must believe in order to get into heaven. Which is why James was written. James, in chapter 2, is combating this idea of faith alone that Paul is laying down. But here it says that even people who do claim, Lord, Lord, they won't actually get in because they didn't do the will of the Father. So there's a connection here with not just believing, but also doing, which is why James says, don't just be a hearer of the law, but be a doer of the law, because it's not just hearing. Hearing the law is the mirror. Doing the law is what you're actually called to do. And that's James chapter 2. I don't recall Revelation 20:13, though. Let me grab Revelation 20:13, see what we have here. It says, and the sea gave up the dead who were in it. Death and Hades gave up the dead who were in them, and all were judged according to what they have done. So, yes, and this also coincides with Matthew 25. It also coincides with Matthew 16. And Romans chapter 2, where it says that you'll be judged according to your deeds. We got a bunch of passages in the New Testament where it says you're going to be judged according to your deeds. Well, listen, if you're judged according to your deeds, then your faith is meaningless, right? Like just believing in Jesus, it can't literally be the thing that saves you. It must be faith plus works, which is why Martin Luther was out of his absolute mind with his faith alone nonsense, which is wild that the Protestants don't actually see these issues in the text. But obviously it's because they're not reading it. So yeah, we've definitely got some contradictions in there. Bryce, we should do a live stream. I should do a live stream sometime on the faith versus works contradictions and just start showing people. There's so many of them. The ones that you've brought up are, we're going to say just, the tip of the iceberg. Tarek, thank you for the super chat. It says Numbers 31:40, the 32 virgins were given to Eleazar as Lord offer. How is this not a sacrifice when Eleazar's responsibility, including burnt offerings? So there's been some commentary on whether or not these young virgins in Numbers 31 were sacrificed, but they appear to be sacrificed because they were given alongside of the other items that were sacrificed. And it seems to me like that was the occasion. It's possible that they were given as concubines. You could read it that way. The priests were allowed to have concubines, thinking like Judges chapter 19. So that could be it as well. But I think the most parsimonious reading of the text is that they were just sacrificed. Leviticus 27 tells you actually that you're allowed to sacrifice the people that are dedicated to Harem. Let me pull up Leviticus 27 real quick and show you what I'm talking about. So in Leviticus 27, it talks about people that were dedicated to Harem, and it seems that the people in Numbers 31 were part of a harem. But in Leviticus 27, let's see. Is it 17 I'm thinking of? Nope, not 17. Maybe 27. Shit, where is it? Let me just do... Let's see. 29 and 28. So, okay, it says, nothing that a person owns that has been devoted to destruction, that's harem, for the Lord, be it human or animal or inherited landholding, may be sold or redeemed. Every devoted thing is most holy to the Lord. No human beings who have been devoted to destruction can be ransomed. They shall be put to death. So my reading is that the girls in Numbers 31 would have been executed not exactly like a burnt offering, but they would have been executed nonetheless as a harem offering to the Lord. You could read a little bit more about harem offerings in most biblical dictionaries. TM, thank you for the super chat. It says the cognitive dissonance created by biblical nonsense is a feature, not a bug, offering interpreters an opportunity to exploit a confused flock. Yeah, you're right. It's there, and it happens pretty early because even the New Testament is doing it. Like the New Testament is giving you the cognitive dissonance. So like they're getting it honestly, you know what I mean? All right, let's get our guest in here. I think Michael was next. Let's see. I clicked on Michael. I don't see him or hear him just yet. Let me see. Make sure everything's good to go. He's got his video camera on, but he didn't. Oh, because I hit the wrong button. I'm an idiot. There we go. Now we're good to go. Sorry, Michael. I hit the wrong button.
No, you're good. Do you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. How you doing?
Very good. Thank you for having me on. Appreciate it.
Not a problem. Michael, are you at least 18, and are you a believer?
Yes. I'm 25, and I am a follower of Jesus of Nazareth.
Cool. What would be the most convincing evidence or argument for the Christian God being real?
Probably the historical Jesus itself. There's a lot of arguments about contradictions within the Bible, but I feel like for one thing that we do know for certain is that there was a man that lived at the beginning of the 1st century by the name of Jesus, and he was crucified under Pontius Pilate. And we know this because it's talked about by various historians, such as Josephus, a Jewish historian, who actually talks about Jesus in a very negative way. So Jesus is confirmed to be a historical person that lived and died. The main question then becomes, do you believe that Jesus rose from the dead? And as it's written in the Gospels, people, it is said that, 40 people saw that he was risen and alive. So I feel like that's the real crux of the argument.
I think it was 500 in 1 Corinthians chapter 15.
Right. I'm sorry. I'm not a biblical scholar by any stretch of the imagination.
So do you know the names of any of the 500?
Not off the top of my head. I believe some of the disciples were definitely among the 500. I know specifically you have Thomas, John, Peter that saw Jesus personally, that are wrote about in the gospel accounts.
So they were listed alongside of the 500, being separate from them.
Mm-hmm.
So the visitation of the 500 is separate from that, but we don't get any documentation or any witness accounts or anything like that from the 500, which leads me to believe that it's more or less hearsay. And I'll give you an example why I think that's the case. Because we read in both Tacitus and Suetonius about the Roman Emperor Vespasian. It says that using the power of Serapis, he was able to heal a blind man, and he was also able to heal a person who was lame in the leg. And it said that a multitude of witnesses were there to witness it. But my guess is that you probably don't believe that Vespasian was out there doing miracles by the power of Serapis.
No, I wouldn't believe that, no.
Right, yeah. So I would say by the same virtue that you probably would say that these accounts are fictitious, I would say that the resurrection accounts are fictitious as well.
Well, I would counter, specifically with, you can say like, oh, he committed or did a lot of miracles himself, like, oh, he healed a person's leg, for instance, and Jesus probably did similar things. But I feel like part of the other connection to that would be the morals they espouse. So what kind of builds into my faith in this is basically the moral track work that Jesus laid out essentially on the Sermon on the Mount. That, from my perspective, is basically the foundation for all of Western civilization. All of our basic understanding of what is morality comes from the Sermon on the Mount, essentially, in my opinion.
Sure.
So in combination with that,
the slavery too, then
that there's a lot of moral truth that comes from Jesus, essentially, from my own observation, which leads me to
how come Jesus advocated for following the law of Moses and he never said don't own slaves?
Say again, sir.
How come Jesus advocated in Matthew 5:17 through 19 for following the law of Moses, and then he also never said to get rid of your slaves? He never said one word about getting rid of slaves.
I'm not sure, to be honest with you.
So, like, I understand the moral argument for Jesus. So when I left Christianity, there's a lot of teachings of Jesus that I liked, that I thought these are good. The problem is there's a lot of bad stuff too. So, for example, he advocates for following the law of Moses. Matthew 5, verse 19 says that whoever follows the law of Moses will be called great in the kingdom of heaven. So, like, but when I read these law codes, like, to me, they're kind of horrific. And we haven't done this one in a couple of days, but have you ever read Deuteronomy?
Unfortunately, I haven't. There's been times in Sunday school where they've gone through it. I've heard stories about it, but again, I'm probably not the best Christian out there that has read entirely through the Bible. I'm just someone that tries to find truth and where it stands. And I haven't read entirely through the book of Deuteronomy, just being completely honest with you. So, but I have heard some scriptures and bits of information in sermons occasionally from the book of Deuteronomy.
Sure. Let's read a short passage together. Go to Deuteronomy 22:13 for me.
All right.
So it says, suppose a man marries a woman, but after going into her dislikes her and makes up charges against her, slandering her by saying, I married this woman, but when I lay with her, I did not find evidence of her virginity. I think it's pretty safe to say that the evidence he was looking for is whether or not she bled, right?
Hmm. You said 13, 14?
Yeah.
Deuteronomy 13 and 14. Then you shall inquire and make search and ask them to behold if it is true and certain such an abomination has been done. If you shall surely put the word. 13, 14. Deuteronomy 13, 14.
Deuteronomy 22:13 and 14.
Oh, 22. I'm in chapter 13.
Sorry, yeah. No worries.
Yeah. Okay, 22, 13, 14. Okay. If any man takes his wife and goes into her and then hates her and accuses her of misconduct and brings a bad name upon her, saying, I took this woman, and when I came to near her, I did not find her evidence of virginity. And then the fathers of the young woman, her mother, shall take and bring out the evidence of virginity to the elders of the city at the gate. Right.
So the general idea is that, hey, I married this woman. She didn't bleed. I expected her to bleed. This is a problem, right? So he's like, listen, I paid for this virgin. I should have got a virgin. And so they go to court. Obviously, you already read it. Or they go to the elders at the gate.
Mm.
And the way that they solve this is that the parents are going to bring the evidence. The parents says, here is the evidence of my daughter's virginity. Then they will spread out the cloth before the elders of the town. So in the ancient world, and even in some places today, they in the wedding chamber or tent in this time period, they would lay out a cloth. There would be witnesses to watch them lay out a cloth to make sure nobody was faking it. Then they would consummate the marriage, and then the witnesses would immediately go in and grab the cloth and give it to the women, to the woman's parents, and typically show it to all the parents to verify that she was indeed a virgin. Now, what's happening here is he's saying, listen, if I go into this woman and there's no blood on that cloth, we've got a problem. And therefore, that is the evidence that you would use to take to court is the bloody sheet. Now, in verse 20, it says, "If, however, the charge is true, that evidence of the young woman's virginity was not found, then they will bring the young woman out to the entrance of her father's house, and the men of her town shall stone her to death because she has committed a disgraceful act in Israel by prostituting herself in her father's house. So you shall purge the evil from your midst." Now, when I'm reading this passage, I see two problems, and my guess is you probably see at least one of them. The first and most obvious problem is that if the man is caught lying about the bloody sheet, he has to pay a fine. If the woman is caught lying about the bloody sheet, she gets stoned to death. But there's a second problem, which is, I don't know if it's worse than the first problem, which is that, did you know that only about 43% of women bleed their first time?
I did not know that, actually.
It was widely held in the ancient world that all virgins did. And unfortunately, the writers of Deuteronomy believed that as well. They figured it out a couple hundred years later, as did the Greeks and a bunch of other people, because they wrote about it. But at the time Deuteronomy was written, they didn't know about it, which means whoever is writing this, it certainly wasn't God. They were obviously making stuff up and putting it in God's mouth. And the fact that anybody in the New Testament would take the law of Moses seriously tells me that they're not hearing from God either.
That's a good point. If I may bring up a counterpoint, I guess, going to the New Testament, Jesus, there's a similar situation that happens where the Pharisees bring a woman who has committed adultery in front of Jesus, asking, "Hey, we caught this woman in the act of adultery. What do you want to do?" I believe in the text it expounds that they wanted to catch him in sort of a trap to try and like have some evidence to persecute him. And I think Jesus brings up a good point, is that whoever
has sinned, or who is without sin, cast the first stone.
Yes.
This is from John 8, and it's a great story, by the way. Yes. So here's what I think about John chapter 8 on the story with the adulterous woman. I think there are a couple problems. I think the first problem is that Jesus didn't actually seek to nullify the law of Moses here. What he did was he did something quite genius, where he said, listen, the law of Moses says this woman should be stoned. He probably found this to be a dubious claim, being that there's no man present. He's like, this seems dubious. This seems sketchy. But listen, we got witnesses. I get it. You only, according to Deuteronomy 17, you only need 2 witnesses. So, but Jesus obviously wasn't having it, and so he said, "He who is without sin cast the first stone." And essentially, what he was saying at this moment was that we can stone this woman according to the law, but if we stone her, we have to stone everybody else who has committed crimes worthy of stoning. So essentially what he was saying was, hey, if you carry through with this, if this is really what you want, you can have it, but you're not going to like it. You're going to get the thing you asked for, and you're not going to like the thing you asked for. And so that's what I think is actually happening in the passage. That being said, I don't think John, the story of the adulterous woman, is authentic to the Gospel of John. It doesn't appear until hundreds of years later. The 5th century is the earliest document that we have containing this story. So to me, it sounds like a later interpolation on what they think Jesus, a story they probably heard about Jesus that was popular, and somebody eventually put it into the text saying, no, this is such a good story. Everybody loves it. We have to put it in the text somewhere.
Okay. And I'm not exactly a scholar on these things, so I can't exactly pull references or sources for when things were tied to what century.
I mean, it's a good example, though. Like, I get it. Like, if you're trying to put distance between Jesus and the law of Moses, that's probably a good verse to go to. I just don't think it's authentic. I do think, like, most of Mark would be more authentic sayings of Jesus. That's the earliest gospel. And in Mark chapter 7, Jesus chastises the Pharisees for nullifying the law of Moses. For example, if you go to Mark 7, he is upset because the elders have this tradition of washing hands before you eat, right?
Yes.
Now, this is not in the law of Moses. This is in the oral law, what we find in the Talmudic writings. In the gospel, they refer to this, this oral tradition as the tradition of the elders. You can read about how the Jews viewed the tradition of the elders in Pirkei Avot in the Talmud. They give the history of like how it came to be. All that being said, it doesn't say, like, the Old Testament doesn't say anything about washing hands before you eat. And so Jesus is being questioned about why you don't have your disciples wash your hands. And he does this on a couple occasions where he's like, yeah, because it's not in the law of Moses. It's only in your tradition, the tradition of the elders, right? And then he says, he gets on this case because he says, you abandon the commandments of God and hold to human tradition. So he's upset that the Pharisees aren't following the law of Moses. And then listen to what he critiques them on in verse 9. He says, you have a fine way of rejecting the commandment of God in order to keep your tradition. For Moses said, honor your father and mother, and whoever speaks evil of father or mother must die. So he lays down this idea of that, like, listen, you're not following the law of Moses. And here's an example of one way that you're not following the law of Moses that I'm going to chastise you for. And it's whether or not you should kill your kids if they curse mother and father, which is in the book of Exodus, right? So, like, the Jesus I'm finding in the Gospels is a Jesus who is pro-law of Moses.
Makes sense. Yeah, because from basically Christian perspective and from my perspective, Jesus would be essentially the God of the Old Testament would be the same as the God of the New Testament.
Right.
So, from my perspective on this, I guess there's a lot of good arguments as to, like, oh yeah, you killing your kids is a really terrible thing. I would counter with 2 points, I guess. From what I understand, the people in Jewish society didn't often actually murder their kids whenever they were being disobedient. I may be misunderstanding. So I feel like that
no, you're correct.
I would be correct in that?
Yeah.
Okay, so it would be, from my perspective, more of a sort of like a threat. You have to kind of like scare the kids into acting right. It's like, hey, if you don't act right, it says that we can kill you, which would get them acting in line. So I say it's more of like a discipline tactic in that aspect. And
sure, I could see that.
and second off, I would also postulate, that these things saying like, oh, the what it says is horrific. I would argue that if we didn't have these like set of rules in the Old Testament, which is what we base Western civilization morality on, like our perception of what is right and wrong in the West, then there's not really any basis for what to say is wrong without the Bible, because the Bible kind of, whether you like it or not, some people can disagree, like at least in American society and European society, our ideas of what is right and wrong is based on the Bible. So we get our sense of morality, whether atheistic or Christian, from basically Christian and Jewish tradition. So to say like this is abhorrent or evil, it kind of like, it's like saying, oh yeah, this is evil based on like the rules that I'm saying is evil. Does that make sense?
I see. No. I see what you're trying to do there, and logically, you're sound. You're saying that we're critiquing the Bible using the morals that we got from the Bible. So, yeah, right. So I get what you're saying there, but here's why I think that doesn't work from my point of view, which is I don't think that what we're critiquing the Bible with comes from the Bible. For example, this idea that slavery is bad, that doesn't exist in the Bible. We got that from outside the Bible. The Bible was pro-slavery from beginning to end. There's not a single passage that says you shouldn't own slaves. Even Paul talked to the slave-owning people in Ephesians chapter 6, verse 9, and just said, treat your slaves justly. What he should have said is don't own your slaves anymore. It's time to free them, right? Get rid of them. So like there's a lot of morals that we got that aren't in the Bible. They're modern conventions. And then there's a lot of morals too that I think existed prior to the Bible. When we look at like the Ten Commandments, for example, Other than the first like 3 commandments, just about everything in there we can find in all the ancient Near Eastern law codes, and we can even find in like some of the cultural codes of the Egyptians. Unfortunately, the Egyptians didn't leave us a lot of written law codes. It's weird. We have law codes from everybody, but the Egyptian law codes seem to be lacking. But there is one text called the Confessions of Ma'at. There's 42 confessions, which essentially is this idea of like, here are the things you're going to confess after you die, and then they're going to get judged on them. So it's like their measuring stick of good and bad. And like all of these supposed Christian values that we love today show up in the 42 confessions of Ma'at from ancient Egypt way before the Bible. So I think some of the things we like about the moral framework that we think comes from the Bible tends to kind of be just these universal concepts that human beings tend to agree on. Like, I don't like being stolen from, therefore maybe we shouldn't steal from each other, right? I don't know if we need the Bible for that.
Well, I would counter, because I feel like, especially in modern society, we can kind of see as a society becomes less religious, whether, I guess, a detriment to me as a Christian, society in general in the West has become less Christian. Like, people are becoming less and less religious. And what we're seeing as a result, at least from what I can see, is a sort of degradation in morals, which has a couple of side effects, one of them being declining birth rates. Another, from what I'm seeing, is increased chaos in cities. And
well, let's focus on the first part, because I think those are 3 separate topics, right?
Right. Yeah.
So the first topic is a decline in morals, right?
Mm-hmm.
So the question I would have to ask is, how are we keeping this metric? Because the crime rate has been steadily decreasing for decades. So if we're not talking about crime, what are we talking about?
I guess it's just a degradation in society. I guess that's my perception on it. I guess one argument I can make.
In which way, though?
Sorry, what was that?
In which way, though? Like, what if you are referring to specific morals that are degrading? Like, which ones are we talking about? Because my impression from talking to a lot of believers is that these are typically morals that would be not a problem for me, right? So like an increase in gay marriage, an increase in trans rights, and an increase in people's ability to decide whether or not they are going to have a much needed abortion. So like, to me, like you're saying, these are degradation of morals, right?
Mm. Yes.
And from my point of view, it's not a degradation of morals. These are personable rights.
Well, okay. I guess the most hot button issue. I'm sorry, this is probably gonna get very political, so I apologize if this does get heated. But abortion, I guess, would be probably the biggest sticking point. I guess I would argue about rights per se. I would say that the abundance of abortion in the West is proof of moral decline, because in my perception, from what the Bible and from what I believe God is telling humanity, is that you don't murder people, right? And people's perception of abortion is like, oh well, I can get rid of this kid, or I can get rid of what they're calling a fetus now, if it's good for my own personal life or my finances, or if it's inconvenient, or if I don't want it. And I feel like as a result, that is showing that people essentially are giving into their baser instincts of evil and choosing themselves over their own kids, which I feel like is very abhorrent, personally.
Well, I don't know if that's the case, though. So, for example, I've got this statistic open. I'm going to send it to you in just a second, because you can't see what's on my screen, but I can send you, if you give me just one moment, I can send you what's on my screen so you can see it.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay, so you should see it pop up here. This is going to be. You should see a graph that says estimated number of abortions provided in the formal healthcare system in the United States, 1973 to 2023. Mm. And what you'll notice is that there is a sharp decline in the abortion rates since Roe v. Wade. So since abortion became legal, the number of abortions has gone down exponentially. And I think one of the reasons why abortions have been going down is because people are getting more educated. They're having more access to access is not the right word. They have more. Women have more ability to leave abusive relationships, and the crime rates overall are going down because a large percentage of abortions were from sexual assault. So, to me, like when we see during this time period, there was a big drop in religious participation. Well, there's also a big drop in the abortion rate. So I don't know if I can follow your conclusion.
Well, I guess I'm not too sure about the statistics of the graph. I can see it on the stream actually right here. Yeah, I have it pulled up on a separate on my phone actually, looking at it. So I'm not familiar with this. I can see the graph in front of me, but I would counter with the argument that even if you could say like abortion numbers are going down, if the statistics are correct that you've shown me, the public the public conversation more positive. Could you at least concede that?
Well, I would say the conversation around access to abortion is more positive. So most of the people I know are not pro-abortion. They're pro having a right to an abortion, right? So like I can't think of anyone who's like, yeah, I want people to get abortions. Nobody wants abortions to happen, but when somebody needs an abortion, they want the access to be there. Now, does that mean that there aren't people who don't willingly get abortions because they're careless? Yeah, of course that happens, but that's always been happening. Like there's if somebody really just wants to be careless and get rid of their pregnancy, they've been doing it for centuries. You can do it without going to a medical professional. So like those people have always existed and they will always exist. I think they're outliers, and I think most people who want women to have access to medical care do it because they care about the women, not because they want to see babies get aborted.
Well, I would counter because I do actually, I believe, know this statistic. From what I understand, about 90% of all abortions that happen are listed as for personal reasons. I believe it's about 10% are for medical, incest, or rape, which means 90% is for your own personal, basically wants or needs. Like, I don't want to be pregnant. I messed up. It's not because like I can't carry the baby, I was raped, or it was incest, or there's a genetic anomaly. Most of the time, when people get an abortion, when a woman gets an abortion, it's because she doesn't want the kid anymore, essentially.
That's not what I'm seeing. So according to statistics that I'm seeing collected, 40% of abortions are from people who can't afford to have a baby. 36, these are personal reasons, by the way. 36% of them, of the personal reasons, 36% of those reasons is I can't afford it, which is a common problem. 36% is I'm not ready to have kids, probably because they're teenagers, which is very common. And then 31% is I have problems with my partner, meaning I'm in an abusive relationship. So like even when we break down a lot of these supposed personal reasons, the personal reasons are actually quite valid. But outside of the personal reasons, I don't know the statistic you're quoting where like, was it 90% are for personal reasons? I don't know. I don't know of that. The statistics that I've seen says that like 90% of abortions are for unspecified reasons. And I think that's because a lot of people just don't want to give personal information when they're getting abortion. I mean, that's an invasion of your life. Like, why would you want to give your personal information while you're making a critical decision for your health?
I mean, that's a fair point. But I mean, I would also counter from my perspective, from a biblical worldview perspective, saying like, oh, I'm a kid, I'm a teenager, I'm not ready for a kid, or I can't afford to have a kid. I don't feel like, well, I shouldn't say even feel like, I'm pretty sure the biblical worldview or Christian worldview is very clear that that's not moral grounds justification to end a life. And we can argue about
okay, so as for the people who are seeking abortions because for one reason or another they don't want to have a child, I still think that in my worldview, this is not a problem. This is only a problem in your worldview, right? You believe that life,
Yes.
whatever you think life is, starts at conception. I don't. I think life is a nebulous term that even Christians can't define, because if you think life is at conception, then I bet I could get you to concede with a couple questions that life is essentially also meaningless, because you would concede that trees are alive, right?
Biologically alive, yes. But
Okay.
humans, I think the difference there would be that humans have souls.
Well-
That we have souls, essentially.
Well, I don't believe humans have souls at all.
Well, I guess
right?
that's where we differ. I guess that's where we differ on our view of the world, and that goes down to like why it's so important, because when you don't have a biblical worldview of religion, in this case Christianity, backing up your morals, you have people that go into different views of the world that can lead to these perceptions that lead to justifications for abortion, because you don't perceive as babies or fetuses, as you would call it, having souls. And that's exactly my point.
Right.
Is that
but your point is that it's a degradation of morals from your worldview. From my worldview, it's not. Right. So in order for it to be a degradation of morals, it would have to be and something that we can agree is an actual problem. Like, we would have to agree that the thing you think is immoral, like I also think is immoral. Right.
Well, I guess that's also another good point about, I guess this is what we're arguing. We're arguing from a perception of subjective morality, my subjective worldview versus your subjective worldview. And from my, I guess, from what your view, my subjective worldview, I believe, and I would dare to say no, that there is objective morality, which is given through divine revelation by God. So I guess the issue is that from my perspective, and from a biblical perspective, is that there is objective morality spewed by Jesus, given to us through his teachings. And without belief in Jesus, we no longer have a objective morality. Everything becomes subjective, and then everyone's opinion now becomes their morality, which is why we're saying, like, in my opinion, or in my view, or in your view, it is right or wrong. And I think that's the main point I'm trying to get at here, is that without Christianity, with the decline of religion in the West specifically, people are no longer subscribing to objective morality. They're subscribing to subjective morality, which is what I think is right is what is right, essentially.
Right, which is what we think is good, because we don't believe that objective morals exist, and nobody can demonstrate that they do. You only want them to exist. So, for example, if I said that the Bible holds the key to objective morals, I guess I would have to accept that all of the rules that were given in the Bible are objectively moral, right? Because
I would say so.
God couldn't give an immoral command, right? So if we're going to go that route, then we've got quite a few problems, because I don't believe that we should be like stoning people for picking up sticks on the Sabbath. Do you?
Well, I mean, in the new covenant, essentially, from what I understand, Jesus, that's a good point. Shouldn't stone people, man.
Right.
It does. Yeah. But from what I understand in the new covenant, essentially, this new act of grace, we no longer have to pay the punishment for sin, which would be breaking the laws, picking up sticks on the Sabbath, or working on the Sabbath. You no longer have to face the penalty of death for sin, because Jesus would have paid for it, essentially. So in this new covenant, God has basically stepped in and said, hey, this punishment that you guys should be taking, I'm taking instead. And I guess that would be where I would step in and say, yeah, that is wrong, because now God has stepped in and basically said, hey, you're no longer taking that punishment, I'm taking that punishment for you.
Well, the problem with that is none of that is coherent. So what you're essentially saying is, then for breaking any of the laws of Moses, there's no consequence, right?
No, there is a consequence, and that
What's the
consequence was paid on the cross by Jesus.
No. To the person breaking the law. The person who breaks the law of Moses no longer has any consequences?
that Romans 8 is I believe it is Romans 8. It's pretty clear. There is no longer any condemnations for those who are in Christ. If you're in Christ, there is no condemnation. So
Yep.
yes, that
Romans
would be
8.
the logical conclusion.
Okay, so then there's no incentive to follow the law of Moses?
Well, I wouldn't. I believe Paul also expands on this further by saying that now that we have grace, should we continue the sin so that grace may abound? No, of course
Romans
not.
6. Yep.
Yeah, Romans. I believe yes. I'm sorry. I'm not the most biblical scholar. I'm just.
Don't worry. You know the verses exist, and that's the most important part.
Yeah. Romans 6. I believe, as you said. Should we abound in sin so that grace may abound? Of course not. If you're dead to sin, if you have died with Christ, then you should be dead to sin. You should live out that life of dying to yourself and rejecting sin.
Right. Okay. So then, even though the punishment has been taken, the most beneficial thing is to still follow the law of Moses, right?
Well, the law of Moses, to follow the commandments that God has provided for us. Yes.
Okay. So the problem I have with these commandments is that a lot of them are silly and ridiculous. For example, there are a lot of commandments that you need to follow that don't result in death. Like, for example, when a woman gives birth, she is to be unclean and segregated from the people for 7 days, unless she gives birth to a female baby, then she is to be segregated for 14 days. Do you think that we should be doing that?
I'm not so sure. I believe from my understanding is that further on, there's differences between Jewish tradition that's written in the Bible and also moral law. I'm not entirely in depth on it, but from what I understand specifically, some obvious examples would be eating pork or shellfish. Most Christians and even Catholics and Protestants eat pork nowadays, but I believe it was in Acts that there was a revelation given to Peter. I may be completely wrong on this.
Acts 10, you got it. Yep.
Yeah, where God basically says that you can eat pork now. Essentially, that these were ceremonial laws. If I'm getting the story correct, so
no,
I'm not sure
if
what you're saying is moral law or if it's Jewish cultural law. Essentially, like for example, circumcision. There's a big debate about it in the Pauline letters about it not being necessary to be circumcised because that is a Jewish tradition, essentially.
Right. Okay. So the problem then that you have is now you're trying to say, well, we shouldn't be following any of the ceremonial laws, but we should be following the other laws. Now, this unfortunately is something that I think the New Testament authors came to. The New Testament authors didn't want you to follow the dietary laws anymore. They thought they were silly. So, for example, in Mark chapter 7, we talked about, Mark himself makes a side comment about what Jesus is doing and suggests that Jesus is saying we shouldn't have to follow the dietary commandments anymore. And then obviously in Acts chapter 10 with the clean and unclean animals coming down on the sheep before Peter's visit with Cornelius, there's this idea that the food is now clean for you to eat. So that's one thing, but I don't think that separates you from the rest of the law, right? So, for example, as a Christian, then you would still want to abide by all of the other moral precepts outside of the dietary laws, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So then that means, as far as I can tell, that you should be segregating women after they give birth. This is not a dietary law. This is a matter of being clean and unclean because you've got a flow of blood.
From what I understand, this might be a side point. I believe some of the dietary laws as well, and so maybe some of the actual cultural laws that God has basically brought up. Like, for example, basically telling them not to eat pork or shellfish, or separating women after they give birth, was also for cleanliness, I believe. So it could also be for health concerns for his people. I don't know. I might just be going on a random tangent here, grasping at straws, to be completely honest. But
so I can see why you might think that. I mean, there were a lot of laws that were given to keep the people, quote unquote, clean. Like in Deuteronomy 23, God says to bury your feces outside of the camp because the Lord goes before you and walks among you and doesn't want to be among anything indecent. So there's definitely that. There's other laws too, though, that have nothing to do with that, which is like Deuteronomy 25, when God says if a woman is married and she becomes a widow, her husband dies, she now is required to marry the brother of her widow so that her husband's inheritance doesn't die out, her lineage. She can continue on the lineage. So do you think that like when a woman becomes a widow, she shouldn't have autonomy over her own body and who she marries?
I would honestly, I don't know. I don't know the answer to that question. That's good. That's a good point.
Right. So we've got a lot of moral prescriptions in the law that are unrelated to clean and unclean animals, and I would even say unrelated to ceremonial laws. But I've been kind of I've been kind of delaying the topic. Everyone who's here, there's like 13 or 1,500 people here. Everyone knows the verses I'm about to read to you because I've done it so many times. I've been delaying it because I'm having such a good time talking to you because you seem like such a nice young man. But there's a couple of verses that make this position difficult, the position that you're holding. And some of them are easier to find if you go to Deuteronomy. So go to Deuteronomy chapter 11, verse 1 for me if you've got the opportunity.
All right. Verse 1.
Yeah.
Deuteronomy what?
Yeah, Deuteronomy 11. We're going to do verse 1.
Okay.
He says, "You shall love the Lord your God, therefore, and keep his charge, his decrees, his ordinances, and his commandments always." And we find something similar in the next chapter in Deuteronomy 12. It says, "These are the statutes and ordinances that you must diligently observe in the land that the Lord, the God of your ancestors, has given you to occupy all the days that you live on the earth." We have a lot of statements like this in the Torah that instructs the people to follow the law for literally forever. Even in Leviticus 16, when it talks about the Day of Atonement, he says this is a perpetual statute for you for all of your generations. So we have this idea in the Old Testament that the law is not temporary. The law is forever. So when I get to the New Testament, and the New Testament is saying, well, actually, we're going to do away with this law business. To me, this is heretical. Like, these are people who clearly haven't read the Hebrew Bible.
Well, I wouldn't say that. What would you make you say that they get rid of the law of Moses, per se?
Well, if you're going to get rid of the dietary laws and you're going to get rid of the ceremonial laws, then the only thing you're left with are the supposed moral prescriptions. You're basically saying that you should get rid of 2/3 of the law code.
Well, from what I understand in Deuteronomy, I think, therefore, love the Lord your God and keep his charge, his statutes, his rules, and his commandments always. So from my perspective, from what I'm reading of this text, he's saying like keep the commandments of God. So like essentially being the moral laws of God. From what I'm reading the text, I could be completely missing your point that you're giving me here, but from what I understand, I don't. From my perspective, I don't see how this is throwing out the laws. If anything, is rather just Sorry.
No,
I'm not the best speaker. Apologies.
That's what I'm saying is Deuteronomy 12 is saying the opposite of what the New Testament says, right? Deuteronomy 12 says these are the statutes and ordinances. When he's saying these, he's referring to all of the statutes and ordinances that he's giving in Deuteronomy, because Deuteronomy, all the laws were given in one speech. So he's at the foot of the mountain, and the Israelites are about to enter into the promised land or start embarking on the entrance of the promised land, and he gives them all of these commandments to follow, right? So when we get to 12, when he says these are the statutes and ordinances that you must diligently observe, he's saying like all of these things, all of the laws that I'm about to tell you in Deuteronomy, these are the laws that you're supposed to observe, and you're going to do them all the days that you live on the earth.
Yeah. Oh,
right.
Makes sense.
And if you go just a little bit further in the same chapter, go to 12:28. He says, "Be careful to obey all of these words I am commanding you today, so that it may go well with you and with your children after you forever, because you will be doing what is good and right in the sight of the Lord your God." So what I'm finding in Deuteronomy is this idea that you need to follow this law code forever. This is an unchanging law code. This is an objectively good law code, and if you follow this law code, you'll be doing what is good and what is right, which is why we find in Matthew 5:17 where Jesus says the same thing. Jesus says that whoever teaches others to not follow the law would be called least in the kingdom of heaven, and whoever does the law and teaches others to follow the law will be called great in the kingdom of heaven. So following the law of Moses according to the Old Testament and according to Jesus is in fact a good thing. The tension that you get is later authors, like the author of Luke and Acts, the author of Mark, all of Pauline literature. They have a problem with the law. They contradict Jesus. They contradict Moses. And so for me, when I'm having this discussion about, well, should we follow this law? Should we not follow this law? To me, I'm just saying, I'm looking at what I can only conclude is a giant contradiction.
Giant contradiction. That's fair. I mean, from I guess you're saying like, oh yeah, these the cultural laws would be lumped in with the moral laws because it's all one speech in Deuteronomy. I see what you're saying now, actually, with verse 12, with chapter 12. Yeah. No, that makes sense. I mean, I guess my only point to that would be like I would again argue like I from my perspective, again, this is I guess going as subjective morality, that these specifically would be for the Jewish people, the Israelites, and this would be like a covenant that God has set out for them and how to live, especially telling them, his chosen people, how to live essentially throughout. And I guess later on, if you want to get into this, Christianity is a very Jewish religion that was later spread to the Gentiles, and essentially from in the book of Romans, I believe it describes the Gentiles being grafted on to the tree of the Jewish people, essentially for God. So the Gentiles are basically being put on to the traditions of and the moral code of the Jewish faith, fulfilled through Jesus. So yeah, that's all I got for that. I'm not a biblical scholar by any means, so I don't really have a good answer for you there, to be completely honest. Other than that.
Yeah, it's a tough one because we definitely have a tension where you brought up the fact that, okay, well, maybe these laws are only permanent for the Jewish people, not for the non-Jews. But this does kind of create some problems for us, right? Because if we're grafted in, and if the optimal thing, like if the objective moral thing is to follow these laws that God gave, then even if they weren't for us, it would be objectively better for us to follow them, would it not? Because otherwise, what do we have?
No, that's a good point. I believe. See, this is why I probably should read more the Bible, to be honest with you. I believe there's some writings on Paul that talk about this specifically with some of the things that are unnecessary, specifically with Jewish tradition, specifically with circumcision and eating pork and shellfish. Yeah, I don't know the verses off the top of my head to actually defend that point entirely.
Yeah.
So.
Well, with the circumcision too, this is the funny thing is Paul is really gung-ho about this circumcision nonsense, but like in Ezekiel 44, when God is giving the vision for the New Jerusalem, that the supposed New Jerusalem that we hear about in the book of Revelation, it includes the foreigners coming to worship with the Israelites, so they're going to join together. And he says that all of the foreigners are circumcised. Of all the foreigners, the only people who are going to be allowed in are going to be those who have received the circumcision of the flesh and the heart. Let me grab it real quick for you. So in the Old Testament, this idea, like when the Israelites and when the Gentiles are grafted in, it's going to include circumcision, right? So it says, in admitting foreigners, uncircumcised in heart and flesh, to be in my sanctuary, profaning my temple, when you offer me my food, the fat and the blood, you have broken my covenant with all your abominations. You have not kept charge of my sacred offerings, but you have appointed foreigners to act for you in keeping my charge. So this is part of Ezekiel. He's giving you a rundown of the past, which tells you, is informing why he's telling you about the future. Thus saith the Lord, no foreigner, uncircumcised in heart or flesh of all the foreigners who are among the people of Israel shall enter my sanctuary. But the Levites who went far from me, going astray from me after their idols, blah, 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 so on and so forth. So he's saying in Ezekiel that when the foreigners are joining the Israelites, you're going to be circumcised in the heart and in the flesh, which is something that Jeremiah talks about, and is something that even Paul talks about the circumcision of the heart as opposed to the circumcision of the flesh. But according to Ezekiel, when that happens, when you get that circumcision of the heart, it's going to include a circumcision of the flesh.
That's a good point as well. I believe it talks about mainly, as well as in Psalms, that there is a lot of points that basically that God wants his people's hearts. That's the most important aspect. He doesn't really care for offerings. He cares for basically his followers' hearts. He wants to have our hearts, basically, for us to love him and to be loved, essentially.
Right.
So that would explain, like, the circumcision of the heart would basically being, following God, I guess. For circumcision of the flesh, I'm not exactly familiar with that story either. So again, I apologize, but from what I understand of that story, I think that goes into, like, basically living out that. From what I understand, that might not be a very good explanation. So
the circumcision of the flesh is typically referring to
would be like physical circumcision.
Getting the snip. But let me tell you, I don't want to keep you too much longer. Let me tell you, I would say the best reason I can come up with as to why the Christian God isn't real, and why Jesus is not the Messiah. So to me, the moral argument is an interesting argument, but to me, I don't really know if it moves the needle all that much. I don't really find it to be all that exciting. But I do want you to read a passage with me real quick. Let's go to Jeremiah 31, and we're going to go to 15 through 17. So I don't know if you've been through Jeremiah, but according to the timeline, Jeremiah 25, he's already predicted that the Israelites are going to go captive for 70 years. That's Jeremiah 25. They're going to go captive for 70 years, and then they're going to come back. So the Babylonians are going to come on, they're going to whoop a little bit of ass, and then they're going to be back from that. Jeremiah 31, the chapter is pretty much dedicated to comforting those who are mourning over their lost children to the captivity, so on and so forth, and talks about their coming back from captivity. But in verse 15, there's something very interesting. It says, "Thus saith the Lord, a voice is heard in Ramah, lamentation and bitter weeping. Rachel is weeping for her children. She refuses to be comforted for her children, because they are no more. Thus saith the Lord, keep your voice from weeping and your eyes from tears, for there is a reward for your work, says the Lord. They shall come back from the land of the enemy. There is hope for your future, says the Lord. Your children shall come back to their own country." So on face value, what would you say that passage is about?
It's hope, essentially saying that the people will return basically to their homeland.
Exactly. The same thing Jeremiah already said on a couple different occasions. He says it also in 23 and also in verse 30, actually, chapter 30. Now, the problem I have is I think the interpretation of Jeremiah 31, 15 through 17 is easy and obvious. I don't think you need a degree in biblical studies to know what Jeremiah is talking about. But if you go to Matthew, this verse pops up again. Go to Matthew 2. Go down to, I think, 17 through 19. This is when Herod had all the babies killed. It says, "Then what had been spoken through the prophet Jeremiah was fulfilled. A voice was heard in Ramah, wailing in loud lamentation, Rachel weeping for her children. She refused to be consoled because they are no more." So according to Matthew, when Jesus was born, and all the babies were killed. Herod was fulfilling a prophecy in Jeremiah 31. But really, Matthew's just making stuff up. The prophecy in Jeremiah 31 had nothing to do with a bunch of babies in Bethlehem being killed during the coming of the Messiah, was completely unrelated to the Messiah at all. So, like, I don't know what Matthew is smoking, but I'm not, I'm not buying the story he's selling.
Yeah.
And
Okay.
the unfortunate thing is all of the prophecies in the Gospels about Jesus, they read just like this. They're random, out of context quotations from the Old Testament.
Well, I believe the one good prophecy I would argue counter would be, I think it's Isaiah 53, where it talks about them being crushed for iniquities. It goes into great detail about the suffering that Jesus went through during his crucifixion.
So Isaiah 53 is actually a pretty good example.
I think it's Isaiah 53.
No, you nailed it. It's Isaiah 53. I think Isaiah 53 is a good example of another passage that is out of context. Now, I think of the prophecies about Jesus, Isaiah 53 is probably the most convincing of them, but I don't think they're convincing to anyone who's read all of Isaiah. So in Isaiah, I'm going to show you some passages real quick. The prophet actually tells you who the servant is. You just have to kind of read it carefully. Don't read 53 in isolation. Go to Isaiah 41, 8 through 9 for me. While he's flipping, John Lyle, thank you so much for the $100 on PayPal. Big W, John. I appreciate that, friend. And Fen, thank you for the galaxy. Big W, Fen. Bertram's in the house, too. Good to see you, Bertram. Thank you for the gifts. So in Isaiah 41, 8 through 9, he says, "But you, Israel, my servant, and Jacob, whom I have chosen, the offspring of Abraham, my friend, you who I took from the ends of the earth and called from its furthest corners, saying to you, you are my servant. I have chosen you and not cast you off." Then again in Isaiah 43:10, he says, "You are my witnesses, says the Lord, and my servant whom I have chosen." And then he says something similar in 44, verse 1 and 2. "Hear now, O Jacob, my servant, and Israel whom I have chosen." Then 44:21, "Remember these things, O Jacob and Israel, for you are my servant. I formed you. You are my servant, O Israel. Do not forget me." And he says this a couple different times throughout the passages, but my favorite is 48:20, where we get to the crescendo of 2nd Isaiah. And he says, "Go out from Babylon, flee from Chaldea, declare this with a shout of joy and proclaim it, send it forth to the ends of the earth, and say that the Lord has redeemed his servant Jacob." Which is kind of the whole arc of 2nd Isaiah. The whole arc of 2nd Isaiah is that God is freeing his people from the Babylonian captivity, his people being the servant.
Right.
Right. So, but let's imagine for a second. Let me be as charitable as possible and say, well, shit, it's possible if you read Isaiah 53 kind of out of its context, you can see why it could be sounding a lot like Jesus. But, like, to me, that doesn't fix any of the problems. It doesn't fix the problem that every other prophecy we have about Jesus from the New Testament is an out-of-context quotation, every single one of them.
I mean, again, I'm not a perfectly biblical scholar. I have to look into each one and see what they say.
Yeah. I would encourage you to do that. 'Cause I'll give you some background. I mean, I don't know how old you are. You look maybe about 20. I was about 21, almost 21. I guess I was about 21 when I started to look at these. 22 now I'm thinking about it. But anyways, I was a young man about to go into Bible college when one of my friends who already finished Bible college was like, "Hey, Justin, we were talking about the prophecies," and she's like, "I don't think he fulfilled those prophecies the way you think he fulfilled those prophecies." And I was like, "Okay, sure." And she's like, "But just go back and read them, and go read them in the original context and see what they say without the New Testament telling you what they say." So I did. I went back to the Gospels, and every time the Gospel author said that a prophecy was fulfilled, I went back and I read like a couple chapters before, a couple chapters after to catch the context to see what was happening. And it turned out she was right. The prophecies about Jesus, all of them are out of context quotations. Not a single one of them is a direct fulfillment. And this is to me, this is the biggest problem with the Jesus being the Messiah, is that in order to make him the Messiah, you basically just have to take verses and rip them out of the context and say, well, it sounds like something that happened during Jesus' lifetime. We're just going to call it a prophecy. Half of them actually aren't even prophecies. Half of them are random quotations from the Psalms.
So I guess,
yeah, I would encourage you to do the same thing I did when I was your age. Don't take my word for it. I'm just an asshole on the internet. Go to Matthew and then go to John. There's only about 30 prophecies. Read each one of them. Wherever it references the Old Testament, go back in your reference Bible, read the Old Testament in context, and then come back in a couple weeks and tell me what you found out.
All right. That's fair. Well, thank you for having me on. I'm sorry if I've been stumbling through these arguments. In either case, I will be praying for you, whether you like it or not, I guess. But I will be going back, and hopefully I can get some more context and we can spar again, perhaps.
All right. Well, Michael, you were delightful to talk to, so definitely come back, and we appreciate your candor. So big W on that, and we'll see you again soon.
Thank you.
Cheers. Big dub for Michael for being kind and polite. Holy shit, we don't see that too often. Usually by about the 15-minute mark, people are getting a little hostile. So definitely that. Of course, obviously he's going to say he's praying for me because, facts be damned. But what are you going to do? This is the way things work. Sean, let me grab a couple of super chats. Guys, sorry about the long conversation. I know that they tend to back up the super chats. Sean says, you know how I can prove you wrong? I can't. Fair enough, Sean. If I could prove me wrong, I would have done it already. A lot of people are under this mistaken idea that like I want to be an atheist. Nobody wants to be an atheist. It just kind of happens. And also, D-Bone coming in again. Thank you, D-Bone, for the $10 super chat. Says, if aliens are proven to be real, do you think the Abrahamic religions could continue? Outside of dismissing them as demons, I don't know how they could square that with their religion. So this is a great question. I've asked this question before on live streams to actual Christians because I agree with your viewpoint. Let's imagine for 1 second that we legitimately discovered aliens. And we were like, shit, they're real. They exist, right? If that actually happened, it causes big problems for the biblical God, because the big problem are the biblical God, the whole narrative is that like we're the only ones, we're his special creation. Then we get this idea that no, there's actually a bunch of planets full of individuals that are apparently unrelated to us. I think it would cause a lot of problems. And then this other problem is like this idea of heaven. Most people are unaware that like the heaven that the Bible is talking about is a renewed heaven and earth. It's not a celestial kingdom far away. It's this earth, and this sky over the earth is getting renewed and remade, and it's going to be perfect. So if that's the case, if that's heaven, then we would have to conclude that the aliens don't get to participate, which is kind of crazy. And if the aliens don't get to participate, are we assuming that they get their own heaven? And is their Earth, the planet they're living on, is that as much of a hellhole as this one? There's so many questions. I don't know if the Christians are ready for them. Liam, thank you for the super chat. Liam says, "Hey Justin, any thoughts on Talpiot tomb? I don't even know what that is. Shit, now I'm learning something. Now I got to look that up. Talpiot tomb. Let's see what's it. So it was discovered in 1980 in Jerusalem. It contains ossuaries. Oh yeah, it contains the ossuary with the inscription of Yeshua bar Yosef. Okay, so I guess what you're probably asking me is whether or not this is legitimate. And I've heard opinions. Excuse me. I've heard opinions on whether or not the Yeshua, son of Joseph ossuary, could be legitimate. I've not seen a good argument for it being legitimate. That being said, I haven't delved into this issue since I was in seminary. Has it been that long? When was it discovered? Yeah, 1994. Was it? Yeah, documented. Yeah, okay. So here's what I can tell you, just based on memory and not based on like hard facts. My memory serves me that it's dubious. The inscription is dubious, even if the ossuary is ancient. That being said, I don't want to tell you a whole bunch about the Talpiot tomb and be wrong, because I've mostly forgotten everything I read about it because it's been too long and it hasn't come up in conversation. That being said, my takeaway from the Talpiot tomb was that it's roughly akin to the Shroud of Turin. It's a forgery. I could be wrong. I appreciate the super chat, because now I need to go back and reread my resources and check it out. I used to be really into archaeological artifacts. And then when I deconverted, I kind of, I kept reading them as they related to the Old Testament, but not the New Testament. I haven't really kept up on the study of archaeology of the New Testament because it doesn't matter to me. Like it doesn't, there's not a single thing you could discover about the New Testament that would make it true. Because let's imagine for half a second that we discovered an ossuary that belonged to Jesus or a member of his family, because we have one of those too. It would mean nothing to me. It's completely meaningless. It still wouldn't mean that Jesus is a Messiah. It still wouldn't mean that he rose from the dead. Shit, it might be proof that he didn't rise from the dead. If we have an ossuary dedicated to Jesus, it means he was actually buried in an ossuary, and eventually the bones just got taken. But yeah, it's an interesting question. I appreciate that. Sorry I couldn't give you a more in-depth answer. It's been too long since I got to look at that particular topic. Sorry, I just read that one. Apologize. Let me grab the next one. I've got a bunch of them that backed up, so I apologize. I'm going to take a few minutes and read through some of these super chats. Solar, again, with the super chat, thank you so much, says, besides other spiritual traditions at the time, Christianity was heavily inspired by Platonism. I don't know why Christians think that morals don't exist until Christ spawned into the world, Lamau. Yeah, so this is the weird thing. I agree with you. If you didn't have Greek philosophy, you would not have Christianity. If you didn't have the writings of Philo, which is dependent on Greek philosophy, you would not have Christianity. You cannot get to Christianity without Greco-Roman philosophy and religious traditions. So I agree with you. The weird thing is, like, even if you think that like the morals come from the biblical God prior to Jesus, like they existed outside of the Bible for centuries, a millennia, even more, right? These timeless ideas that like, hey, don't steal from me and I won't steal from you. Don't murder me, I won't murder you. You don't need a Bible for any of that. That's just all out there in culture. Phil Fun, good to see you tonight, says, thank you for free deconversion therapy. Cheers. Well, thank you for supporting the stream. I appreciate that. And helping Mega Destruct, I appreciate the name. I think I read it in my mind understood it better tonight. Thank you for the super chat. Says, can you ask up Adrian Soto, who is gaslighting by telling us all tag is 100% proof we are all too dumb to understand it? He won't. We know. Yeah, well, I don't know who Adrian is. I don't see an Adrian in the guest box. I don't know if there's yapping in the comments claiming they're in my guest box, but they're not. So I don't have an Adrian in the guest box. There's another Justin. There's a Cody. There's a Tay. There's a Rockin' River. There's a Peyton. I've got a few people, but there's no Adrian. Sorry. So Adrian's lying. I'm not surprised. All precept apologists are liars. Jim Nasty, thank you for the super chat. Says Michael is a white supremacist and is probably celebrating Adriana Smith being kept alive solely as a human incubator. That Christian morality. I don't know if he's a white supremacist. We didn't really get to that, but if he's supporting like the right wing political machine, he's at least complacent with white supremacy, is what I would say. This is one reason. Like my mother's a lifelong Republican. Literally, just in the last election, finally converted to her registration to Democrat because she's like, "Fuck it, this is crazy. I can't believe what's happened to the right wing. This is not the right wing I knew as a young person. They're full of hate and bigotry, and they have no idea how government works." Bryce again with a $9.99 super chat. Thank you, Bryce. I appreciate that. It says the Bible says women aren't equal to men. Homosexuals should be unalived, and it's okay to own slaves. Good people don't get our morals from the Bible. Nobody does. More abortions than God. Actually, so this is such a good point because there's like a general idea that like abortions are bad, and we didn't really get around to talking about it. Maybe shame on me for not bringing it up. I should have brought it up. But like the God of the Bible is not against abortion. Usually when we get on the abortion topic, I bring up Numbers chapter 5. I just didn't really get around to it. But you're right. The God of the Bible doesn't give a shit about abortion. He's totally okay with killing babies in the womb and outside of the womb. No one's killed more babies than the God of the book. Nobody. He's got the all-time record. Evan, thank you for the super chat. Evan says, caller, increase in women's health care equals declining society. Yeah, that's the point I was making. I know because I think that a book I've read says so, Christian Logic 101. You did nail it. That's basically what he was saying. At least he was nice when he was saying it. But that's the problem with Christianity is, you know, very nice people can be committed to insanely horrific viewpoints. Evan says, hey, FF, women don't get pregnant on their own. Yeah, they don't. They don't. As it turns out, it takes two parties, at least for our species as it currently stands. And Phil Fun, thank you again for the super chat. It says, baby paste aside, I wanted to go to baby paste with him, but I wanted to stick with biblical arguments because I think reading the Bible for him will be the most eye-opening. But we're hitting baby paste tonight. It says, baby paste aside, if God commands a Christian to have an abortion, is it okay to do it then? Holy shit, Phil. Phil, that's a good question. I've never asked a guest that. I've never asked that to a guest. But if you're a Christian, the answer has to be yes. You have to side with divine command theory. You have to. That's just the only way. Obviously, you know what they would say. Well, God would never ask me to do that. But that's irrelevant. It's a logical question, not a could-be question. I'm going to ask somebody that tonight if I get the chance to. I appreciate that. That's a really good idea, actually. Just a ranter, thank you for the $10 super chat, and I feel like maybe a rant's coming. Says, I'm sorry, Christians whining about moral degradation while widely supporting an adulterer, criminal, liar that has probably paid for an abortion is just a definition of hypocrisy. Yeah, you pretty much nailed it, right? Like, I know how they get around it. Like, I know the gymnastics they do. They'll say, well, he's not good, but the Republican Party is promoting the good thing, right? So they're saying don't look at the one person, look at, you know, the party as a whole, which is to me a nonsensical view. That's how they're going to frame it. But such a good point. Like if you're a real Christian, you care about Christian morals, you should hate Trump. You should hate him with every fiber of your being. And if I was a Christian, I would too. I'd hate that guy. And Bernie, I appreciate the $10 super chat. It says, I'm from a state called Holy Spirit in Brazil. Oh, I did not know that was a real thing. It says, it went about as well as you expect. Fascist stronghold in the 30s in every hard right Christian movement sense. There's definitely a power in the name. Yeah, there's definitely authoritarian power in the name. And again, that's the problem. Whenever you set up a Christian society, that Christian society is going to be prone to authoritarianism because that's what you get religion. Religion is authoritarianism. No way around it. Bryce, again, thank you so much, Bryce. I appreciate all the super chats. Says morality is irrelevant in Christianity. Salvation by faith, condemnation by lack of faith. No one is good, so why are they appealing to morality? That's a good point. I mean, so basically, I mean, the idea in Christianity is that there's no justice, right? You can commit any horrific sin you want, and then on your deathbed, repent, and then there's no justice. So Christians might claim that they have morality, but they certainly don't have justice. There's no justice in Christianity. And Solar, again with a super chat, says, wait, follow the laws for all the days you live on the earth. Time to go live on the moon. Outplayed Yahweh. That's such a good point, because this is one of those verses, like when they dissect it, Christians will get hyper literal with the words. They'll be say it's hyper literal. It's just for those Jews at that time. But like, if that's the case, then like theoretically they're not objective, right? If they're only objective to those people at that time, and if we took a Jew and just put them on the moon, then shit, we just found a loophole, right? I mean, that's the problem when you give these fuzzy objective moral arguments. The Hum 43, thank you for the super chat, says, looking at the horizontal live for my phone, any updates? So I live streamed horizontal from my home where I have good internet and a good computer. I'm on the road right now traveling for work, so I don't know if my computer can keep up with a horizontal live. I finally found a hotel with an Ethernet connection, not a Wi-Fi connection. I mean, obviously it has Wi-Fi, but I have a fucking Ethernet connection right now. So I'm testing this live stream. If everything stays smooth the entire live stream, then I'm probably going to do my next live stream dual. Now, I'm only doing 24 frames per second. I probably could upgrade it to 30 now that I'm on an Ethernet connection. But anyways, I'll go ahead and on my next live stream tomorrow, I'll do a dual live stream at 30 frames per second. We'll just see how it looks. If it's good, then I think we're good to go dual live streaming, at least with this particular hotel. Shelly Belly, thank you for the super chat. It says, question for you, Justin. Did Jesus come for the lost sheep of Israel, but also for the Gentiles? So confused. Yes. So just like the mission of Paul, it was to the Jew first, then to the Gentile. That's why you get parables like the parable of the wicked tenants, or the parable of the banquet, or the parable of the wedding, where the goal of the parable is to demonstrate that the original people that God chose, they abrogated their duty. And because they abrogated their duty, God is now accepting all people, right? Read the parable of the wicked tenants. Read the parable of the banquet. Read the parable of the wedding feast. What you'll discover is that Jesus initially came to get the lost sheep of Israel, and because they rejected him, now he's taking anybody and everyone who will do the will of the Father. Cameron, thank you so much. Says, I just discovered something new. Dining at an Italian bar and listening to Justin lives is entertaining. Oh shit! Listen, Cameron, if you're surrounded in a bar by a bunch of Catholics and you're live streaming me, there's going to be some people that are getting hot under the collar. I'm all here for it. Thank you, though, Cameron. And D-Bone, thank you again for the super chat. Says, have you ever read Creating Christ by or Caesar's Messiah? So I watched the Caesar's Messiah documentary. I haven't read Creating Christ. Says, what are your thoughts on the Roman providence theory? I find it compelling. So here's the problem. I saw the Caesar's Messiah documentary, and I didn't write notes on it, but as I was watching it, there was a lot of stuff that they just got wrong, which is fine because Atwell's not a scholar in this field of study. I would expect that he's going to get some shit wrong. So like there's a lot of stuff that was just wrong, like historically speaking, in there. So that being said, I don't have a high view of Caesar's Messiah, but certainly I think I agree with the mythicist position that like most of what we have about Jesus in the Gospels is clearly mythology. That's not to say that that Jesus is myth. I think there was probably a person named Jesus. It's just that what we know about him is mythologized, right? But Larry, thank you for sending out 5 Deconstruction Zone memberships. I appreciate that. And Jack, thank you so much for the $10 super chat. It says, looking for the "this is not going to go well for you" t-shirt. Sorry, I haven't done that yet. We got to get on the merch. It says also, maybe please pray for us and we will think for you slogan. You're a savage, Justin. I appreciate that, Jack. I haven't said this is not going to go well for you in a while. Maybe a little bit overdue for that. That got really good playtime on the AXP show. I think that video is up to like 140,000 now. That was a good one. And Santa Bar, good to see you tonight. Thank you so much for the $10 super chat. It says James Blish wrote a sci-fi novel called A Case of Conscience, about a Jesuit who investigates an alien race that has no religion, yet has a perfect innate sense of morality. Interesting. I don't read sci-fi. I really don't even read fiction except for the Bible, but I'd be willing to read that. That sounds really interesting. Chime in if you guys have read this. Let me know your thoughts, because now I want to read it. And Rory's with us tonight. Good to see you, Rory. Thank you for the super chat. It says, praise Doug for the rock abides and smells. The theist Justin is cooking. Don't panic and keep a towel close. Everything is from Stardust, which means you. Big W. Thank you so much, Rory. And you're right. We are cooking tonight. We've got some guests waiting to come in. I'm almost through with the super chats. Thanks for being patient with me, friends. And Adele, Big W, good to see you. Thank you for the super chat. It says, happy Saturday, here for women's health care, LOL. Yeah, it's crazy to me that more people don't view women's health care in the same light that us atheists do, but we're doing what we can. And Rory says, all the atrocities are fascist governments. Oh, theocracies, yes. I agree. All of the theocracies that have developed that I can think of have turned fascist. I don't think there's a way around that. I think that's just how things are going to be. And him, thank you again, says stream horizontal so I can listen on YouTube Premium. I thought you could do that on YouTube vertical too. All right. Anyways, tomorrow night we'll stream vertical and horizontal. We'll see what happens. If not, I'll stream at least horizontal. And Space Wizards says something that I can only partially read. I can read the second half. Says Stephen Hawking isn't the mind awesome. I think the first word is intelligence. Intelligence is the ability to adapt to change. Oh shit. Stephen Hawking is the mind awesome. I've never read that line before, but I mean, it's fantastic, isn't it? The human brain is a marvelous pattern-seeking machine. It really is. All right, let me get our next guest in here. The next guest in line that's been waiting is Rockin' River. How you doing, Rockin'?
Doing all right. This is my first time on this setup. Is the audio all right?
I think the audio is working, yeah.
All right, that's glad to hear. I've new to your channel. I've been binging it for the past 3 weeks, and I finally caught up to the live shows.
Well, thanks for watching.
I did have a quick question that I sparked off one of your earlier sessions. I'd like your thoughts on the matter regarding the story of Adam and Eve.
So I think there's kind of two problems with Adam and Eve. One is that
there's more than two, I'll tell you that.
Yeah, I mean, for me, the biggest issue is that it's written as though it is mythology. Mm-hmm. If you read mythology of the ancient Near East, it matches all the hallmarks. That being said, scholars have tended to side with the idea that it's theological and not history. That's the current idea. Scholarship is grappling with this idea that it can't contradict science. Therefore, it's not mythology, or it's not history. It's mythology. It's a theological work. Mm-hmm. The issue is that according to the New Testament, it's all true. In fact, that's the theology of the New Testament needs it to be true, because without the fall of Adam, you don't get the curse, you don't get the reversing of the curse. This whole theological framework is built around Adam and Eve being legitimate people, like Romans chapter 5. If Adam and Eve didn't really exist. Romans chapter 5 is stupid, right? So to me, I think those are like the real issues with the Adam and Eve narrative, but I'm sure you've got a bunch.
There was one thing that stuck in my mind, and I could not find an accurate answer, and I thought someone like you might be able to help me out with, is that, so in the beginning, Adam and Eve were doing their thing, just walking around, and then they ate the apple, and suddenly they had the knowledge of good and evil, right and wrong. Correct so far?
Mm-hmm.
And then they realized that they were naked, and they saw their nakedness and realized that it was wrong. Mm-hmm. So does that mean that before eating the apple, it was still wrong to be naked?
I love this question. I asked this question to a caller. It's been a year now, at least a year. My reading of the text is the same as yours. If God created them without clothing to go naked, and it seems like that's what he did on purpose. And remember, it says they were naked and not ashamed, meaning they just didn't know they should be ashamed.
And then no one ever told them.
No one told them. And remember when they were found out, they did even after they did the fig leaves, when God came down and talked to them, he killed an animal and made animal skin clothing for them.
Right.
Which means
the only reason you should know that it's bad to be naked is if you ate my fruit.
Right. So the question we have to ask ourselves is, if it is indeed shameful or bad or less optimal to be naked, then you can't also claim that God's original plan was for Adam and Eve to not sin. Because then you're saying Adam and Eve, the original condition that God created them in is a condition of being in sin because they're fucking naked, right? So God created them in a condition of sin, made them unaware that they're actually sinning. And then once they became aware that they were sinning, God punished them for the sin that they committed, even though now the problem is, like, theoretically you can say, well, he shouldn't have punished them for being naked because they didn't know they were naked. But if that's the case, he shouldn't have punished them for eating the fruit because they didn't know that disobedience was wrong yet. They didn't have knowledge of good and evil. So like the whole story, nothing in the story makes sense.
Yeah, because like the only argument I was able to kind of see on the other side of it was like, oh, their innocence like a small child means that they're not liable for it. But once they gained the understanding of it, they were, and we're back to the initial premise.
So to me, that the original intention of the story was to do that. Okay, so this is the problem, is like, I think the original story of the fall of mankind was written probably during the Babylonian period, and it was a polemic against some of the Babylonian ideas, but it was also borrowing from Babylonian ideas. And one of the things that it borrowed from was that at some point, humans had to be awoken to sexual things. Like, it's not necessarily something that you know about until a certain time period. And dealing with the first humans, they had to figure this shit out. But like in the Epic of Gilgamesh, like they handle the sexual awakening. They liken it to like a mental maturity. So, for example, in Gilgamesh, Enkidu, the mate of the friend of Gilgamesh, right? We first see him in the story, and he's like Nebuchadnezzar out in the wilderness, like living like an animal. You know what I mean? Like eating,
just raw dog in the world.
Just raw dog in the world, right? And then a harlot from the city, and remember in Babylonian ideal, the city was the place where all the good shit was. The idea of city building came down from the heavens, right? So a harlot from the city finds Enkidu, and then they sleep together, and then their act of sleeping together essentially tames the wild beast. It was the sexual awakening and then the union between man and woman that civilized mankind. You know what I mean?
Oh, I'm a man now. I got to start doing taxes and putting pants on.
Right. So this idea in the ancient Near Eastern literature of like the civilization of humanity, the awakening of humanity, like they had to deal with it one way or another, and this was the way the biblical authors dealt with it. The awakening happened when they ate the fruit.
Okay, so I was like, I was feeling like really kind of lost there for a minute. Like, I can't be the only one that sees this. But I don't have the cash for a super chat, so I figured I'd wait and hear and ask you in person.
Yeah. Well, thank you so much for the question. It was a good question, and you're welcome back anytime.
No problem. Yeah, have yourself a good one.
Cheers.
Cheers.
That's a good question. I think so. The creation story is fun because it makes more sense when you're reading it as an ancient Near Eastern mythology. The minute you start taking it like super seriously, it doesn't make sense anymore. And that's the problem. The New Testament reads it quite literally. All right, let's get Tay in here. How you doing, Tay?
Hey, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you this time. Welcome back, Tay.
Awesome, man. What is up, King Deconstruction, bro? I've trying to get into your chat for a while.
Yeah, you were here one or two lives ago, and you were having some trouble with your audio, it seemed like, but it seems to be working now, so I think we're good to go.
Yes, sir.
So, Tay, are you at least 18, and are you a believer?
Yes, I am 18, and I am definitely a believer. I'm an esoteric Shintoist. I know the other day you were asking about this doll. It's really just like symbolic because I don't want to show my face. She is my oracle of Tsukuyomi, uh, the moon god.
So you've kind of got a custom-made religion?
No, not necessarily. It is definitely within tradition
Fair
of
enough.
usual practices.
Sure thing. Oh, hold on a second. My camera poo-pooed.
So I say this is only symbolic. So I had like an icon, if you will.
No, it's fine. Okay. So tell me more about your esoteric religion.
Well, look, fundamentally, it is primarily, when esotericism is used in the Eastern context, it usually just means ritual practice, right, in general. And usually involves, like I said uh, earlier, Tsukuyomi, but it could also be Amaterasu. That's the sun goddess, usually an important figure. So important, in fact, that when other religions started showing up in Japan and trying to integrate itself like Christianity, the Shintoists said, well, these gods also worship Amaterasu. And Amaterasu is just the sun, like literally the sun, right? The
Sure.
personification of the sun, but like
So,
literally the sun itself in the natural context.
fair enough.
So
Okay, so I think that's enough for now. Let me ask some basic preliminary questions then, which is, what would be a compelling argument or a convincing piece of evidence that this particular religion has merit?
in what context?
Well, any context,
Just like any first off, um, super contemplative, um, and it doesn't necessarily have to reflect any sort of gods or goddesses. Just as long as you're starting to reflect with nature and starting to um, really be more mindful of what the nature of nature is, like getting back to the foundations of like how these things operate. Just really
right,
contemplating on that.
right. No.
And
But why would someone think that it's true?
well, I mean, the sun is there. The sun is actually existing. Um, these personifications just exist as a means to give it a different name. And when you start to do ritual, like in terms of ritual practice and actually practicing, you're not necessarily believing these things. You want to build a physical connection with nature, and you do that through ritual, right? Whether that's altered states of consciousness, whether it's deep meditative practices,
How far
and that
away do you
sort of
think the
thing.
sun is?
Uh, I could look it up. I'm sure there are NASA scientists that know.
Well, you're not a flat earther, are you?
Absolutely not. No, no, no. I read plenty of Greek as well.
Okay, perfect. Okay,
So
so
we understand that the world has been a sphere. In fact, the Greeks said that Atlas was a sphere maker, so they knew that it was a sphere, and that Atlas is holding a sphere. So yeah, we
but
knew this.
why would I believe that the sun is a sentient entity as opposed to a giant ball of plasma?
Because we don't really understand the nature of consciousness itself. So you really can't, make those kind of claims.
Well, do you think that plasma is sentient?
I don't know. I don't know what sentience actually, you know, like we.
Do you think that
That's hard to define as well.
do you think that there is thinking and consciousness without like neurons and synapses?
Not necessarily. I believe that there might be consciousness without intellect. Demiurge, Asimov. Well, Asimov is like super fictional. I know that's Lovecraft, but I mean, you can have consciousness that has power without intelligence necessarily.
I'm not referring to intelligence. I'm just referring to the thing that allows us to have a sense of awareness about us, like our brain, right? So our brain
Okay.
is the thing that allows us to be conscious and sentient and
Sure.
aware, right? Now, we've never discovered any type of an awareness outside of like the actual matter, like the thing that makes up brains, right? We've never discovered that like lightning bolts are aware. So why would I think that plasma has intelligence?
Again, it doesn't. That's not, I'm not saying that anything has, or like what level of awareness. There are different levels of awareness.
Is the sun
Um,
alive?
Again, not okay in a biological sense, absolutely not, but in an energy sense, absolutely.
Does the sun think?
Again, no, not necessarily think. It exists. It is
So
there.
is the sun a deity? 'Cause, my understanding is that you said you worship the sun.
Yes. Well, yes. The sun is there.
So is the sun a god?
It is a god in the sense that we have inherited a tradition. Uh, then yes, because that is the foundation of life on Earth. So yes, but you're just extending this tradition.
But are gods
Justin,
sentient?
what I'm really getting at, Justin, is that you tend to be like reductionist when it comes to like theological positions.
I'm not reductionist. I'm
Is
trying
what
to
I
figure
mean.
out your actual position. Like you're saying that the sun is somehow worthy of worship. It's somehow a deity.
Yes.
But I feel like
Well,
you
a
and
life
I
bringer,
obviously
yes,
have
a
a different
deity.
idea of what a deity is. So, for example, in my concept, a deity would have sentience and could think and could act. Do you think that the sun has any of those characteristics?
Yes, it definitely acts. I'm not going to make the claim because we don't have the data that it is
Well,
aware, is similar to humans,
acting
but it
is
is
making
possibly
a
aware of
decision.
its environment.
Do you think that the sun
Well,
makes decisions?
truthfully, we don't know.
I think we
You
do.
know,
Yeah, I think we can be pretty sure that plasma is not sentient.
no. Well, yes, sentient, yes, like as in no intelligence.
Okay,
Again,
so
when it
there you
comes
go.
to awareness,
All right.
though, might
Well,
not
listen,
have
Taya,
awareness.
this is incredibly interesting to me, but if I had to guess, I would say this is incredibly boring to the guest because you kind of sound like a troll. You don't really sound serious.
Well, I am not a troll at all. I can
And
continue these
I
talking points. I
certainly,
also have notes from your previous
I
conversations with
certainly,
other people.
I certainly have met people who do believe in esoteric religions. I've never met anybody real who actually
Right.
does believe that the sun is a deity and things like that.
Right.
But
Okay. Justin, I understand that. Like,
okay, so we're gonna move on to a real adult. I don't think this is a real person. Anyways, Noah, thank you for the super chat. Noah says, "What if the fruit they ate was Adam's fruit, and that's why some people think oral pleasure is a sin?" Oh boy. I mean, it's a fair question, Noah. It's a fair question. What if? What if the mouthful that Eve got was a mouthful of banana? Bible didn't say banana; it said fruit. Last I checked, banana is still a fruit. Anyways, we've got Peyton with us. How you doing, Peyton?
Oh, hello.
Yeah, how you doing?
I'm doing good. How are you?
Doing good. Thank you for asking. Peyton, are you at least 18 and are you a believer?
Oh, shoot. No, I'm 16. I'm sorry.
Oh,
I only have one
sorry.
question, though.
I mean, unfortunately, we can't talk to children, but you're welcome to ask your question. I got to move on to the next guest.
You said I could ask.
Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, okay. So in one of your earlier calls, you had talked to someone who had obviously talking points that weren't theirs. I'm sure that occurs a lot, but you had gone to a state of where he was asking, well, the universe is made of matter or it's made of elements, and he says that what are those elements made of? And you said something like eternal. What do you mean by that?
Well, I'm saying the fundamental elements, like the particles that make up our universe, we have no reason to believe that they once didn't exist.
Okay.
But they always existed somewhere, somehow.
Okay. Thank you.
All right. Cheers. Good question, Peyton. All right, and we'll move on to next guest after Peyton, which looks like Cody. Welcome in, Cody.
Hi, how you doing?
Good. How you doing?
I'm doing good tonight.
Good to hear. Cody, are you at least 18 and are you a believer?
Yeah. Are you at least 18? Yes,
I lost
to both.
you. Okay, sure. And which God do you believe in?
The Christian God.
Okay. There's a little bit of background noise over there. I'm not sure what it's coming from. Are you listening to this through speakers?
Yeah, I have to use my computer for this. Is it sound like there's a rumbling or something?
No, it's just that when I speak and it comes out of your speakers, obviously it's going to feed back into your microphone. So maybe turn the speakers down.
Oh, crud. All right.
If you turn the speakers down, it should fix it.
All right, let's see if I can do that. All right. Is that doing it?
Let's see. I think we're okay. Oh, I can still, I can still hear me talking through your. So that's the problem with these setups is you can't have the speakers feeding right into the microphone.
All right.
Do you have a pair of earbuds or something?
I don't know. No. Actually, I'll tell you what. I'll try and join back on if I can through my iPhone and see if I can work with that.
Yeah, that'd probably be just fine.
So.
I'll let you jump right up into the queue, okay?
All right. I can get back on later. Just it'll probably take me a few minutes to figure this out. So.
Okay. Well, whenever you get back in the queue, I'll bring you up to the front of the line.
All right. Thank you.
All right. Cheers. That was unfortunate. You know, Cody's been waiting for a while. I hate that he waited all that time and then he had to get a different device. But I'm sure he'll be back and we'll put him right back into the discussion. We've got with us now, maybe, it doesn't show that they're connected. I've just tried to pull in a guest that doesn't have a name, and I don't think is actually here because when I click on them, nothing happens. I don't think they're actually in the guest box anymore. Let me cut that one and move on to the next guest. It doesn't even cut them when I cut them. All right, so anyways, we're going to get the next one in with us. Which looks like Mystic Z. Mystic, are you with us?
Yeah, good afternoon, good evening.
Yeah, how you doing, Mystic?
I'm doing all right. How are you?
Doing good. Thank you for asking. Mystic, are you at least 18 and do you believe in some kind of a god?
Yeah, I am, and I believe in Christianity.
Cool. What would be the most convincing evidence or argument for the Christian God being real?
So, um, one thing I wanted to ask you in regards to whether the Christian God is real or it's not, I did want to ask you this. Um, let's assume that it is real. Um, what do you think about what's currently going on overseas with the third temple and people mentioning the Antichrist?
I think it's meaningless to me. I don't think the third temple has anything to do with prophecy being fulfilled. I'd love for him to build a new temple. I'll go visit.
So do you think they're just role playing over there?
Yeah, I think the Jewish religion is a con, and that the God of the Jews doesn't exist. If I believed that God was real, I'd be a Jew.
Okay. Are you aware of who? Let me see. Let me make sure I say his name correctly.
So, let me ask you a question. What would be evidence that the Christian God is real?
Well, Revelation speaks about a mark that people will be forced to take to
Yeah,
buy or
Revelation
sell.
13.
Yeah, and
Tell me more about that. How does that prove Christianity true?
I mean, you don't think that's worrisome that people are mentioning that and then it's actually coming to fruition?
I don't think it has come to fruition. In fact, I think Revelation 13 is a failed prophecy about Nero.
I'm not familiar with Nero. I know that he's some sort of significant
He was a
figure who was
the first
described as an
emperor.
Antichrist.
He was the first emperor to really persecute the Christians, and he was rumored to have died and then was coming back to life and was going to persecute the Jews and the Christians even more. And the gematria that we find in there. So, for example, when we go to Revelation chapter 13, where this shows up, says, "This cause for wisdom. Let anyone with understanding calculate the number of the beast, for it is the number for a person. Its number is 666. Well, it just happens to be that Nero Kaiser in gematria comes out to 666. And the most interesting thing is that that's only in our Greek manuscripts, because that's a Greek spelling of the name Nero. In Greek, you have to add a nominal ending, which makes it Neron Kaiser. In Latin, his name is Nero Kaiser, which is what we call him. And interestingly enough, in our Latin manuscripts, it actually says 616 instead of 666. And when you do Hebrew gematria on the name Nero Kaiser, it comes out to 616. So it seems to me like the early authors of this book understood this prophecy to be about Nero, and then it just didn't come true.
I'm surprised you're a fan of gematria. Have you seen the results if you type in Jesus?
No, it depends on how you spell his name, because the name Jesus isn't the way it was spelled even in Greek. So I guess I'd ask you, which version of his name did you put in?
Is his quote unquote Greek name. Jesus.
Isu?
No, just like the Americanized Greek version slash mistranslation slash mistransliteration of
Well,
his
Greek.
original name.
Well, Greek doesn't have a J,
Mm-hmm.
right? So you can't. There's no J in Hebrew either, right? So you can't do Hebrew gematria on the name Jesus, because it's got letters that don't exist either in Greek or Hebrew.
What do you use for gematria? Do you use the gematria calculator?
No. There's two forms of gematria. You can just get a chart and download the most common.
Because I use the gematria calculator. That's what I use. I don't use the actual Hebrew to decipher. I know that's an option. I know that's an option. I see it here. There's simple gematria, English gematria. I see what you're talking about now.
So, yeah, there's a standard method where, for example, it starts at the beginning. Like Aleph is 1, Beit is 2, Gimel is 3, Dalet is 4, so on and so forth. And that's going to happen until you get to 10, right? And after 10, then you've got different numerical values. So, for example, the Kof is 20, Lamed 30, Mem 40, Nun 50, Samik 60, so on and so forth. And so the standard gematria method is the one I would have used. And the other question you probably need to ask yourself is whether or not you're going to do something with the vowels. The vowels typically don't have a numerical value, so you got to get rid of the vowels.
Okay.
Right. So I don't know. I don't know what number you came up with. I haven't done the gematria on the consonants of the Americanized Jesus name, but what about it is interesting?
It's 666 as well. And
Shit, he's
the
the
first name
Antichrist.
that comes up is Lucifer, actually.
Well, that can't be the case because the first letter of the name Yeshua, which would have been his name, the Yod is the equivalent of the Isu that we find equals 10.
Like, in my opinion, do you think people would normally go through such a trouble to change his name so much?
Well, they didn't go through the trouble. It's just a natural process, right? So, for example, when I was in Latin America, my name was not Justin. It was Justino.
Justino?
Yeah, they added the O, and they changed the pronunciation of the J, because the O is the appropriate masculine ending of the name. If my name was Justina, I would be a woman. If my name is Justino, I'll be a man. So, like, a lot of languages have like these endings or these ways of inflecting words that you just have to follow because it's part of grammar. That's it. So Jesus's name change between Hebrew and then the Greek and then to German and then ultimately to English, it just happens because there's different letters that don't line up, and then they have to follow different grammatical rules. That's all.
So I wanted to ask you, do you know who Yuval Noah is?
Nah.
No? He's a part of the World Economic Forum. And he's one of these people that are in the process of developing this digital ID, this chip that they want to introduce to people as
shit. It's been around since the 80s. What are they waiting for?
And I don't know about you, but he seems a little bit unhinged if you start listening to the crazy things that he says. Like, he wants us to eat bugs and that humanity are now hackable animals.
We've already had the ability to limit people's ability to buy and purchase since the invention of the credit card. You don't need a chip for that. It's also true that these chips are like, they can't possibly do what Revelation 13 wants them to do. Like, you can't you can just literally just remove them from your skin. They have to basically be just under your skin. So, like, legitimately you can just remove it, but like theoretically
that sounds demonic, bro.
You can do the same shit with a social security number.
So what would your impression be if this is the guy in charge of creating this chip, and he likes to boast saying that humans are hackable animals?
Yep.
And that it will be the end of free will and having a soul.
Oh, that's not true. Also, I have no idea he said that. I'm just taking your word for it. I find that to be dubious. Based on what I've heard from you so far, it sounds like you're like really into conspiracy theories and you probably believe a bunch of stuff that didn't happen.
I mean, you can Google it. I mean, He said it. It's
Where?
nothing about
When?
conspiracy
When did
theories.
he say it?
You can type it in right now.
When? I'm
Yuval
asking you.
Noah, and
You know what? When did it happen?
like 3 years ago.
Where?
What do you mean where? I'm not sure where he
Where was he
was,
when he
but
said it?
you can watch it. It's on YouTube. There's plenty of videos of him talking crazy like this.
Okay, cool. Don't care. Fuck, I'll get the chip tomorrow if they make it available to me.
Wow, that's kind of.
I'll get it in both
scary,
hands.
Bro.
Has nothing to do with Revelation 13. Not a damn thing. Completely unrelated. You've been tricked. You've been duped.
So you think he's also role playing?
Who?
Yuval? You think he's just role playing?
I have no idea what he has done or said, and I have no reason to believe that what you're saying he said.
Well, feel free to, keep an open mind and watch a couple of his videos.
The world is full of dumb people. I could care less what he thinks.
I mean, this is the... I don't know, bro. That just sounds weird. If someone says, yeah, you guys are hackable animals, and
we are.
This is the
Humans
end of a
are
free will
hackable.
and soul.
No, there's no end of the free will. You'll never end free will. What you think
that's
free
what
will
he's
is.
saying, but
like, realistically,
you're saying...
we have no free will. You have freedom of choice, theoretically, unless you're a determinist. But like, the chip has nothing to do. You can't control people with chips. So I mean, just a fast forward. I'm an electrical engineer. I work with chips. I've seen these fuckers. They can't control you. They have nothing to do with your brain at all. You can't do nothing. They're just passive radio frequency chips. They don't even have batteries.
I don't know, bro.
I do know. I'm an electrical engineer. These chips are useless. It's the same nonsense that you have in your credit card when you wave your credit card next to a reader. It's just a passive chip. The magnetic field or the electrical field, when it comes into contact with the actual chip, it excites it enough that it is able to emit a signal and transmit the data that is stored on it. That's it.
That sounds
it
like
can't control
something
anything.
a person controlled by chips would say.
Sorry. Listen, electrical theory isn't for everybody. It's okay if it's not for you. But passive RFID chips can't control nothing. They're just passive devices. All they do is they get excited when you put an electrical field near them. That's the really their job. Same thing like with a quartz crystal. We harnessed the power of crystals to make radios back in the day, because it turns out when you excite a crystal, it'll vibrate at particular frequencies. Same thing with RFID chips. When you introduce it into an electrical field, it'll do things. That's it. You can't control anybody with it.
Hey, I'm sorry. I'm sorry if you got the wrong impression. I don't know why. I mean, your chat usually does this. Whenever, I don't know, I guess they hear something or they see something they don't particularly agree with. They just assume people are trolls or something like that. But I was actually reading off a comment that you guys said. I'm not actually saying he's controlled by chips. I was literally just reading a comment. So I'm not like disrespecting him or trolling him.
No, I actually don't think you're a troll. I believed the same nonsense when I was about 17. My father introduced me to a popular speaker at the time in the late 90s who was going around giving speeches on how the microchip is the mark of the beast. And I had a literal cassette tape from one of his speeches, and I played it for my friends. Because if you don't know what the Bible is saying, and you don't know anything about electronics, it would be easy to think that Revelation 13 is talking about microchips. But it's the same nonsense. People said it with barcodes at one point in time. People literally thought, and this is why Hobby Lobby doesn't have barcodes. Hobby Lobby refuses to use barcodes because they think it was the mark of the beast. And so they thought that people would be branded or tattooed with a barcode. and then they would be limited in what they could buy or sell. There's been never-ending theories about what the supposed mark of the beast is, and the reality is the mark of the beast is important because it relates to the name of an individual, not so much to people's buying and purchasing power. The idea of the mark of the beast is that it's the antithesis to what the Jews were doing, where they would bind up the word of God on their forehead or on their back of their right hand, according to the guidelines given in Deuteronomy chapter 4. So this idea of the mark of the beast has nothing really to do with this futuristic idea that somebody is going to prohibit you from buying and selling. It's the idea that you're going to take on the worship of a false god, and you're going to be known and associated with that false god, and that false god is going to prohibit people who disagree with him from participating in commerce. And that false god has not emerged until we actually have a beast. The mark of the beast is irrelevant.
So another question for you, if you don't mind me asking, what do you think of Trump calling himself the Son of Man?
I've never
Or the
heard him
Christ.
say that, so I don't have an opinion on it. I have no idea if he's ever said that.
Did you see that he got crowned as the Messiah in Jerusalem about maybe like 3-4 years ago?
Nah, I'm sure that didn't happen.
You should check it out.
Nah,
Keep an open
I think
mind.
I think you fell down one too many conspiracy rabbit holes, my friend.
No, I just like to be in the know.
I don't think you should get on YouTube anymore. I don't think YouTube's good for you.
I never really heard of the term conspiracy theory until people say things that they might not agree with. So I'm kind of wondering, like, what does that mean to you? What do you mean conspiracy theorist?
A conspiracy theory is a theory that is embedded not in facts, but in unprovable conspiracies.
So, but you said unprovable. So if I show you a video where he literally got crowned the Messiah, is that no longer conspiracy theory, or like
Trump was never crowned the Messiah?
So if I drop the video though,
drop it,
then it is no longer conspiracy theory. That's what I'm trying to understand. Why
Trump
you're
has never been
theory,
crowned Messiah in Israel.
Okay. So, would you like me to show you?
Sure. Give me whatever AI video you got.
Okay.
Furiously Googling 4chan.
I don't use 4chan, but I heard they got taken down.
For obvious reasons.
Yeah, because it was like a cesspool, right, for just degeneracy or some shit.
Well, for racism, conspiracy theories, anti-Semitism, propaganda, the same kind of stuff that apparently you're consuming.
Wait, what do you mean? I don't get
conspiracy theories. You're the poster child for 4chan, my friend.
But being aware of, but what do you mean by anti-Semitism? That I don't understand. When did I ever say anything offensive?
I never said you were anti-Semitic.
But you said that I was consuming anti-Semitic bullcrap or something.
Didn't say that. I said you're the poster child for 4chan. You're the type of person that 4chaners are looking to confuse.
Okay. Well, I had dropped the video in your comments. It's on Rumble.
It's on Rumble? Another right-wing conspiracy site? Okay, I'm not surprised at all. What's the name of the video? I'll put it on the screen.
It's King of the Jews, Donald Trump giving crown of the Jerusalem.
See, if I Google Trump King of the Jews, where can I find? I don't see anything on YouTube. You said it only exists on Rumble?
I'm not sure if you'd find it on YouTube.
It's not on YouTube. Why do I think you found an AI video on Rumble?
Well, why do you just immediately jump to AI?
Because there is no way in hell that he went to Israel and then the Israel government crowned him king.
I mean, this was a while ago. He earned the...
NPR says, a video making rounds online depicts Trump as a Messiah-like figure. A new video casts Donald Trump as a Messiah-like figure. NPR's Steve Inskeep unpacks its meaning with Robert P. Jones, president and founder of Public Religion Research Institution. Have you read like an actual article about this video, or did you just watch the video?
I actually read about it a couple weeks before I saw the video myself.
Doubtful. It says the video comes from the Dilly meme team. Do you think that videos produced by meme teams are credible? The video comes... Goddamn NPR website. I know the government unfunded you and now you got to do ads, but come on. Video comes from the Dilly meme team, a group of video creators that support Donald Trump for president. It's called God Made Trump, and it played at some Trump campaign events. So we wanted to dig into its message, playing blah, 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 blah. And if you just look up the Dilly meme team, I'm sure they're a bunch of upstanding citizens, aren't they? This is a website. It's a meme video made by a meme team. You've been fooled. You're the target audience for these AI generated videos and these meme videos created by trolls. I don't know how to tell this to you, but my friend, you might be gullible. I don't think you should be on the internet.
I mean, I've watched the video, and
sure you did.
To claim it's AI, that's kind of strange, because at the time that this was released, we're not even at that level yet.
It was made by a bunch of people who don't do serious videos. They only make memes. This is not a real video. It was a creation.
So do you think the rabbis that are talking about him are lying too?
They're not. My opinion on the rabbis is that they don't exist. The ones you're referring to, they're just as fake as the video that you pulled up just now. What you're doing is you're trying to combine a handful of like dog shit evidences that aren't true, and the reality is somebody took you in. You got suckered. Yeah, I know it's hard to hear, but that's the truth. But listen, I don't think this video has anything to do with the topic of God anymore. Did you want to debate the existence of God, or did you want to do endless conspiracy theories?
I mean, at this point, you could probably take another guess.
Okay. Well, listen, man, I appreciate you coming up, but like seriously, things you see on the internet aren't real anymore. Just stop. Get off the internet. It's not good for you.
All right. Have a good night.
Cheers. Well, he took it well. I don't know how nice I was to him. He took it well. Okay. Let me grab some super chats and then we'll get right to our next guest. Solar says Tay gave weeb vibes. He probably just likes anime. No non-Japanese Shintoist is legit in my experience. Really embarrassing. Yeah, I'm with you. Actually, I think weeb is the right word for it. I can only assume he has a pullo with an anime character on it. I think they call that a wafu pillow, if I remember correctly. That sounds about right, if I had to take a guess. Also, we've got a super chat again from Noah's Lions 8 Dead Babies on the Ark. Says, it gives trees a new meaning. They both ate. Oh, shit. Always the nurse coming in with the double entendres. I love it. That's a fantastic. Yeah. She took from the tree, apparently the trunk, and ate from it. That's crazy. I'm getting banned from the internet, but thanks for the super chat. That's a dynamite super chat, Noah. And Nick, thank you so much for the $5 super chat. It says, Doug keeps me from adultery. When I look at another woman, my wife hits me in the head with a rock. Well, that's painful. But trust me, let me tell you something. Not as painful as committing adultery and then having to go through a divorce and losing your children and everything you own because the judge doing the divorce proceedings thinks that you're an asshole and is willing to take it out on you. Don't do that. But W for not cheating and W for recognizing Doug. And speaking of Doug, welcome in Rock Hard for Doug. Thank you for the super chat. It says, while some people believe in the sun as a deity, why not just believe what you are literally standing on? Praise Doug. Yes. Praise Doug, the crust of the earth. You're standing on Doug right now. Doug is the firm footing that you're standing on. Every time you take a foot outside, a step outside, you're standing on Doug. Just recognize Doug for his goodness. And Boris says, do priests for Doug get to wear wizard clothes? Of course they do. Of course they do. They get to wear wizards hats. They get wands. You can even wear a chef hat. Anything you want, you can wear. Definitely be a priest for Doug. And Angel V, thank you for the super chat, says, Senor Justino Deconstruction. Thank you so much, Angel. I appreciate that accurate Spanish spelling of my name. Big W, Angel. Big W. I thought that was a good example too of the name changes, how just basically, the rules of grammar dictate that words need to change. Josh Barba, thank you for the super chat, says, guest is a total fool. Yeah, he got tricked. I don't know how it happened. I don't know how he got that deep in the rabbit hole, but somebody took him for a ride. Dexter, thank you so much for the $10 super chat. It says, from Google. I know, if Google was the source. He has even received awards like the Crown of Jerusalem from Israel Heritage Foundation. These actions don't equate to being crowned Messiah. So this is actually what I expected, was that he probably received some sort of bullshit award. And that got interpreted as crowned the Messiah. That's most likely the case if I had to make a conclusion. But that kid was not bright, unfortunately. I feel bad for him. It sounds like he got pulled into some conspiracy theories and can't find his way out. But Rory says, possibly future for AI and human physics combo? Human physics. So, recently, Bill Gates was listing, like, there are some educations and careers that AI will never replace. If I remember correctly, biology or biologists was one of them. And I happen to agree. I don't know if AI is ready for biology. But human physiology, who knows? I don't know. I love the idea that we're mixing AI with diagnostic criteria now. AI is really good at pattern recognition. And so I guarantee in the next 10 years, we're going to see a precipitous incline of diagnostic testing that is AI driven. I can nearly guarantee it. AI is so good at recognizing patterns that we have to have AI medical diagnostics coming, if they're not already here. They're already using it to deny insurance claims, medical insurance claims. So they're going to be using it elsewhere. Chip says, if this guy is registered to vote, we're all screwed. Yep. Gullible beyond words. He ain't rock hard for Doug. No way. Hail Doug. He's definitely not rock hard for Doug. He's just not. He's not rock hard for Doug. And that's why he's so susceptible to conspiracy theories, because he's got a marshmallow brain. You don't want a marshmallow brain. You want a rock hard for Doug brain. That's the problem. And Johanna, thank you so much for the super chat. Johanna says, even though these evangelical Christians claim to only read one B super flawed book, they sure seem to have taken a lot of pointers from The Handmaid's Tale, 1984, Animal Farm, and Brave New World. Yeah, actually, all of those things, I would agree. I am a little bit concerned about the impending doom of the actual Handmaid's Tale that seems to be happening in real life. That's a real thing that's happening. Theocracy Watch, it's got a lot on their hands. There's some shit going down, guys. It's going to be a rough couple years. D-Bone says, eschatology ruins brains. I agree. Even when I was a Christian, I was disappointed at the huge amounts of time and brain power wasted on eschatology. It was the biggest waste within biblical studies. And Flanker420, good to see you tonight, friend. Thank you so much for the $10 super chat. It says, with no education on skepticism or critical thinking, people like guests will be fooled into thinking they have special knowledge. I have to teach my kids how to navigate evidence and be actual skeptics. So this is such a good point, because the allure of conspiracy theories, the thing that makes them tempting, is the fact that you are coming into contact with some sort of divine or some sort of unknown knowledge that sets you apart from others. Like, you know something that other people don't know, which is why these conspiracy theories are so fucking tempting, because everybody wants to be special. Everybody wants to think that they've got special knowledge. They just don't. Conspiracy theories always fall flat. Our retired bomb tech, thank you for the $10 super chat, says, Justin, thank you for everything that you're doing. Your show is a breath of fresh air away from all the political sides that's in everything nowadays. Respectfully, thank you, sir. Well, retired bomb tech, thank you so much for the super chat. And I do my best to avoid politics on this particular show. I'm not a big fan of politics, don't care for them. Try to stick to the actual book and what's in the book, and so, or, you know, religion in general. So that's the goal. Politics are important, and you have to know what you're doing, but I don't want my show to be overrun with politics. But thank you so much for the super chat. And let me grab our next guest. We've got Wes dropped and came back. So let's see if we can get Wes in here. How you doing, Wes?
Doing good. Can you hear me this time?
Yeah, we're good.
All right. Nice. That was the first caller and couldn't get it there. So I'm a Christian, but how do you engage with more progressive Christianity? Sounds like you engage with a lot of people who think the Bible is literally true, kind of fundamentalist types.
Well, I think the problem with progressive Christianity, if you don't have a more literal view of the Bible, is the Bible essentially at that point kind of becomes useless, right? You're essentially saying that the Bible has like these theological values, even though they're not, the stories aren't literally true. But like the theological values that you're getting from them are incredibly subjective. Like, if you put 10, progressive Christians in a room, you would find 10 different theological interpretations. And I think it doesn't fix the other problem. So, for example, let's say we take the book of Deuteronomy and we say, well, Moses didn't really give these laws. They were laws that were placed in the mouth of Moses. But like the theological value of Deuteronomy 21, when theoretically God says through Moses that you can, when you kidnap women in war, if you see one that's really especially hot, you can take her, to be your wife and go into her. That to me, I don't know what the theological value of that is.
Okay. Yeah. I think a lot of progressive Christians are going to believe very similar to what you believe about those Old Testament scriptures, or those, the entire Bible. It seems like from an atheist perspective, the Bible is written just by people who are kind of making stuff up on how they feel about God, right? They're kind of like,
Right.
These are our stories of God. This is our narrative. This is what we're telling our kids that happened. This is what we believe about God, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So, for example, if you get to a point where you think that, like the laws of Moses, right, were all written by men to espouse values that they think God held. Well, I mean, if that's the case, if once we get to that point, like, what's the point in the Bible at that point? Because the New Testament treats the laws of Moses and the Torah as though it's completely literal, right? Romans chapter 5, this idea that all mankind has fallen because of Adam. And like, well, I'm thinking of like also First Timothy, where it says that, women's place is to be subservient to men because Eve ate from the fruit first and caused the fall to happen. Like these ideas, like the New Testament is treating these Old Testament stories as though they're completely true.
I don't think the New Testament writers had a whole lot more insight into what they were reading than than the people that were just 1,000 years before them that were writing down the Old Testament.
Sure.
So yeah, I think they're all. But what I see from the beginning is kind of like a process theology, where it's from the very beginning. There's this kind of rudimentary understanding of God, and then the understanding of God gets refined over time. And it's building on each other. Like there's this real kind of crude understanding, and then there's a building on top of that. But then there's a little bit of kind of reworking of what was before, like that was not good, and then building and reworking, building and reworking.
Right.
That's what I read when I read through the Bible. Do you see that kind of a sense of progression there?
I do. Okay, so you're probably familiar with the work of Max Whitehead, if I remember. He was the inventor of process theology, and it kind of goes hand in hand with open theism. And
yeah, I'm not open theist.
Okay, fair enough. So like the general idea though is that like humanity and God are part of a large process where God is intending to move them to a particular goal, so on and so forth. And you can see that might be true within the biblical text. So process theology kind of came out of the academic institutions. It wasn't something that started like in the churches. It was an actual academic looking at the text and trying to make sense of it. But like if that's the point, like if the Bible's not really inspired by God, if it's not actually all true, if it says a bunch of stuff that's not true, at what point should I just say, well, shit, I mean, why do I need any of this? Because like the Quran says a bunch of stuff that's true. It also says a bunch of stuff that's not true, right? So like, why are we picking the Bible as the book that's special at that point?
I think you can do a comparative religion and see which group of people or which ones that are kind of collecting things are getting closest to what seems to be what you'd think of as a good representation of God as we change our own morals and understanding of the world and morality and all those things. I think you could do a comparative religion with the Quran and the Bible and sit them side by side and say which one is pointing to what seems to be a real God. I mean,
right, but why would you choose that? Like, why is the Bible closer to reality?
I think that something happened. I think that the resurrection was some type of real event that happened in the same way that kind of like a James Tabor would believe it happened. Not sure how it happened or what it was, but there was some type of supernatural event that happened there. So when Paul says that, when Paul kind of reads Christ back in the Old Testament, says that it's the resurrection that really qualifies him to be able to do that there's some event there that catalyzes this interpretation of God.
So why is the Old Testament like all mythology, but the New Testament's not?
The New Testament's probably a lot of mythology. And the Old Testament's a lot of mythology, but there's a lot of reality being tied in with mythology throughout the whole Bible.
Right.
And so I think that there's
why is the resurrection not mythology?
It may be something like mythology, but it seems like that there was something happening close enough to the event that there was something more than just a legend, like true myth from 40 years later or something.
But why? Like we know that King David existed. Like we know that the 12 tribes of Israel, probably more than 12 actually, seem to have existed, right? So like we can tie a lot of Old Testament stories to real data points. Like we know that according to Isaiah chapter 40 and 45, that King Cyrus came through and took over what was left of the Babylonian Empire. So like, there's lots of great data points for the Old Testament too. I'm trying to figure out why like you want to mythologize the Old Testament, but you're so reluctant to mythologize the New Testament when they have roughly the same amount of data points for their accuracy.
Yeah, I would say I'm not trying to mythologize the whole Old Testament. I'm saying you can look through it and say there are some things here that we can confirm or have some good confidence in, and some other things that are pretty obviously myth or legend. And then there's some kind of gray areas where we're not sure. And I think that's the same thing for the New Testament. I think it's the same process. It's the same, it's claimed to be the same scripture, the same process of scripture, and the same God working. So why should it work any different in the New Testament than it did in the Old? But I think that it's not just a pure myth. I don't think that, I think that there's some type of, uh, there's some movement towards understanding God better that's happening as a result of these scriptures and the people's interaction with them.
Well, your interpretation of God, because if you are a believer in the Quran, you would say that the New Testament is a corrupted book and that you need to follow Muhammad, right? So like I feel like what you're suggesting is that like the New Testament is moving you closer to God, therefore it's more correct, but your idea of what God is born out of your reading of the New Testament.
Yeah, and I think what we're supposed to be doing is sitting down with people who believe the Quran and saying, what is it that you believe about God and why? And iron sharpening iron kind of a situation where these denominations are fighting against each other, and these not just denominations, but religions are fighting against each other with what they think that God is. And they are picking each other apart. They're picking apart the flaws. Okay, here's the flaw on your side. Well, here's the flaw on your side. It's I think moving towards a better understanding of God, and I think that that's what God did. He said in the Old Testament that He divided
how
the
do you know
nations so
what
that they
God
would
is like?
happily. We don't know what God is like.
Right.
I mean,
So
the Bible so clearly tells us that we don't know what God is like.
But that's what I'm trying to tell you is like you keep saying like, well, the New Testament is like a better description of God. It's getting you closer to God, but you don't know what God is.
No, I don't. I don't know that it. I can't. Absolutely, I'm not 100% certain that the New Testament is the closest approximation of God. For me, it gets me closer to understanding what seems to be God, and it may be wrong.
Right, but how do you know that?
I don't know.
Right.
No one knows.
Right, exactly. So your idea that the New Testament is closer to God than the other religious books has nothing to do with what you actually know about God. It's what you think about God, and what you think about God was formed by reading the New Testament.
Yeah, I think that but not just reading the New Testament. I've read other religious texts and formed understandings of God as a result. And I've listened to atheists and had new understandings of God as a result of listening to atheist critiques of, theodicies and those types of things. So no, I think all of us are trying to find out what this push is and what this innate urge is. And all of these religions and all these conversations and everything is pointing us and kind of sharpening us and saying, and you're telling me, look, Wes, you're an idiot. That's what you're saying there is does not follow or whatever. And I consider it and say back to you, well, you should consider this and maybe follow this thread a little bit. I think that it gets us all closer to God as a result of it. I think that's what you're seeing in the Bible. I don't think that's inconsistent with the actual flow of Scripture.
Well, what I see in the Bible is a bunch of people coping. Like the New Testament is coping with the fact that their Messiah died. Like they're inventing prophecies where prophecies don't exist, right? So I don't see a book that is attempting to describe God, and I certainly don't believe that Jesus resurrected. Like we've got dozens of resurrection accounts from the time period of Jesus. So like if I believe Jesus resurrected, I would also believe that Dositheus and Aristeus and Nero resurrected.
Okay. I mean,
right?
That's fine. I have studied, it's been 20 years since I've been in seminary, but I've studied all of those resurrection stories, laid them directly next to the Bible and said, this one seems more true to me.
Yeah, but so, I mean, there's no reason to believe it happened.
Sure, there's reasons to believe that it happened. I mean, we
Like
had a
what?
bunch of people that said that it happened, and it rings true.
Well,
I read Paul in
I
First Corinthians
mean,
15, and I say, you know what? I believe him. I believe him.
hundreds of people claim to see the resurrected Dositheus.
Okay, I don't believe it.
Exactly. And for the same token that you don't believe in the witnesses who
There's
saw Dositheus, I don't believe the witnesses who saw Jesus, just because they seem suspect. They're telling lies to me. Like when I'm reading Matthew, right? Matthew is telling me the story of Jesus and the whole shebang. Matthew keeps telling me lies. So when I get to the resurrection part, I have no reason to believe that I'm being told anything that's true. I'm reading the words of a person who is making stuff up. So it doesn't
he's
ring
not
true to
making
me.
everything up. He's not
Well,
making everything up. There's obviously threads of history that he's weaving in there, and you just have to figure out what's history and what's not.
but if this book
And it's
was
not.
from God, I would expect that the authors aren't just blatantly lying, and then I would have to go through and be like, well, that's a lie, but that's not a lie. That's a lie, but that's not a lie. If I don't have a measuring stick for going through this book and determining what is true and what is a lie, to me, the book is just useless at that point, and we don't have any good evidence for the resurrection.
Well,
All
you studied the Bible a lot. I mean, you know exactly what the Bible says about that. The Bible
Mhm.
is very clear on how it reveals God to the truthfulness of God to you. You read it and you see God like through a glass darkly. It's a very
Yep.
hazy image that we're
Yep.
looking at of God.
First Corinthians. Yep.
And part of it is that it's a mirror to us. When you read it, it shows you your own fault, shortfalls,
And I
and
disagree.
that rings true as you read it, and you say, you know what, I am this talk. There's a story about pride, and you've got and it rings this pride that's in you, and humbles you as you walk away from it, and you yeah, it's just there's an innate feeling of truthfulness to it
Not
that
when I read it.
that well, you know
When
what?
when Matthew and
That's
John and even Jesus tell me lie after lie, I'm not going to accept nonsense claims like he also rose from the dead, and that Matthew 27, a bunch of people rose from the dead in Jerusalem and visited, their
well,
relatives and friends, and then weirdly
hold
enough
on.
just
What do
disappeared
you mean
again.
Matthew? What do you mean Matthew told you a lot? You don't believe Matthew wrote that.
That's what I'm saying. I don't believe these stories. When Matthew
Right,
tells
right.
me this nonsense that the tombs in Jerusalem broke open, that's just as silly of a claim as Jesus rose from the dead.
Right, but the person Matthew did not tell you that. That was written hundreds of years after the fact
I don't
by
I don't
editors
care
that
who
were
wrote
putting it
it.
together.
That's what I'm saying. Is the story is not trustworthy to me,
Right. That's fine.
right?
I mean
So like
that's
I don't
yeah.
have a good reason to believe the resurrection narrative. Nothing about the resurrection narrative, including the storytellers, ring true to me.
Yeah, I completely understand that. I mean, it's there's I think the strongest place where I agree with you on that, and where I feel that is, I think about Mormonism and
Hmm.
how it's all the witnesses that go along with it, and go, you know what, be
The 11
very, very
witnesses,
easy. Yeah, it'd be
right?
very, very easy for all of this to be a legend, for it to be fabricated, for there to be a couple bad actors that were just flat out lying and tricking a
Yeah.
bunch of people there's a lot of different ways that it could happen.
Well,
But there's just something
mhm.
that continually pulls me back to it and says it just rings true when you put it all
because
together. And it's not,
because you grew
yeah,
up with it.
maybe.
Yeah, it's a home feeling. So for example, I'm going to tell you a story. Very short story. I don't tell long stories. Um, I was in a relationship once with somebody, and I dated them twice over a short period. And the second time, like the first time I broke up with the individual, I was like, I kind of had a little bit of like, oh, maybe I was hasty, maybe I shouldn't. So we started seeing each other again. And then the second time I broke up with that person, I was like, no, I was right the first time. I should not be in a relationship with this person. Um, you know, 10, 15, 20 years pass, and I've got these fond memories with this person, and I'm thinking like, I still kind of like this person. You know what I mean? But that's what happens when we grow up and we have these nostalgic memories that stick with us. Our brain is really good at looking at the past and feeling like these good feelings of nostalgia. But like if you took me back in time to like 15 or 20 years ago, I would be in that same position and I'd be like, no, this fucking thing needs to end. I'm not with the right person, right? But my brain as a modern person now, 15, 20 years later, I'm like, fuck, I don't even remember why we broke up now. You know what I mean? It's just, we look at the things about our childhood and our past when we given it lots of time. And even though we see the problems, this power of nostalgia breeds familiarity, and we like it, we enjoy it, we want it.
It's possible. I mean, I'm not a stranger to nostalgia. I mean, I'm an old man myself now, or middle aged at least. I understand what nostalgia feels like. It's a very I don't think that I'm dealing with some type of a home base feeling or some type of a good kind of comfortable feeling. It's the threading together of the entire scripture as you're reading it, and it's just look, there's no explaining it, there's no describing it, because it is if it could be explained or described, you could prove it, and it's not provable. There's no hard evidence for it. There's no way to prove it. It is all just an intuition or a feeling that you have.
Right.
And I don't, yeah, absolutely. And I hate to like say, I mean, I grew up with the fundamentalists and all that stuff. I grew up with everything that's like here are specific reasons and here are all these things.
Mm-hmm.
And so it was a very difficult thing to say. No, I think I believe it because I feel like it's true. It's just a feeling. But everybody in the world, except for a small minority of people, feel like there's some type of other world beyond the material out there. Like I'm not talking about like argument from popularity kind of a situation. I'm saying if you were I'll tell a quick story. If you were camping in the woods with 100 of your closest friends, and 95 of them all of a sudden perked their ears up and said, do y'all just get a sense that there is something in the woods watching us right now? If 95 out of 100 of them had some type of like spine tingling, hair raising sense that they were being watched, you would probably not just go to sleep and feel comfortable with that. You'd think that they may be onto something. 95 out of 100 people feel like there's something beyond the material.
Mm-hmm.
And so I just feel like we've got to take that seriously when it's just it is the default human position.
I don't think it is. So I think we're taught that. I had no notion of spiritual things until my father told me about it. I didn't look at the world and have an intuition that there was a spirit realm or there was a God or anything like that. That was put in me by someone before me. And if you trace that all the way back, like these ideas that like a God exists, it wasn't because somebody had this deep intuition that somebody formed us. It was because people looked up and they're like, what the fuck is that glowing thing that's over here every day? What is happening over here? And so like they're looking at these celestial things and they're just saying, well, fuck, they must be alive. They're up there, they're moving, like they're doing things, they must be alive. And so like the earliest gods were just like the unexplainable physical bodies around us that people couldn't understand. It wasn't until we had the scientific means to investigate these things and realize that they weren't gods that people were like, well, shit, there must be a God. So now God is immaterial and he's unfalsifiable and he exists in an alternate universe. And so like the God you think of only exists because science has disproved every other version of prior gods.
Every other version of prior gods have only existed because people have intuited that there is something there.
Because it's moving.
So, I
They're
mean,
looking and they're seeing the glowing orb moving, and they're like, "What is this thing moving?" And they're like, "Well, fuck! It must be like a living entity of some nature, right? It can't just be a rock, or like they're trying to figure out why these things are doing what they do, and obviously because they're moving and they're behaving in ways, they're like, well, it must be alive.
okay, so going back to the earliest religions, the earliest faiths or beliefs in some type of something else, some type of gods, you feel like it is all physical, like related to something physical?
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, all of the earliest religions were trying to explain physical phenomenon that they didn't understand.
Right, but they were trying to explain it with other physical phenomenon, saying that it's other physical phenomenon. You're saying that the earliest religions were not supernaturally based?
No, the earliest religions were explanations for actual materialistic
Physical
observations.
explanations?
Yeah.
Well, what are we talking about here then? It's just,
I just told you that's why they worshiped the sun, because they could see it. They thought the God is just right there. Like
the
if I could
earliest
jump
religions
high
were
enough, I could touch it.
animism. They believed all the creatures had something, had some spirit behind them. We're talking about supernaturalism. We're not talking about the earliest beliefs of how the natural was really a man instead of a sun. I mean,
No,
we're talking about them believing in this. Are you saying that the early people didn't believe in the supernatural?
all of the ancient texts that I've ever read on religion are people attributing physical, actual objects, some sort of deified power, some sort of
supernatural power.
No, not supernatural. They just have abilities we don't have. They're still physical things. They don't exist immaterially.
This is the first I've ever heard any atheist say, or anybody say, that the early religions did not believe in supernaturalism. Everything was just physical attributes that we didn't have.
They had no concept of supernatural.
I've never heard that.
We invented that.
Other spiritual beings from the very beginning that had no.
They had actual bodies. They had hands and faces. They looked just like human beings. They were physical entities.
Those were called the image of the invisible.
They came down and they mated with women.
It's wild. It's a really interesting interesting take on it.
There's a book you need to read by a scholar named Esther Hamori called "When Gods Were Men." It's a really good look on the ancient religions and how they had this idea that the gods were like the gods, at least of the ancient Near East, not in the earliest times, but the times that we have lots of literature for, were primarily like they're just superhumans. That's it. They're just like humans, but better. And then prior to them, there's different books written on this. Esther Moore didn't write on it, but prior to them, the gods were the unexplainable physical phenomenon. The storms, the sun, the moon.
I mean, my understanding of it is that the gods controlled those things. Those things are not the gods, but the gods controlled those things. That animism is not that a cat is a god, but rather a cat has an indwelling spirit of a god. That's the earliest religion that I know of is animism.
I mean, why would you think that animism is the earliest religion?
I mean, it's from my study of religion, the earliest kind of like most primeval state of religion is animism.
Like from who? From what people?
I mean, I can look it up. It's been a long time since I've studied it. I mean, that's pretty easy to. That's pretty easy to Google.
Yeah. So, anyways, my point is pretty clear, which is that all of the gods in the ancient times were physical; they were tangible. It wasn't later that people developed ideas of like invisible, immaterial, spiritual natures. These are things that came much later as people started to disprove the older notions of God.
Okay. And so when they disprove the older notions of God, they why didn't they give up God altogether?
For the same reason you
I mean,
didn't.
if you believe that the Son is literally God, and then that's disproven.
For the same reason you didn't give up on Christianity, even though you know that a bunch of the Bible is BS. Because people don't want to give up on God, even when their particular religion is turned out to be not true.
I just see the exact opposite side of the coin is a progression of understanding of what God is.
Oh no, it's
I mean, it's
just
the
it's
exact
coping.
that's all we're seeing is a trial and error progression of understanding of, the Son is not God.
Oh no, this is coping. It's people wanting God to exist,
Well,
and
that's
then
just
every
like
time we learn
your
about the world
opinion.
around us, it turns out that God doesn't exist until you get to the end point. The end point is an untestable, unfalsifiable God that lives in a magical kingdom far away that nobody could ever see. And because it's completely untestable and completely unfalsifiable, you can't tell me that this God isn't real. But like, there's lots of ways to prove that this God isn't real. Like, you probably believe that this God is somehow like benevolent, right? Do you think this God is good?
Yes, God's good.
Is he all good?
All good.
Did he create the world?
Today's world, that's kind of a loaded question. I mean,
Did he create the
did
earth?
he to the earth that we see today?
The rock we're standing on, did he create it?
Yeah, he definitely created the rock we're standing on. Yeah.
Did he design how weather worked?
Not as we see it today.
Who designed the weather?
I mean, I believe the same thing you did. Evolution made the weather the way it is today. Just the natural processes of nature.
Evolution?
Well, you know what I mean. Yeah, the natural processes of of nature from where it started from the Big Bang to today. That's what creates the weather.
I'm asking about, at this point, natural disasters, volcanoes, earthquakes, tsunamis, hurricanes. Did God know that those things would happen?
I don't know. I don't know if he did or not.
So he's not all
That seems to
knowing?
me. No, he is all knowing, but
Well, then he had to know.
that before it happened.
Yeah.
How could he have known what was going to happen before it happened?
That's the
He's not.
definition of all knowing.
No, no. All knowing means you know everything that can be known. I mean, I'm an open theist. Remember,
You you said
know
earlier that you were a process theologian, but not an open theist.
No. You said it's tied to open theism. I said I'm an open theist as well.
Maybe I misunderstood you. I heard previously that you weren't an open theist. But I could have heard you wrong. So I
No,
agree.
you said process the yeah.
I think
Yeah.
if you
No,
believe in process theology, the odds that you're also an open theist are incredibly high. So you don't believe that God is all knowing. You believe that God is mostly knowing.
I believe that God knows everything that can be known, and the future is not. I think God knows everything that does exist, and the future does not exist.
So then God never gives prophecies that come true?
He gives prophecies based on probabilities and based on the
Based
fact
on
that he's also
probabilities?
and based on the fact that he's an agent that's able to work in the world and get done what he wants to get done.
So God, every time the Bible says that God gives prophecies, he's not actually giving a supernatural prediction. He's just weighing the probabilities.
100%.
Shit, I'm starting to feel like I'm a god now. I can do that.
If you knew everything exhaustively like God does, and knew all the hearts and the desires of all the people like God does, then you would be able to make some really good predictions as well.
Why does he make predictions that fail?
Scared at. because people still have because he's dealing with probabilities. That's exactly what I'm talking about.
So when God gives a prophecy, it doesn't always come true.
Yes, of course. He told David that he told David a prophecy that failed within David's lifetime.
So then God isn't actually giving prophecies, and he doesn't really know all of the probabilities. He only knows most of the probabilities. If God knew everything that could be known about something, and he's willing to give a prophecy based on the probability, that means he's really just a good guesser, and sometimes he fails.
Along with, yes, a good guesser. Along with, I mean, if you called super intelligence a good guesser, I mean, that's a little bit of a, come on. But yeah, if you had all of the data in the entire world and an exhaustive knowledge of everything and the exhaustive capabilities, all powerful to be able to process that, you'd have a pretty good idea of what was coming tomorrow.
So when God created the earth, he had no idea that volcanoes, earthquakes, tsunamis, and other natural disasters would happen.
I think he saw it as a potential future.
Could he have created the earth without those things? When he created the earth, could he say, I don't want tectonic plates to cause earthquakes. I don't want volcanoes to, destroy, half the life on the planet. Could he have designed it without those things?
Apparently not.
So he's not all powerful either.
I mean, if it's logically impossible for him to create something any different than it was, I don't know if it's
What?
actually impossible or just it's impossible to get where we get without getting all of that with it.
How is it impossible if he's the one designing the parameters of the universe?
Well, there's still like logic that can't be. You can't go against. I mean, God is not able to, make a rock so big he can't pickle. He can't. He's unable to do something that's logically impossible.
I didn't say that he was. I'm saying, why couldn't he have just created the earth in a way in which tectonic plates don't cause earthquakes? He could have done that, couldn't he?
I don't know. It's
what's preventing him?
I don't know. That's way above my pay grade. I have no idea. I do believe that it's completely possible to imagine a scenario where there was no other way to create.
Why wouldn't there be another way?
I don't know. I told you I have no idea. But I could. I mean, but it's possible.
Did he design the laws of physics?
I don't know.
Because if he designed the laws of physics,
the laws of physics may be baked into like his nature. And so, no, it's not designed. They're just inherent and baked in.
So God has no control over the laws of nature.
I don't know. I mean, he obviously has some type of ability to work. Dude, I don't know. I don't know if the resurrection is something that was a twisting of the laws of nature or some type of advanced use of the laws of nature that we won't find out till we create AGI.
So God can't break the laws of nature, but he can do it all the time in the Bible. He can make axe heads float. He can divide rivers using a strong east wind. He could magically make frogs appear. He can poof humanity into existence. He can raise people from the dead. But he's somehow not capable of preventing natural disasters.
Apparently. And apparently what you're seeing in the Bible is some type of legendary growth alongside some type of spiritual experience.
Wes, it's physically painful for me to hear this God that you've created in order to admit the inevitable, which is that the evidence we have in front of us is more parsimonious with a God not existing than the God that you've had to describe just now. A God that doesn't really know the future. He's certainly not all powerful. He can't be all good because he created natural disasters that unnecessarily kill 100,000 people a year. He makes predictions that don't come true. This God sounds like a chump.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think if you get to the point where you're describing a God that's a chump, you're better off just admitting that the data in front of us seems to suggest there's no God.
The God that I just described is super intelligence. The God that I just described is an agent working in the world that is that's far beyond anything that we could imagine having capabilities ourselves.
Well, why is he getting his ass kicked by the devil?
How you can call him a chump is just it's what you're doing is you're taking you're making a caricature of what I'm saying. It's not a good faith way of talking about this.
Did he create Satan?
Yes, and according to the Bible, he created all things.
Okay. Why does he allow Satan to do what Satan does?
That's a theology question. That is not a question that says this God is real or not real based on why he did something. That's a question of theology.
It's not theology, it's theodicy.
Okay, but it's a question about the nature of God.
Nope.
Like why does every question about why God is a question about God's nature, because the reason we do things that we do is because of our nature. So
no, this is a theodicy question, not a theology question. My question is, if Satan is here seeking to kill and destroy, if Satan is here seeking to blind people to the gospel, that's 2 Corinthians chapter 4, verse 4. If he's here, who is the father of lies, according to 1 John chapter 3, and if he's here, who has been a liar and a murderer from the very beginning, John 8:44, why does God allow this entity to cause havoc? Why didn't he just get rid of him?
I think the best work on that idea, the best kind of like way to think about that is the book of Job, where the conversation is back and forth between Job and his friends and God, back and forth there, and we get a picture of God kind of wrestling with Leviathan.
He's not wrestling. He's showing that he's a monster.
He's got him on a fish hook.
How many innocent people does he have to torture and kill before we just say this dude's a barbarian? Because none of those people in the book of Job deserve to be executed just so God can win a bet.
This has nothing to do with that. What you're looking at in Job is a description of a monster that's trying to degrade and destroy the world.
Yeah,
and a description of a God who has that monster.
No, God is the monster.
I mean, you can say that all you want, but that's not what the book of Job is about.
It is. Everything in Job was God's doing.
Okay.
It says so. It even says fire came down from heaven and killed the servants.
I'm trying to take this one step deeper, because when Job is asking the same question that you're asking, why did you do this, God? Like, did I do something wrong to deserve this? Because this is unjust. It's the same.
And what was God's answer?
God's answer was, there is a monster that is destroying the world. It's called evil.
He didn't say that.
And
that's not in the book of Job. You made that part up.
Let's look at Job 40 and 41.
Mm-hmm. The moral of Job is don't question God.
Dude, if you read a 6,000-year-old book that's been talked about as much as it had and came up with that as the moral, you're making a caricature of this. You got to take it more seriously than that.
Not even close to 6,000 years old. Job is written in the exilic period, maybe post-exilic.
Okay, 3,000 years old. It just really, it's not seriously. Do you see chapter 38? I don't know if you have it pulled up there. I can't watch while I'm talking to you.
I can pull it up.
Job chapter 38,
mm-hmm.
where God asks Job if he knows what's going on spiritually. Does he have any type of knowledge of what's going on throughout the whole world?
Yes. He challenges Job. The whole point is God is
Challenges
challenging
Job to do
Job,
what?
saying, I know things you don't know. Where were you
And
when
what
I
is,
laid the
and what is
foundation
it?
of the earth? Tell
Right.
me if you have
Exactly.
understanding. So the whole point
I
of
know things
God's
that you don't
rebuke when
know.
he spoke from the storm was don't question God. Exactly what I just said. The moral of the
That
story of
is
Job
not
is that God can do what God wants to do, and you're in no place to question me because I am the one who does things without your understanding. You don't understand my ways are higher. That's the whole thing of Job. But it doesn't answer the
you're-
question. The question is, why did God make these people needlessly suffer?
Can I finish through Job here because you stopped at chapter 38 and you put something, you said this is what Job is about, and that's not what chapter 38, 39, and 40 are about.
Then tell me what to read.
I mean, 38 is all what you just said. God is saying, I know things that you don't know. 39, I know things that you don't know.
Yep.
And then when you get to chapter 41, he tells him what it is that he knows that Job does not know. And what that is that he's fighting with the devil to try to get the devil from destroying the world.
Why didn't he just stop him?
That's not answered. It seems
Because
like
according
chapter 41
to
verse 10,
according to the Psalms, he already killed Leviathan. So this is the problem you have. According to Isaiah and according to the Psalms, he already killed Leviathan. Leviathan / Rahab has already been executed.
I mean, you know what the Rahab is actually referring to. You've done scholarly work on this. You know what Rahab is actually referring to.
The primordial serpent known as Leviathan. That's what Rahab is referring to.
Right. Do you really think that Psalms is saying that God has destroyed the primordial evil?
What I'm saying is,
it's still, the whole thing is wrestling with evil.
No, it's not.
The whole book of the whole 150 Psalms are wrestling with evil. You think it's saying that God has destroyed evil?
It says he smote
the entire book.
He smote Leviathan already. So the
the
problem that you're having, Wes, is you're trying to say that God is not all powerful. This is the thing that I'm getting at. You're missing the Epicurean paradox in front of you. You're saying that God has to wrestle with the devil. The reason why God is doing the bad shit is because of the devil. But God could just get rid of the devil. Number two is the stuff that happens in Job. That stuff, that specific stuff, happened only because God allowed it to happen. The devil's irrelevant.
So to take your first point, God could just get rid of the devil. Where do you find any kind of indication that God could just get rid of the devil? Because I've seen a lot of scripture where God could not just get rid of the devil.
Because if he can't just get rid of the devil, that means he's not all powerful. When the angels came down and sinned, he locked them up. He locked them up in. No, it's a logical problem. It's called the logical problem of evil for a reason. Because if God logically isn't capable of doing something, then that definitionally means that he is incapable of doing something that requires all powerfulness. So if he can't get rid of the devil, if he only has the power to create the devil but doesn't have the power to get rid of him, then that means he lacks a power that makes him not all powerful. It's just definitionally true. So
I completely.
So then you agree then that God's not all powerful.
There are multiple ways that you can have that you can be not all powerful.
I'm asking you, do you believe that God lacks this ability? Does he lack the ability to get rid of Satan?
100%. There are things that God cannot do. It says that God cannot lie.
Then that means he's not all powerful, which is
yes. He's not. He cannot lie. It's part of his nature.
Well, it also says that he can't change his mind, but then he changes his mind in the book. Numbers 23:19 in 1 Samuel 15:29 says exactly the thing you're saying. It says that he can't lie and he doesn't change his mind. But not only does he send lying spirits, he also changes his mind. Exodus chapter 32.
All right, that could be a contradiction.
I know the Bible's full of contradictions, but
Of
the
course it
problem
is.
the problem
It's
I'm
written
getting
by
at
men.
is that the God that is depicted in the book of Job is an absolute monster. He's causing needless harm to all of these people, and there's no need for it to happen. He doesn't have to execute the servants and the children of Job in that brutal fashion just so he can win a bet that he made with Satan. He was the one who brought it up.
You've made a lot of statements here, but you haven't backed any of them up. When you say he didn't have to do those things,
Why
where
did
do
he
you
have
get that
to?
he didn't? I
Why
don't
why
know,
why does he have to
where do you get
why
that
does he
he
have to
didn't
brutally
have
kill
to?
people? Because entities that are all
If
powerful don't have to do anything.
that's not true,
It
it's
is
that
true. It's
first
definitionally
of all,
Wes.
God is
Wes,
not all
it's
powerful.
definitionally true. Okay, we
I
agree.
know
He's
God
not all
is.
powerful. So again, you're describing a God that's a chump. He's a
No,
chump. He's getting his ass
is the
kicked. He's
is
getting his ass
is the
kicked by
United
an evil.
States
He's getting his
is the
ass kicked
United
by an
States of
evil entity that
America
he created.
is the United States of America
Imagine
all
being the
powerful?
most powerful being in all of existence. You literally spoke things into existence, and you're getting your ass kicked by an angel, theoretically, that you created. So he has the ability to literally speak things into existence, but he doesn't have the ability to click his fingers and kill people. Why does he have the ability to send fire from heaven and kill Job's children and servants, but he doesn't have the ability to kill Satan? Why does he lack that ability?
I can give you one potential answer for that. It doesn't say why he doesn't do it, but I can give you a perfectly reasonable theological answer, which theologians have answered this question with perfectly reasonable theological answers for
Not reasonable.
millennia.
Nope. There's
Okay,
not
well,
a single good answer.
I'll give you one. Can God go against his word? According to the Bible,
Yes, he does.
no, not does he, if it contradicts. I'm saying according to the Bible, isn't it true that God cannot go against his word? He's bound to his word.
Only if
Okay.
you cherry pick the verses that say so. If you look at
Okay,
his
so let's cherry
actions, he
pick those
does.
verses then.
In
Okay, so
Exodus
let's
in
cherry pick
Exodus
those.
32, he does go against his word. He tells Moses, "Move aside. I'm going to destroy all these people, and I'm going to make a nation out of you." And then Moses has to talk him off the ledge. He says, "No, no, no, not so fast. Remember the covenant that you made." And then it says God changed his mind.
Right. So let's say that when God makes a covenant with someone, he is bound to that covenant. Okay. That seems to be a theme of the Bible, that God is bound to a covenant that he makes. A very plausible idea is that there is some type of covenant with the original whoever is on this earth as men were growing up on this earth, and that there's a covenant for a period of time where they are uh, like we would call governors. Like you've got the president, you've got governors. He's got like a divine council. You see, a lot of folks talk about a divine council. He gives
Yeah.
a divine council rule with a covenant and says you have X amount of time to be able to rule over this. And evil is making a mess of this world, and God is saving as much as he can out of it without breaking his covenant with them.
But he
There's
created the evil.
he created governors or princes or whatever you want to call them, rulers, divine
Okay.
council
What
that
did God do with the angels that slept with the women?
He bound them in chains for whatever. He bound
That's
them in
right.
darkness.
2 Peter chapter 2 in Book of Job says that's where they're at. Okay. Why can he not do that with Satan?
Great question. Let's talk about it. But the Bible doesn't say, and the people have talked about it for a long time, and all you're talking about is theology. Why does God do this,
Is
or
Satan
why can't he do
somehow
this?
more powerful than the other angels?
Yeah, it says that he's none is so fierce. Yeah, I mean, it's not a great. I'm just looking at that verse. It's not a great context of that verse, but yeah, he's absolutely shown as the most powerful being, second to God.
Okay, so he's not as powerful as God.
No, he's not.
So why is God losing?
There seems to be some type of limiting factor or restriction or something that is, uh, you know what I think of? So when the picture that I get of Leviathan is this sea creature, and the picture that you get from Job 41, it says, can you fill his skin with barbed irons or his head with fish spears? I get this picture of God like having Satan on a hook. And have you ever done any fishing? You have drag on a hook, or you have drag on your line, and you don't just tighten down your drag and horse the fish in, or else you could kill the fish, you could destroy whatever you've got going on, you could wrap it up and stuff. So you have to fight a fish. And there seems to be some type of picture of God fighting Satan, to wrestle him down while trying to save as many people as he can from evil's grasp. That seems to be the story from the very beginning.
So why then does he allow this to happen? Why doesn't he just bind up? If he's capable of literally hooking this dude by his nose like a fish and taking him out of the water, why can't he hook the motherfucker, wrap him in chains, and put him in darkness? What's preventing it?
It doesn't say what's preventing it. It says that the only thing that I could say, there's a little hint of it. It says that Satan knows that he has but a short time at the very end. That's why I wonder if there is some type of a time-based allotment or allowance that Satan had that he's held God to. That's kind of what I think of with that.
Are all things possible with God?
All logically possible things, yeah.
So is it logically impossible for him to chain up Satan and put him in darkness?
If he had agreed beforehand that he would not, then it is logically impossible.
Okay, so now we have a fictitious covenant. There's a fictitious covenant that God made with Satan that we don't know about that is preventing him from killing Satan. Sounds
Did you
to
hear
me
what I just said about Revelation, where he said that
sounds
Satan
to
knows
me
that he
like
has but a short time?
like a really
It seems
short,
like there is a
like a short-sighted. There's a God who created an entity that was an asshole from the very beginning. John 8:44 says he was a liar and a murderer from the beginning.
From the beginning.
So God created an evil entity, knew it was a liar and an asshole from the very beginning, and said, I guess I'll make a covenant with this guy, and I'll just let him terrorize humanity for thousands of years, and then maybe I'll do something about it. That's the God you believe in? Every time you twist yourself into a pretzel to defend this illogical God, he sounds worse and worse and worse.
Yeah, that's not the God I believe in.
This is why progressive Christianity will never work, because progressive Christianity gets you to a point where you're willing to add things to the Bible to make sense of the parts of the Bible that don't make sense. The reality is you'd be better off just looking at the Bible and saying, this shit doesn't make sense because it was written by a bunch of goat herders who didn't know jack shit about reality.
They knew quite a bit about reality. They didn't know everything about it. They didn't know everything about it, but I tell you what, I know a lot of people in this life. I don't know any that could write books like this. So they knew quite a bit about reality. They knew a lot about human nature.
Books way better.
They knew a lot about human nature. They knew a lot about poetry. They knew a lot about something going on spiritually. And there have been a tremendous amount of people in this world who have opened the book and who have read it and have said these writers knew something about God.
Sure, and same is true for the Quran. Same is true for the Eastern literature. Same is true for the Egyptian literature.
After the same God.
I don't. I think that all these people are wishfully thinking, and they're not willing to let go of these God concepts because they can't handle the fact that when you're dead, you're dead. That's the end. People cannot come to grips with the fact that we have a short number of days around the sun, and then we no longer exist. And so they have these God concepts that they're not willing to let go of.
Okay.
All right, listen, Wes, we've gone round and round for a while. I think we've kind of exhausted each other, but I appreciate you coming up. I mean, listen, I know we had a interesting tumble here, but I had a good time talking to you, so I appreciate you coming up.
You too. Thanks very much, man. Have a good night.
All right, cheers. Well, again, once you abandon a strict reading of the Bible, you can start making it up as you go, which is what he was doing. But I get it. I was there at one point in my life. I have been there, so I get it. But Rory says, I meant physical application. Oh, yeah, referring to the AI. Yeah, physical application, but 100% agree with you. Thank you for clearing that up, Rory. Yeah, I agree. I think eventually we're going to see physical applications of AI. I'm curious. Well, I think AI robots are coming. I know it sounds futuristic, like Jetsons. Guys, it's happening. It's coming fast. We are at the edge of AI-powered actual robots in our life. It's happening. It's coming, guys. The AI robots are coming. It's crazy to think about, but it's happening. Eris, thank you for the super chat. Eris says, unfortunately, there is a book called Trump, Son of Man, the Christ. Oh, Jesus. By Helgard Mueller that was sold at Trump rallies because my grandpa gave me one, unfortunately, for Christmas. Made good firewood. It's hard for me to understand why anyone would think that Trump is a messiah, but I'm not shocked. Even Emperor Vespasian was likened by Josephus as being a messiah. So it can happen. It can happen. And Johanna, again with a super chat, thank you so much, says, progressive Christianity sounds like an oxymoron to me, and it does to me. Progressive Christianity is just an attempt to hold on to the faith while rejecting the more horrific parts. And in doing so, get rid of just about everything. Lou, thank you for the super chat. It says, Luke 23:32-55, who was within earshot of conversation, crucified people could not be approached by passerbys and were actually gasping for air. So this is such a good point, because we have this idea of like the conversation had by the people on the cross as they're being crucified. It's crazy to me. Now, my understanding is that it was possible, incredibly painful, but it was possible to push yourself up just long enough to catch your wind as you're on the cross. I mean, it would have been excruciating because all of your body weight would have been on those nails going through your feet. So the idea that you could push yourself up, all that body weight on those nails just to utter a phrase, is fucking nonsense. It's crazy to believe that the thief on the cross, like he had been probably scourged, now he's hanging there, can't breathe, and he's up here having a conversation. Now, it is possible that they used a different method of crucifixion. They could have roped his arms to the cross. That was something that happened. If that was the case, he wouldn't be hanging out quite as much. He might have had some air. Who knows? But I mean, I agree with you, Lou. The idea of the people on the cross and the whole crucifixion nonsense is crazy. And plus, when they're on the cross, who's listening to that conversation? They're up there probably barely able to get a word out to the person next to him, however far they were. Like, how are people on the ground hearing this conversation? It seems unlikely, and it sounds like mythology, because of course the crucifixion narrative is mythology. Carlos, good to see you tonight, friend. Carlos says, hey, let's celebrate with a big bottle of old good tequila. Oh my gosh, yes. Madurado. Hail Doug, I love some tequila, especially in the warm months. In the winter, not so much. Now that the warm weather is coming around, tequila is back in my rotation. I've got a little bit of Maker's Mark, so cheers to your tequila. Here's some Maker's Mark for you. If I have too much more tonight, I'm going to start losing my consciousness or my ability to debate. We'll see what happens. Listen, if you can't win a debate when I'm 3 sheets to the wind, you can't win a debate. Carlos Valdez, thank you for the 5 Deconstruction Zone memberships. Big W with the generosity and the gifting. I really appreciate that, Carlos. Carlos always up in here gifting subs. We really appreciate that, man. And Josh Barba says, literally no reason to believe without evidence. I agree. That I get the mystery, but that loses its allure. It's hard for me, an engineer, to get behind that kind of a thing. And Josh again says, does guest believe Muhammad split the moon? Derp. Not at all. I was hoping we'd get into more Christianity versus Islam, but or even Mormonism. There's a good parallel there. Fat Corey, great name. Holy shit, I love that. Fat Corey says, welcome. Oh, he didn't say anything. Fat Corey is welcomed now to the Kraken crew. Big W, Fat Corey. And Absurdus Ichthyus says, feeling there for God. That was it. That was vibes there for God. That was the argument. And Connor says sending one Deconstruction Zone membership. I appreciate that, Connor. And we've got a follow-up from CA. Welcome to the Kraken crew, CA. And also Johanna again coming in with a super chat that says, one of the worst things to me about religion is believing that some God is watching me 24/7. Yeah, that's crazy too. Like, as a Christian, you might be inclined to be like, well, it's comforting that there's a God watching you. But when you're on the other side, you're like, I don't know. It's more creepy than comforting. You know what I mean? I'm with you. And Johanna again, thank you so much, says there are definitely some family members I can do without ever seeing again. Never mind spending eternity with them. Such a good point, because like this idea of eternity is so ill-defined in the Bible that like I don't find it very appealing. You know what I mean? To me, it doesn't strike as something I'd want. Living forever sounds dope. But the heaven and renewed earth that were described in the Bible doesn't sound all that dope. The serpent that God framed, good to see you tonight. I appreciate you. And again, loving the name. Says, wait, so God is a cosmic prophetic slot machine. You nailed it. God gives prophecies and they failed. These are the mental gymnastics you have to do. And gymnastics, speaking of gymnastics, says, so now Wes thinks a prophecy means a guess. Yes. God's guessing. He'll get it right eventually, but he's just up there guessing. And Josh says, God is all-powerful, but impotent. PP issues. I've made that play on words before, and people don't like it, but the way you said it was really good. I appreciate that. Frank Reynolds, good to see you tonight, Frank. He says, looking at the universe through the Bible is very boring. It's like looking at the sky through a straw. It is a handicap to true curiosity and wonder. Such a good point, because like you really need a sense of wonder outside of what the Bible says to discover things, because otherwise you get trapped. You get trapped in this absurd idea of biblical cosmology and sexuality, and just everything in the Bible becomes true to you. It's hard to break out of that. North Texas Fossils, I like the sound of this channel. Holy shit. Thank you for the $5 super chat. It says, when will God finally end the cosmic wrestling match with Satan? By using the Iron Claw. The Iron Claw. 1,000,000%. It's crazy to me that God has to wrestle with anybody that he created, that he just couldn't just fuck him up, you know? Josh says, God is dumb. Guest is 10 times more so. He was definitely doing some wrestling himself. And Johanna coming in again, big W Johanna, making it rain tonight, says, an engineer ends up in hell. He fixes all the uncomfortable issues. God wants him in heaven. God tells the devil that he'll sue him. Satan says, where will you find a lawyer? This is working on so many levels. You're right about lawyers. You're right about engineers. This fixes this bullshit contract that the last guest was talking about between God and the devil. It all makes sense, Johanna. You cleared it up. And Flanker, thank you so much, says, how is guest picking what to throw away and what to take literally? The motivated reason instead of following the evidence is painful. Yeah. The motivating reason is to not like leave the religion. That's it. What can I do to not leave this religion? Atheismo, great names. Thank you for the $10 super chat. They should have crucified Jesus on an L. because Justin has stockpiled them for him. Christians have a layman's inability to comprehend logic and critical thought elude them. You're right. We need to do an AI generated meme of Jesus being crucified on a big L. I'll make it happen. I've got the software. We're going to make this happen. This is so good. And Josh says, guest doesn't even understand fishing, chump. Yeah, the god he worships is a chump. And Cephas Ignatius says, according to theology, Satan cannot be forgiven because he has been with God within eternity. So when he sinned against him eternally. Yeah, it's a nonsensical idea. There's no such thing as sinning eternally. That's bullshit. Same thing people say why, a sin against God can't be forgiven through a regular sacrifice. You need to, an eternal sacrifice. It doesn't make any sense. No such thing as eternal sin. And you're also limiting God's ability to forgive somebody. But interesting point. Wes, the Ruckham Knight, says, thanks for the conversation. Had fun. Wes, I'm sorry that my commenters are literally roasting you right now and you have to listen to it. That's not fun. But Wes, you were a very polite guest. You were a good sport. We were hard on you. But you have to understand from our perspective, it seems like you're just turning yourself into a pretzel rather than admitting the obvious that the book doesn't make sense. Satan with us tonight. Good to see you, Satan. Thank you for the super chat. It says, I didn't do nothing to Job. You're right. Says, thanks for giving me a platform, Justin. I really appreciate you. Seem like a reasonable person. I'm doing the best that I can, Satan. I'm doing the best that I can. And Adele, good to see you tonight. Thank you for the $5 super thanks. I appreciate that. And cheers to you. And also Penguin with us is thank you for the 66. Clearly Jesus believed in Doug. He called his Peter the Rock. Yes, the church was built on Doug, not St. Peter. This was obviously a play on words for Doug. And Logical Apostate says Westboro is disgustingly biblically right. I agree with you. If you read the Bible straight, you can see how the Westboro Baptist Church got to where they are. And 2 more super chats. Enkidu 5 says the Gospels are nothing but a siren song. I don't disagree, actually. I think they're mythology. I don't think that they're true, obviously. But I think they're obviously writing to a much later Greek audience. And last one from retired Bomb Tech. Thank you so much, Bomb Tech, for the $10 super chat. It says, my neighbor practices the New Living Translation. And even with all the messed up things I point out God did, which she agrees to, her answer is she has faith in him. How do you reply to that answer? So when somebody does horrific shit and they just dismiss it, there's not much you can do beyond that, right? At that point, they're basically saying, because God can't do things that are immoral, it doesn't matter what he does. He could do all kinds of immoral shit. No one cares, right? So I might turn towards the idea, rather than doing the moral issues of the Bible, just cover like, okay, well, look at all the stuff that clearly isn't true, right? And walk them through the Bible and show them how rabbits don't chew cud. Show them all the contradictions in my deconstruction cheat sheet. Show them all the failed prophecies. At that point, the moral arguments kind of pale in comparison. You know what I mean? All right, with that, let me get our next guest. I think the person that's been waiting the longest in the queue is Cody. So I'm going to bring in Cody, and we'll see if we can keep the conversation flowing. Welcome in, Cody.
Hey, how you doing? I managed to change over to the iPhone from earlier, so I'm wondering if things are working better.
Yeah, welcome back. Everything seems to be good to go. So thanks for being patient. I know you've been with us for quite a while tonight. Shit, probably 2 or 3 hours. So big W for you.
All right. Oh, I do have a question. I did kind of forget your name earlier. If I could get it again, please.
Yeah, it's Justin.
Justin? Okay.
So, Cody, are you a believer?
Yeah.
Sure. And which God do you believe in?
The Christian God.
Okay. What'd be the most compelling evidence or argument for the Christian God being real?
I can narrow it down to 2 things. One's my personal experience, and the second one would be Troy Black, which I guess you could consider him a prophet in as much as I could actually find of anyone who I've followed for about a few months, and I've seen a few prophecies come true. But In terms of my personal experience, I would say that things have been happening in my life for about maybe close to about almost a year now. Right. So I know that the very first time uh, last year when I got into a car wreck around, I'd say January, February, I got hit at the side from around 45 miles an hour, and my car got crashed, and then I ended up with a massive headache. Thankfully, I survived, but I ended up having this overwhelming urge to want to find out the truth, if there's actually anything more to life than what I constantly had been through. And I wanted to read the Bible, and I wanted to know what the truth was. So I waited until the end of my spring semester last year to order one, and it was probably sometime around in the third or fourth week of May. I was about 2 to 3 weeks in of reading the Old Testament, and well, maybe about a week. I was probably all the way until Genesis 38 when it showed that there was a guy named Onan who ended up having sex with a woman who was his, I guess, stepsister from his brother, I guess, or in-law. And
That's right. His brother married the woman, yeah, Tamar.
Yeah, and it says here that he knew that the kid wasn't going to be his, so he ended up not getting the woman pregnant, and all the sperm spilled out on the ground, and basically God slew him right there. And that's probably the very first time that I saw that, and I became utterly disgusted. I wanted to walk away from the Bible and not read it again. And as far as I know, I was really scared of it at that point, but I made a promise to myself that I'll try to get through it as much as I can. And within about maybe the third weekend, maybe 3 weeks and a half, I was going to bed one night, but I ended up laying down on my futon, and it was like as soon as I laid down, but I wasn't even asleep, I just closed my eyes. I ended up getting something I'd never thought of experienced before. I guess you could call it a vision, if you would call it that. I ended up seeing God's spirit, and the best way I can describe it, it's like smoke, but it's like really clear, and it's capable of moving on its own. And I don't know how to describe how clear it is, but it was so clear, and it was just, there was nothing else in the background from this vision I saw. And the next thing I know is that I saw the numbers 315 forming out of the spirit that he was moving around with of himself. And I don't know how, but I just somehow knew it's him. I said, 315? What do you mean 315? I don't understand. What do you mean by 315? And I heard him whisper to me the first time, 1 Samuel. And then the second time he said it, it was even a whole lot much more louder. He said 1 Samuel, but I can't remember if he said 1 Samuel or 1 Samuel 3:15.
Sure it wasn't 15:3?
No, 1 Samuel 3:15. That's what I heard.
I think the message got flipped. You should read 1 Samuel 15:3.
Well, I know it's 1 Samuel 3:15. That's the message that I got that night. It was,
well, do me a favor and read 1 Samuel 15:3.
Okay, let's see. 1 Samuel 15:3. Gotta find it here. 1 Samuel 386. 386. 15:3. And when it says, when they of Ashdod arose early in the morning, behold, Dagon was fallen upon his face to the earth, and before the ark of the Lord. And they took Dagon and set him in his place again.
1 Samuel 15:3?
It was 1 Samuel 3:15.
1 Samuel 15:3.
1 Samuel chapter 3, verse 15.
Right. What I'm saying is,
go
read 15:3 for me.
Oh, 15:3. My bad. I read 5:3. Let's see, 15:3. 1 Samuel 15:3. It says, now go and smite Amalek and utterly destroy all that they have and spare them not. but slay both man and woman, infant and suckling, and ox and sheep, camel and ass.
Yeah.
So now, that's not what I was trying to say, but it was 1 Samuel 3:15.
Right. What I'm saying is that like your vision of God is interesting. People have visions of God all the time. My problem is that the God that you're envisioning thinks that it's okay to slaughter women and children.
I know that's practically what happened all with Noah's Ark and everything. He's pretty much killed everyone off the earth. That's something that's already been well known across everyone. If you read the story of Noah, that's something that everyone's going to have to deal with. That if he killed everyone on earth except for Noah and his 7 family members, I think was it. Well, he's practically killed everyone else. So, but the thing I'm wanting to point out is when I got the 1 Samuel 3:15 was the message that I got. This is what it says right here. And Samuel lay until the morning and opened the doors of the house of the Lord. And Samuel feared to show Eli the vision. That's what I got. And the only thing I could think of was that he was pointing me to being represented as Sam receiving the vision in the morning. And the first person, I really couldn't describe it to my grandmother the first time I was trying to tell her about it, because I just didn't know how to make sense of it. But I managed to work up the courage and tell her as best as I could what had happened. But I had to make a mental note to myself to look it up in the morning. But I've had other occurrences that are like similar to this, that it's been happening off and on throughout all the year, as far as I know. And I've been taking documentation of like some of the stuff that's been happening since around my birthday.
Sure. I think maybe you're getting your verses mixed up. It's probably not 3:15. It's probably Numbers 31:15.
No, it was 1 Samuel 3:15.
Well, read Numbers 31:15 for me.
Numbers 31:15. Let's see. Numbers 31:15. Numbers. 187. And what was the chapter number and verse number you said?
Yeah, Numbers 31:15.
31:15. Let's see. 31:15. 31:15. And Moses said unto them, have ye all saved the women alive?
Yeah, read 16.
Behold, those that caused the children of Israel through the counsel of Balaam to commit trespass against the Lord in the matter of Peor, and there was plague amongst the congregation of the Lord.
Right, and then last thing, read 17.
Now therefore kill every male among the little ones, and kill every woman that have known man by lying with him.
Yeah. What a brutal God.
I'm just going to go ahead and just straight say this. I do believe in God, but I do not agree with everything that he does. I really don't. I've had a couple instances where I would have to literally tell it to the story just to make it make sense.
Is it possible that God exists, but it's not the Bible God?
The Bible explains him exactly as he is, who he is. It's just that people don't want to know the truth of describing what it's like for him to be as he is. And
is it possible that the God of the universe gave you these numbers so that you would end up on my live stream and I can show you how barbaric this God is, and he can show you that he certainly isn't this God?
I know exactly who he is. And as far as the numbers as far as I know, I did receive 1 Samuel 3:15 as the numbers that you've given me so far, you have given me to read. And what he has done in the Bible, he has done. And I've already spent 2 months last summer reading through all the Bible from beginning to end. So there's a lot in there I really do not agree with, and there's a lot that's happened in my personal life that he's done to me that I really don't even agree with, and I can discuss maybe two of the events as far as I know that if you want to hear about them, I'm willing to describe them.
Well, I don't think personal testimony is interesting to me because, like, so for example, when I was a young Christian, I'm thinking about 18. I used to do a lot of apologetics, and I would get on the internet and talk to Muslims and Hindus and things like that. And I was really curious why they believed in their gods, right? And I thought that like Christianity was somehow unique because I thought like we had miracles and prophecies and things like that, and then I started talking to these people, and it turned out they had miracle stories, they had visions, they had prophecies. And it turned out that like these things that we have in Christianity that we think validates our particular God, these same events happen in the other religions. Like it's not actually a unique phenomenon. And so I think it's what's more likely is that you're having a moment mentally and emotionally, and you're attributing it to God, or there are things happening like your dream, which are literally just a dream and nothing more. It's not God communicating to you.
I was awake when this happened. I was not even remotely asleep. That's
Well,
the
you
thing.
said you were dreaming.
I said I laid down and I closed my eyes, but I wasn't asleep. Like I was getting ready to go to sleep.
What are the odds that it was just your brain doing what brains do, which is sometimes making things up in their imagination?
Well, that's not the first time that something like that's had happened after. Well, actually,
Are you
prior to
aware that people with prefrontal cortex abnormalities and damages are prone to having a high number of religious phenomenon? They're more likely to claim to have visions and spiritual experiences when in reality we know that it's actually because their prefrontal cortex is either underdeveloped or has some sort of I can't say the word abnormality.
I don't know, but I don't know exactly any information regarding that. So
there are
but
100 people a year that are hospitalized in Jerusalem with Jerusalem syndrome. This idea that when people go to the holy city, they're so overcome with religious fervor and emotion, and they end up starting to believe that they are the second coming of the Messiah, and they think that they're the reincarnated Jesus, and they claim to have visions and prophecies. And 100 people a year are hospitalized with this particular diagnosis.
well, that's what happens to them. That's what happens. But if you're not willing to listen to personal experience that's happened, why not let the chat for decide and let them hear instead? And why not just ask me about it?
Well, what I'm saying is that personal experience, like the spiritual experience that you're having, has happened in every religion with hundreds, thousands of people, right? So like if I accepted that your spiritual experience was evidence of your God being real, then I would also have to accept that everybody else's spiritual experience was evidence of their God being real. And at that point, I would just be a polytheist. I would have to believe in all of the gods.
Especially when it happens on a daily occurrence in my life when I don't want it to. Does that count as well?
Yeah, what I'm saying is that your particular experience is not unique. It happens to people in every religion, and trust me, I've heard them. I've heard people try to convince me that their God is real because of their particular experience. I knew a person personally when I was in seminary who converted from Christianity to Islam because he had a problem with alcohol, and he discovered that as he started to pray to Allah and experiment with Islam, that he was actually able to kick his habit, and he believed that this spiritual awakening he was having that allowed him to change his life was only a result of the God of Islam being true, and converted to Islam. But like these experiences are common. They happen in all the religions.
Well, I've already seen enough videos and debates with Muslims and Sam Shimon regarding that religion. As far as I know, I've already seen some of the English translations involving, I think it's the text that they have from Iran, where it mentions one story that one of the guys ended up breastfeeding a kid from, of all places, but it just, I just find that highly illogical to believe in that case.
Why? What's illogical about it?
A guy being able to breastfeed a kid enough to where the kid doesn't starve, in a story involving Islam. That
do you not know that men can lactate?
Yes, some men can lactate, but not to the point where that it actually can cause a child to be fully.
Yes,
full
yes, you can.
Single
Literally, all you need is estrogen. That's it. All you need is enough estrogen in your body. That's why so many men who take testosterone end up with was it gynecomastia or whatever they call it. It's a condition where when you take a bunch of testosterone, sometimes your body starts producing more estrogen to balance the testosterone, and because your body is producing more estrogen, you end up lactating. Men's ability to lactate is actually quite common, and all you need is enough estrogen.
Right. That's a possibility, but like I said, I don't believe Islam. I've already heard enough, and I've seen enough of the information to look at it myself from what Sam's showing us, just to see some contradictions with Islam. But
well, the Bible's got contradictions. As far as,
well, that's a debate for a different time. But I'm just here to give some personal experience that I've had. So
you're already here, and I already know some contradictions.
Well, if we're talking about the one where I was trying to look at it earlier, where it showed during the reign of David, where it had the 3 years of the I think it was the famine, and then it mentions in another verse was 7 years total.
Yeah.
Well, I was looking at it earlier, and
I can't wait for this apologetic. Go ahead.
But basically, as far as I know, especially when I read through, I think it was like First Chronicles as well, when it mentions more about how long the conditions of David's punishments would be out 3 years for. I think it was the plague, I think, and then 3 months for being chased by some people who were going to go after him, and 3 days of pestilence or something like that.
3, 3, and 3. Correctly. Yep.
Yeah. But it mentions somewhere later in 1 Samuel up to chapter 24 that they traveled around for 9 months and 25 days. So about almost 4 years would have passed by then. But then I started to read, I think it was 2 Kings, and I started to look at it. And it showed that the Lord had called on for the famine to come, and that it shall take place for 7 years. And I was looking down further to see what was going on with the plague.
I think you're confusing your apologetics. The apologetic you're looking for is that in 2 Samuel 20, or is it? I'm sorry, first. Give me a second. 2 Samuel 21 is the one I'm thinking of. 2 Samuel 21 is when there's the first instance of the famine.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, 3 years had passed by then.
Okay. Now, what they're suggesting is that there was 3 years of famine, and then there was an unspecified period, roughly 9 months, almost a year, between the first famine and then receiving the choice of punishment. So the suggestion is that the reason why 2 Samuel 21 is saying 7 instead of 3 is because there was a prior famine. And I'm quite familiar with this apologetic. Now, do you want to know why I know that you've been lied to?
I'm willing to hear, but...
Because whoever put this apologetic together didn't read the entire chapter. If you read chapter 21, it's quite clear that in the 3rd year of the famine ended. The problem is, God was upset with what King Saul did. King Saul was supposed to preserve the Gibeonites. The Gibeonites, according to Joshua chapter 9, were going to give special status to, even though they were foreign. But Saul went and killed them anyways. So God said, I'm upset with you for killing the Gibeonites. Therefore, I'm sending a famine on the land. And he'd sent a famine for 3 different years. The resolution was that 7 members of Saul's household are going to get executed. And then once those people were executed, listen to what it actually says. In verse 14, they buried the bones of Saul and of his son Jonathan in the land of Benjamin in Zelah, in the tomb of his father Kish. They did all that the king commanded. After that, God heeded the supplication for the land. So in the 3rd year of famine, after they did what God wanted them to do, they solved the blood feud. God sent rain back to the land and ended the famine, which means there's no 7 years of famine.
Well, that's the thing. There was actually only one famine, but it's being described in 2 different ways for the condition how it could have happened.
Well, 7 and 3 aren't the same thing then.
Well, here's the thing. If you're already taking the 3 years of famine plus the almost 1 year of travel, but if it says in 2 Kings 8...
4 is not 7 either.
No, that's not what I'm getting to yet. But when it mentions also in Chronicles that the part of the condition for David's punishment would be 3 years of the famine being added on to already.
Well, David's already dead in 2 Kings.
Yeah, exactly. But it's just taking into account the first 3 years of the famine, the rough year of traveling around, plus the 3 extra years of famine that would have been added on had he had chosen that. But
No.
Here,
The famine already ended.
No.
In 2 Samuel 21, the famine ended. God heeded the supplication for the land.
Yes, exactly. But
so there's no 7 years.
But I'm trying to point it out to you. Can I at least get through with it first, please?
Go ahead.
All right. So if you're taking the 3 years of famine, the 1 year of travel roughly, plus the 3 years that David had, if he had chosen that, it would have been 7 years total. But in 2 Kings chapter 8, when it says that the Lord called for a famine, it shall also come upon the land for 7 years. It's not saying that the famine had already passed. It's just saying that if it had included what David had chosen, that it would have lasted 7 years. But it just mentioned that that the woman went up.
Not even close to what 2 Kings chapter 8 is talking about. 2 Kings chapter 8 is referring to a time period after David already died. He dies in chapter 1.
Exactly.
So you can't use 2 Kings chapter 8 to refer to events that were happening while David was still alive, because 2 Kings chapter 8 is talking about events that happened after he was already dead.
Yeah, but that's the thing, though. It's already mentioning that the famine would have lasted 7 years, but it
doesn't say that.
I'm just saying that if it had included the 3 extra years that had David chosen that, it's saying that's what would have happened. But because it
didn't say that at all.
For the Lord had called for a famine, it shall also come upon the land 7 years. And the woman rose and did after saying with the man of God.
That's right.
With her household. It stayed in the land.
The famine at the time when Elisha was alive. Elisha was alive in 2 Kings chapter 8. King David was not alive. We're talking about 2 completely separate time periods.
I got some more studying to do.
They're not the same time period. David's dead.
Well, I haven't studied the Bible enough to get through to that point, but I'm taking the information with what mine's got on the bottom.
All right. Don't read apologetic websites that don't have good answers. If they had good answers, I'd still be a Christian.
It's verse references in the bottom of my Bible.
Yep, and they're wrong.
Well,
verse references aren't apologetics. Verse references is here's something here that's similar to something there. That's all they are.
Yeah.
They're not apologetics.
Yeah. Well, as far as I know, look, I've only read through the Bible once. I'm not the best person to be talking with about knowing exactly what all of the Bible says because I haven't studied it that long to decipher everything about it. I've only managed to do maybe a few chapters of Genesis, and that's as far as I know. But the only thing else I have to go on is literally my experiences, man. And that's literally all I have. I've made a promise that I would set a time aside to personally speak on this live stream that you've got. And this is probably the only time I can do it and say it. And that's just literally all I have. It's just my experiences. But if you don't want to really hear them, there's nothing really I can say to you, man. It's just... But I'm willing to hear at least maybe what's happened in your life that led you to walk away, at least. And I can probably hear and figure out exactly what went wrong somewhere. If that's
I read the Bible. That's it.
But I'm like, what I'm trying to say is like, did you even really live the Bible is what I'm trying to ask.
Yeah.
Daily.
I was a Christian for 20 years. I went to Bible college and seminary. That's why I know that this is all bullshit and you can't prove me wrong.
You know what it means to be lukewarm?
I know what it means to be lukewarm. It means you haven't read your word, which means you're the one that's getting spat out of Jesus' mouth, not me, according to Revelation chapter 3.
Yeah, verses 15 to 16. It means when you have a heart that's distant from God, that you're basically not really...
What I think is the person that's lukewarm is the person who hasn't taken the time to study their book. I've done it. I've taken this time to study the book. I'm not lukewarm. I'm actually educated. That's why I'm no longer a believer. I'm not a believer because I was lukewarm. I'm a believer because I was so dedicated to the faith that I spent many years of my life and many thousands of dollars of my hard-earned money to study it professionally.
Did you ever even bother to ask him to manifest himself in your life somehow? To pay attention to your surroundings?
Fucking obviously, Cody. I was a Christian for 20 years. See how your particular religious belief doesn't work unless you think I'm a bad person?
Yeah, and let me tell you this. Mari Emmanuel...
That's how toxic your religion is. Your religion is so toxic that you can't believe that I came to a different point than you did based on purely intellectual reasons. You have to believe that somehow I'm deficient or I'm a bad person. In reality is your book is full of lies. Jesus didn't fulfill a single prophecy. It's full of contradictions. It's full of historical errors. Moses most likely didn't even exist.
Look, I'm going to go ahead and say this. Not everyone who calls himself a Christian is even capable of even living out the Bible out in the New Testament. Not possible for a lot of people.
No one cares. I'm talking about whether or not it's true, and it's clearly not true.
Yeah, you can believe that all you want, but...
Look, Matthew says that Jesus was born of a virgin to fulfill a prophecy in Isaiah chapter 7. The prophecy in Isaiah chapter 7 doesn't say anything about a Messiah being born to a virgin. It talks about a child being born during the reign of King Ahaz and says before that child knows right from wrong, the two kings that Ahaz are afraid of are going to be wiped out. Not a damn thing about a Messiah being born to a virgin. The New Testament's lying to you.
Let me ask you this then. There was one... prophecy I was listening to from involving John the Baptist. It was something talking about how there was a prophecy mentioning Isaiah or something like that.
Well, you got to be more specific. There's a bunch of prophecies in Isaiah. You're probably referring to Malachi chapter 4 when it says that God is going to send Elijah, and then Jesus says that John the Baptist is the Elijah, but he clearly wasn't.
Let's see if I can find it here.
Cody, it's at this point you might I think an intelligent person would be listening to the words coming out of my mouth and realizing that I'm going to be saying things about the Bible that you've never heard of before. And maybe I know these things because I've studied it more than you did.
All right. So let me take this. You know how in the New Testament said that Jesus says that he is the door, but he is also the way, the truth, and the life regarding that information? And if you've ever applied some of the New Testament information to the Old Testament, have you ever tried applying that kind of information to, I guess, maybe when the last plague was going through Egypt and they were asked to smear blood on top of the threshold of the door during the time?
That's a great point. Why did God kill all the babies there?
Because they hardened Pharaoh's heart, but the sixth time he asked them.
Yeah, but did the babies commit any sins?
The punishment for Pharaoh was that basically all the firstborn in Egypt...
Yeah, we know the punishment. I'm asking you a specific question. Did the baby commit sins?
No.
Okay, then why did God have the babies killed?
Because that was the punishment for Pharaoh. That's just it. I was not born there that day.
Okay, so God's totally cool with killing innocent people, but that's weird because in Psalms number 6, he says that there are 7 things he detests, and the last one of them is the shedding of innocent blood, but he himself sheds innocent blood all the time.
Yeah, there's been a few instances in life where I've seen some things happen I really don't like. I know there was one story where I was reading about this mother who left her kid in the house for 10 days, and baby basically just starved to death. You don't think I don't like some of the things that happens on here because
But
he
that's
allows
a human doing it. I'm talking about what God does. God had those babies killed.
what he did is what he did. That is on
I
him.
know, and it was horrific. Why would you believe in a God that thinks it's okay to brutally murder infants?
The reason why I believe is because I have personally had some more experiences past that first night. It's because of that I have already been punished twice already since that time last year. Is the reason why these things happen occurring to me daily are the reasons why I still believe. I've had too much happening personally for me not to believe. I'm dead serious. There was one time where I was
Do
struggling
you know what
with life.
pareidolia is?
No.
Pareidolia is this interesting phenomenon that humans exhibit where we see faces where faces don't really exist. Like we see it in tree bark and in toast and in dog butts and whatnot, right? Like we're like super pattern seeking machines, right? So like you're having these life experiences and your brain is trying to find patterns that fit your experiences in the God mold. That's it. That's all that's happening.
Let me ask you this. Can you explain to me the reason why I feel someone stepping around my bed every single night, or I can feel someone's hands on my sides and there's warmth coming from it? Or can you explain to me the reason why when
Yes,
I
it's
get
called your
in the middle of,
imagination. You have an active
no,
imagination.
no, I'm dead serious, man. I would not be explaining this
I
if
know
I
you're serious. It's called having an active imagination. People
dude, no.
believe things all the time, but there are children right now that believe that they have actual friends that are imaginary. We know they're imaginary. The parents know they're imaginary. The children literally believe that they are not imaginary. That's a real thing that happens. But I'm trying to figure out like why you would go to bat. Like if you believe a God exists, why would you go to a bat for a God that specifically thinks that it's okay to punish people with the cannibalization of their own children? Jeremiah 19:9, he says, I will make them eat the flesh of their own sons and the flesh of their daughters. Do you think that that's a good God that would make parents eat the flesh of their children?
I don't agree with everything that he does. I do not.
So then he's an asshole.
I've said that to him multiple times. The last time I told him that I didn't want anything to do with having a kid on this world, you know what's the one thing that happened to me? The moment that I said that, there was a big vibration coming from the center of my body enough that it really could have woken me up even if I wasn't asleep. But I was sitting in my chair when it was happening.
So what's more likely that this asshole God exists who wants you to eat your children if you misbehave, or that your brain is trying to connect the dots with things that don't really exist?
I'm going to say it again. I really do not agree with everything that he does. He's already had some things done to me I really don't like, man. And I don't agree with everything that he does. I really don't like the way how he even acts sometimes. I'm going to
What do
say
he do to
it again.
you?
Well, besides that one instance where I just now mentioned, there was around my birthday, it was like maybe 2 days within my birthday, I ended up getting a book from my aunts when I started documenting my stuff. And I remember asking what I should take for next semester, if I should take a 1312 class or a 4175 class. I asked them whether if I could get chapter numbers or verse numbers popping up in my life. Within like maybe the first 2 hours, I get Isaiah 41:10 popping up on my phone. And not too long after that, within the same day, I get Psalm 7. So I'm asking him for the next day, is there any chance I can get like a number 75 or a number 5 that can pop up? And I'd say 18 hours later, within after the first thing happening, like involving Isaiah 41:10, around prior to that experience, though, I written on a blue sticky note if I could get 1312 or 4175, and I wrote midnight for the answer that I needed it by.
There's
so a day
a
and a half was
highly likely scenario in which a number 5 shows up if people are sending you Bible verses. My understanding is, depending on which Bible or which Bible book you're in, you have a 20% chance of getting a 5 in there.
Yeah, King James version. But
Yeah,
this
seems
is
seems
not
pretty
the end
likely,
of what happened.
especially if you got multiple Bible verses coming to you in a particular day. So this
Yeah,
is
well,
what I would say to you. Like, your personal experiences might feel convincing to you, but they're not convincing to any of us. We're listening to the ramblings of a madman who believes that people sending Bible verses is God speaking to them. I think if
well,
God
can I
really
finish up?
existed, he could do something better than like text me a number, right? So, for example, he could, I don't know, fix the problem with natural disasters killing 100,000 people a year. He could just prevent the 3 million children dying of starvation every year.
Yeah,
But
well,
like,
look,
forgive me, he sent you a number 5. Shit.
no,
All right.
he didn't send me a number 5. It's how it happened that changed everything for me again. It's how it happened. But this is the other half of it. So, look, anyways, I had a blue sticky note written on a wall. It had the number 1312 or 4175 with midnight underlined on all in uppercase. So I ended up getting a video around 11:58 after the second night. And the video mentioned, as far as I can remember correctly, it was a video of a guy saying, if you wish to honor the Lord, seek first his love and righteousness. I decided decided to look at Psalm 5. And literally within like the last 3 verses, I saw the words love and righteousness both mentioned in separate verses. And when I was doing this, the sticky note was right up on my wall to my right.
Cody, I want to read you a message. I just got a message. Thank you, Dr. Doe, for sending me a message in $2 on Venmo. It says, Justin, just to be aware, Cody, my friend here who sent me this message is a PhD licensed therapist and clinician. And she says, Justin, I am worried about Cody. His reality testing is off. Now, here's what. Oh, just hold on, Cody. There are, I don't know, like 400 people watching on TikTok, and you've got 1,300 people watching on YouTube. There are damn near 2,000 people watching this right now, and I can guarantee that 99.9% of them is watching a man that we are interpreting as not being able to validly test reality. You're taking things that you're seeing things, you're hearing things, and you're using them to construct a reality that you want rather than the reality that is. That's why I talked earlier about pareidolia. Yeah. So,
well, can I finish the last of my story for everyone, please? That way we can. That way,
Cody,
hammer on this.
Cody, the story that you're describing was turned into a movie called A Beautiful Mind. Okay, what you're describing is bordering on schizophrenia.
I've got 3 more verses involving the story. That is,
I'm sure you do, and none of them are meaningful to us. Listen, Cody, look, I really think that what you should do is talk to a licensed therapist. No one here thinks that these stories are convincing. In fact, the more you talk, the more concerned people are growing about you. And I'm at a point where if I keep talking to you, I think I'm probably taking advantage of somebody who probably needs like to seek medical help and maybe isn't in the right place for a chat on the Bible.
Dude, I've already gone past through the suicide, the atheism, the nihilism. I've already been through all that, dude. I've already overcome that nearly 12 years ago. So,
you're reinforcing what I'm saying. You're reinforcing the opinion that I'm literally talking to somebody who may not be mentally and emotionally stable for this conversation. And I think you probably need to talk to a medical professional and stop talking to me. I'm not a medical professional. All I can tell you is what the Bible says. That's all I'm qualified to do.
I know. We all have our opinions regarding the Bible, man. But look, can I please tell the last 3 verses of my story?
Nah, no one cares, man.
Why are you so afraid to let me speak?
Because we've heard thousands of stories just like yours, and literally none of them are compelling. None of them are meaningful. for the exact same reason that I already articulated to you, because these types of stories happen in every religious system. I can't tell you how many times I've had some sort of a new age spiritualist come in here and tell me the same bullshit that you're telling me. It's all nonsense to us. It's only meaningful to you because you're willing to connect the dots. We're not. We're not connecting the same dots you're connecting. The dots that you're connecting are the dots that you want to connect, and you're ignoring all the other dots. We're not doing that. And now I got my live stream restricted on TikTok because they think that somebody is violating community guidelines. Fair enough.
Well, that's you being an asshole. Jeez.
It's not YouTube, it's TikTok. YouTube tolerates these conversations fairly well. TikTok, not so much. TikTok's a train wreck. But listen, Cody, thanks for coming up and chatting with us. But just know that your personal experience is not meaningful to atheists.
Well, that's up for them to debate. But as for you, well, nothing's ever going to change your mind as far as I'm just going to go ahead and say you.
Only evidence. Evidence would change my mind.
The way how your heart is, you will never get that experience.
That's what I'm talking about, Cody. Your particular position requires you to view me as a bad person. That's why I keep telling you, your religion is toxic. Your religion causes you to view me as a bad person to justify your belief in the religion. It's the only way that you can rationalize why people like me exist. You have to assume that I'm the bad person. The reality is I'm not a bad person. The reality is that you have a false belief that you're not willing to let go of. And rather than letting go of it, you'll interpret anything as a cosmic sign. In reality, you probably need to talk to a therapist.
Look.
And we're moving on from that conversation. I had enough of that. He's in the wrong place. He needs to talk to Dr. Joe. Yes. Oh, Denise, you're right. Denise just sent me a message. It's because he mentioned the suicide. Obviously, yes. That's one of the no-no words. You can't use the word suicide on fucking TikTok because TikTok is a hellscape. Anyways, let me grab the super chats, guys, and we'll get our next guest right in here. We've got one from Dominique Ear. Says, I think my two previous super chats were unnoticed. Well, Dominique, I appreciate you sending me another super chat. I read literally every single super chat that comes on my screen. Every once in a great while, I miss one. It does happen. It's possible that I missed one of yours. That being said, tonight has been kind of a slow night, except for the beginning with the super chats. I find it doubtful that I missed one of your super chats. If it was a super busy night, it's possible that I missed one of your super chats. Also, what does happen a lot is like someone will send a super chat, but I can't get to it for like 20, 30, 40, or even 50 minutes because I'm talking to a guest, and then they leave, and then they come back later and then think that I've missed it. I haven't missed it. I read it while you were gone or while you weren't looking. If I did miss your super chat, Dominique, I'm really sorry. I'm completely serious when I say every super chat that comes on my screen, I try to read eventually. I have no reason to not read them. But thank you for being here. Thank you for supporting. And Evan, thank you so much for the super chat. It says, as a healthcare professional, I recommend an MRI. And I'm with you. I think Cody needs an MRI. I think he needs to talk to somebody who's not me. I'm not the right person for this. Johanna, thank you so much for the super chat. It says, it seems God only reveals himself to the most odd assortment of people. This is what I was saying. The people who have like prefrontal cortex issues, people who have, we're going to call it brain damage, are more likely to have these spiritual experiences. That's the nature of things. And it's because their brain is operating differently than normal people's brains. Night Animal, thank you for the super chat. It says, story about the old girlfriend. Super hit home. Ditto, my man. Night, thank you for letting me know. And it's a relatable story. I can't tell you how many times somebody has been like, man, I dated this girl. It wasn't right. I knew it wasn't going to work. We were not good together. And then like I saw her 5 years, 10 years down the road, And we're like, we're going to give it another shot. And then we gave it another shot, and all the same fucking problems came back, and we had to end it because we have this ability. Like we look at things in the rear view mirror, and we remember the good stuff. We forget the bad stuff. It's the thing that helps us to cope with reality. The thing that helps us to cope with reality is that we're so good at unremembering the bad shit that happened to us. We have to do that in order to keep moving on, in order to keep going forward. At some point, we kind of have to stop forgetting all the bad stuff that happens to us, and it results in us remembering all the good stuff. And then sometimes we forget the bad stuff that people did to us. Evan, thank you for the super chat, though. He says, atheist, I have a problem with your God killing infants. Christian, well, he killed everyone on earth one time. Real words of wisdom from this caller. I couldn't believe that he was going to go to that as an apologetic. Crazy. And Hammond, again, thank you for the super chat, says, I think early Christianity looked like the Jehovah's Witnesses. These people were proclaiming millions now living will never die in the 1920s. Nailed it. Christianity was a cult offshoot of the Jewish religion. It was a death cult. It was an end times death cult that was predicting the imminent end of the world, and it didn't happen because it's not true. That's what it is. And Tyler, good to see you tonight, friend. Thank you for the $10 super chat. It says, religious psychosis is a scary thing to witness. I mean, this with utmost empathy and seriousness. I hope Cody gets the help he needs. Yeah, it's a real thing. I've got a friend who was on TikTok and YouTube for a while. I don't know if he's still making videos, but he did a bunch of videos around the Caucasian Space Jesus, if you remember those video series. And I don't want to spill a bunch of tea on my buddy, but let's just say that at some point he became aware that his brain was disconnected with reality, and he ended up needing medication to fix it. He had experiences to him that were real. These were real experiences. And it took time and other people's input to eventually come to the conclusion that the version of reality he was living in was not real reality. He was experiencing psychosis, and he had to take medication. It happens all the time. I had a friend close to where I live, where her husband unfortunately passed away because of, self-ending. Because he went through psychosis, and when he went through these bouts of psychosis, he got disconnected from reality, and the craziest thing happened. He became religious. He wasn't a religious person, but when he was going through these periods of psychosis, he would become very religious, and sometimes he would think that he was somebody special. He would think that he was a prophet. He would think that he was the reincarnated Jesus. Because when you've disconnected from reality, all the crazy stuff now becomes not so crazy because you're not connected to reality. And Johanna, again, thank you so much, says, was God communicating with him in English? I should have asked, because anytime somebody has these periods of visions or psychoses, they never coincide with real reality. The thing that you saw, what did it smell like? What did it sound like? Tell me your actual experiences, and they can't actually do it. Dusty, welcome to the Kraken Crew. Big W, Dusty. Also, MRG, welcome to the Kraken Crew Elite. And also MRG sending out 20 huge 20 Deconstruction Zone gifted memberships. Big W, MRG. I appreciate the generosity and the 20 DZ memberships. Big W. Remember, everyone who's at the Kraken Crew Elite level gets access to the Deconstruction Zone cheat sheet, so please make use of that. And Night Animal says lactation is greater than prolactin, not estrogen. Oh, I think you mean lactation is a result of prolactin, not estrogen. Did I get that wrong? Is estrogen not the precursor or the necessary component for lactation? Shit, now I've got to go do some biology homework. Night Animal, thank you for making me aware that I mislabeled this cause of lactation. Apparently, I've got some learning to do. I'll be looking into that tonight. I must be misremembering something. And Johanna says the first rule of religion, under no circumstances engage our brain and common sense. You nailed it. You 100% nailed it. It's kind of like the first rule of the Dunning-Kruger effect is that you don't know that you're part of the Dunning-Kruger effect. Oh boy. Yeah, absurdist is insanity there for God. I think that's what we witnessed, is it not? I think that's what I saw. And Dr. Joe, thank you for chiming in. And Dr. Joe, Dr. Joe says, I'm kind of worried about this guest history of TBI. Yeah, that's what I'm getting at. I think as a medical professional, Dr. Joe is seeing some of the warning signs, most of the warning signs that we're starting to pick up on with Cody. I'm not so sure he's with us. Also, guys, follow Dr. Joe. Dr. Joe is a good friend of mine. She does amazing work. She's in our Discord and in a lot of our live streams. If you want to get a hold of her, she's amazing. And Absurdus says, not mocking mental health. I'm on spectrum. I get it. And my son is very severely on the spectrum. He's level 3, which is the highest on the ASD spectrum. So I get it. I don't feel like that last guess. I don't think Cody was on the spectrum, if I had to guess. I think he was just convinced. He was trying to connect the dots to maintain his religion, you know? Oh, excuse me. Sorry to get tired. Oh, shit. It's just K says, Cody is a tragic tale of the church taking advantage of mentally ill, psychotic, or schizophrenic people. They encourage delusion as divine revelation. So this is a good point. You might be familiar with the medieval period and their obsession with mystics. Christian mystics, I feel, are people experiencing psychosis. You might think of like Hildegard of Bingen as one of the early Christian, early medieval Christian mystics who had these crazy trances and visual experiences. But reality is, these people were probably experiencing psychosis, not religious phenomenon. But that being said, Hildegard of Bingen was a pretty cool individual, really cool mystic, and I think empowering to a lot of people who like her story. It's a good story. Definitely read up on her. Also, Rise of Azazel just set me a 5. Prophecy true. Prophecy true. Thank you, Azazel. Not only did Azazel send a 5, but it was a $5 super chat from New Zealand. I guess I'm wrong. I guess that the young gentleman Cody received a true prophecy. Erzmont St. George says, got here late just in time for the reason I worship God who slaughters babies is... You nailed it. That's exactly it. You dove in just in time to hear justification of genocide. And J-Bug says, hail Doug. Also, I'm seriously worried about Cody. We all are. We're all worried about Cody right now. Hashtag worried about Cody. It's a thing. It's a thing. And Johanna says, please end up in the hot place with me so you can fix the air conditioning. I'm going to try. You know I'm going to try. If the air conditioning is down in hell, I'm going to take care of it. Don't worry. And MRG, thank you so much for sending out 20 more DZ gifted memberships. Thank you so much, MRG. Very generous. And 20 more people just got access to the cheat sheet. So big W for MRG. And here he is again with another super chat. Thank you so much, MRG. Says donated memes for Justin's compassion. Thank you so much, MRG, for donating the DZ memberships. I really appreciate the support. We're doing the best we can on the channel. Sometimes I make mistakes, but I'm trying. And Small Johnson sending out another DZ membership. Thank you, Small Johnson. Also, good to see you tonight, my friend. We also have a super chat from Javis Arias. Says he read the Bible multiple times, then only once. It's always the same with these. And again, he says, some people like Cody make up visions for attention. That's an interesting point. I didn't consider that, but you're not wrong. I've seen people do that, actually. I've seen that happen. All right. With that, let me get one more guest in here. We've had a guest waiting for quite a while in the queues. I'm trying to get to as many people as possible. Looks like we've got Ruby with us now. Great beard, Ruby. How you doing?
Yo, what's up? Thank
Not
you,
too-
by the way, for the compliment.
Yeah. Ruby, are you a believer?
I am, yeah.
Cool. And which God do you believe in?
I believe in Jesus.
Cool. What would be the most convincing evidence or argument for the Christian God / Jesus being real?
Well, for Jesus being real?
Well, I mean, not a real person. I agree with you.
Okay.
I think he was a real person, but like, why would I think that he's like God?
Right. So I think because he was a real person, I think he was reliable. I think he claimed to be God. And because he's reliable, I could take his word for it.
What do you mean by reliable?
Yeah, trustworthy, I guess. He had a lot of people who followed him and who believed in what he said. And they took the time to preserve his message and make sure that it got out to people. And
Sure.
I guess you could say that for like, I just realized you can make that claim for like Muhammad too. It's like, so yeah, I guess I'll just leave it there if you want to comment on what I said.
Have you got a Bible on you?
I do, yeah, I have one right here.
Turn to Isaiah 61 for me.
Isaiah 61. I'll just do it on,
Yeah.
here. It'll be easier.
While we're doing that, do you know what's happening in 3rd Isaiah? Do you kind of know who's talking and who's being talked to?
In 3rd Isaiah?
Sorry, 3rd Isaiah is Isaiah chapter 56 to the end. So 56 and 66.
Yeah, no, I don't.
Okay, fair enough. So in 3rd Isaiah, the prophet is speaking to the nation of Israel and predicting that they're going to come back to their homeland and be completely restored.
Okay.
We get a portion of that in Isaiah 61. And this is a familiar passage. It says, "The Spirit of the Lord God is upon me, because the Lord has anointed me. He has sent me to bring good news to the oppressed, to bind up the brokenhearted, to proclaim liberty to the captives, release to the prisoners, to proclaim the year of the Lord's favor and the day of vengeance of our God, to comfort all who mourn, to provide for those who mourn in Zion, to give them a garland instead of ashes, oil of gladness instead of mourning, a mantle of praise instead of faint spirit. They will be called oaks of righteousness, the planting of the Lord, to display his glory. They shall build up the ancient ruins, and they shall raise up the former devastations. They shall repair the ruined cities and the devastations of many generations." So kind of just based on like a plain reading of Isaiah 61 so far, what would you say this is about?
The Spirit of the Sovereign Lord is on me, because the Lord has anointed me. It could be Israel or Jesus, to proclaim good news to the poor. He sent me up to proclaim the years of the Lord. Yeah, like I said, it's either Jesus or Israel. I would say Jesus probably.
Why? Because it says that they're going to rebuild the ancient ruins and the former devastations and repair the ruined cities.
Mm-hmm.
Did Jesus repair the ruined cities?
They will rebuild the ancient ruins. No. So maybe it's Israel. Why? What's the point here?
Right. Well, my point here is that I think personally that the prophecy from Isaiah 61 is very clear. It matches all the rest of 2nd and 3rd Isaiah, which is that your time of punishment in Babylon is done, and now you can come back home and you're going to be rebuilt. You'll be better than even before, right? Mm-hmm. So to me, that's my reading of Isaiah 61. Now, I can't see a single reason to go to Isaiah 61 and think that this is anything but the restoration of Israel. Can you give me a reason?
To think that it's anyone other than, because the Spirit of the Sovereign Lord is on me, because the Lord has anointed me to proclaim good news to the poor.
Yeah, that's the prophet.
Mm-hmm.
That's what the prophet's doing. The
Oh,
prophet
you're
is
saying,
bringing the
so why
message.
is it not? Oh, you're saying, why is it not about Isaiah doing this? Like,
What
is
I'm
it?
saying is Isaiah
I'm not sure.
61 is a message from the prophet to the nation of Israel,
Mhm.
right? So, like, why would I read this as anything but that,
I don't know.
right? The problem, obviously, and you already know this because you're trying to get ahead in the conversation. The problem, obviously, is that in Luke chapter 4, Jesus says it's about him, right?
Mhm.
He goes to the synagogue. It says he gets to scroll of the prophet Isaiah, right? And he reads, "The Spirit of the Lord is upon me," so on and so forth. Obviously, he leaves off the part about the day of the Lord's vengeance, and he adds in the part about recovery of sight to the blind. That's not actually there. But then he rolled up the scroll, gave it back to the attendant, and sat down and said, "The day the scripture has been fulfilled in your hearing." But it couldn't be fulfilled in your hearing. The scripture that he just read from talks about the rebuilding of the ancient cities, the repairing of the devastations, so on and so forth.
Mhm.
Right?
Mhm.
So it sounds like Jesus is just using like an out of context quotation from the Old Testament and saying, well, this is about me now.
Okay, yeah, you could interpret it that way. Is that like the agreed upon interpretation, or is that just your way of
No.
interpreting?
No, I'd imagine any Old Testament scholar would tell you exactly the same thing I just told you. In fact, I've got a study Bible right here. And if I go to Isaiah 61
Yeah.
in my study Bible, I can nearly guarantee you it's going to say the same thing I just said. So Isaiah 61 in the study Bible starts out, it says, verse 1 through 4, the mission of the prophet. This declaration of an anonymous prophet figure recalls passages 40 to 66, which is what I said, that's second Isaiah, right? Spoken or addressed to individual seers. The speaker is endowed with the Spirit of God and is anointed. The mission is to proclaim the good news of the poor, the downtrodden, and proclaim the Jubilee year of release from slavery, which is what they were doing. They were in Babylon. Judah was still suffering from the effects of the Babylonian conquest. So my study Bible is telling me exactly what all Old Testament scholars know, which is that Isaiah 61 is about the restoration of the Israelites after the Babylonian captivity.
Mm-hmm. So is that before the rebuilding of the Second Temple, or yeah, it must be before, right?
Exactly. Yeah, the Second Temple was built and completed about 516 BCE.
Mm-hmm.
Now, some people believe that it was written after 516. I don't. I think third Isaiah was written probably prior to the rebuilding of the new temple. But that's just me personally. I could be wrong.
Okay. And so, is it speaking of someone to come immediately, or is it someone come in the future?
Well, it doesn't say anything about a person coming.
Mm-hmm.
Right? It's literally just about the nation of Israel being restored. Doesn't say anything about a Messiah. Doesn't say anything about a particular person.
Yeah, and you don't think it could have two meanings? Like, I'll give you an example, like Psalm 118, talking about the stone that the builders rejected at that time, in Psalm 118 speaking about Israel, but it's also like a double prophecy referring to Jesus in the future.
Yeah, so this is actually a very good point, because what you'll discover is that nearly all of the prophecies about Jesus rely on a double fulfillment. None of them are actually fulfilled in the original context of the prophecy. So the question you have to ask yourself...
The ultimate fulfillment of them is always through Jesus.
No, definitely not. So the question you have to ask yourself is whether or not prophecies should even have second fulfillment. So when I'm reading the prophecies, and the prophecy is clearly about what's happening in the original context, I have no reason to believe that there's now a secondary fulfillment of it that is completely divorced from the original context. And if that's the case, then I could do the same thing. I've got a whole list of prophecies that I fulfilled if you just look at the Old Testament prophecies and ignore the context.
Okay, I see what you're saying. But why... okay, so you're saying that there can't be like a double fulfillment of the prophecy because then you could just apply any to yourself. I don't really understand.
Well, I'm saying that a double fulfillment, a secondary fulfillment, is inherently subjective. It's whatever you want it to be, because you're now saying the original context no matter. Right,
Okay.
the original context no longer matters. It just has to be something that sounds familiar.
Oh yeah, okay. I could kind of see. I don't think that. I still don't think that proposes like a big of an issue as you think. I do see what you're saying, and I understand what you're saying. But I just don't think that it's like an objective truth. I think you're just stating it. I think it is a good point, but I don't think that has to be objectively true.
No, I think it is objectively true, because if Jesus didn't fulfill even one prophecy in the original context, I have no reason to believe that he fulfilled any prophecies, because if I can...
And what about like Isaiah 53?
Well, Isaiah 53 is about the nation of Israel.
Yeah, I don't believe that. Why do you believe
Well, you want
that?
to see why?
Yeah.
Because the prophet tells you it's about the nation of Israel on 8 different occasions. He tells you that the nation of Israel is in fact the servant. I'll show you the passages. So the first one's going to be Isaiah 41, 8 through 9.
And you don't think the servant could be referring to different people at different times?
No, I think that's silly. Again, I believe in reading the actual context of the prophecy, not in creating new interpretations divorced from the context. It says, "But you, Israel, my servant Jacob, whom I have chosen, the offspring of Abraham, my friend, you who I took from the ends of the earth and called you from its furthest corners, saying to you, you are my servant. I have chosen you and not cast you off." So right at the beginning of 2nd Isaiah, which is where Isaiah 53 comes from, he says that Israel is a servant. He says the same thing in chapter 43, verse 10. "You are my witnesses, says the Lord, and my servant whom I have chosen." And then 44, 1 through 2. "Hear now, O Jacob, my servant, and Israel, my chosen." Again, the servant is Israel. Same thing in Isaiah 44, 21. Same thing in 45, 4. In 48:20, he says, "Go out from Babylon, flee from Chaldea, declare this with a shout of joy, proclaim it, send it forth to the ends of the earth, and say that the Lord has redeemed his servant Jacob." So the whole arc of 2nd Isaiah is that God's servant Israel is free from their time of punishment in Babylon. So when I get to 53...
Before you just said the servant was Jacob, no?
Jacob is Israel.
Oh, Jacob is Israel. Okay, that's what I was going to clarify. Okay.
Yeah. So when I get to Isaiah 53, I don't have a single reason why I would look at the chapter and think that it's anybody but the nation of Israel, because I've read all of Isaiah, and the context of Isaiah is telling me that God's servant Israel is in fact the servant being spoken about. Right?
That's fine. Like I said, I agree with you that there are a lot of like double fulfillments, and like I said, for me that does not pose a problem.
Is there a triple fulfillment?
I don't think so.
Why not?
I don't know. I haven't thought about it.
Because this is the hallmark of Mormonism. Mormonism teaches that Joseph Smith triple fulfilled some of the prophecies.
Bro, but didn't they say he was in like Genesis 53 or something? Some like thing that doesn't even exist?
Genesis chapter 50.
Yeah.
If I remember correctly, they claim that he fulfilled something there. He also believed that he fulfilled Deuteronomy chapter 18, right? So
well, Muslims also say that Muhammad fulfilled Deuteronomy 18.
Yes, so you nailed it. Okay, so so this is my point though. My point is the minute you say that you can fulfill a prophecy that is divorced from the original context of the prophecy, it's very subjective. Like anyone can do it. Like Isaiah 65:9, "I will bring forth descendants." Well, shit, I can do that. Anyone can do that.
Yeah, but you have to. It's not. Wait, okay. You said Isaiah 53:9. "I will bring forth descendants."
65:9.
65:9.
Let me make sure I remember that correctly.
Oh, it's okay. You probably got it. "I will bring forth offspring from Jacob." Yeah. Okay. So like, let's just go to like 53. In context, you're like, I don't understand how you can not see this as Jesus. Like,
why would I think it's? Why would
This
I
is
think it's
what-
about Jesus when the prophet already told me it's Israel?
Because in context, the servant took up our pain and bore our suffering, and we consider yet we
Israel.
considered him punished by God.
Yeah,
Well, how did
Israel.
Israel take our pain and suffering?
Because who's talking? Who do you think's talking?
Who has believed our message? This is Israel as a people.
Nope.
Okay, so so what is it?
It's the nations that have held them captive. And that's clear at the end of
Okay.
chapter 52.
Uh,
So at the end of 52,
mhm.
it says, when he's talking about freeing them from Israel, and then
Yeah.
he tells them to get out of there. It says, so he shall startle many nations, kings shall shut their mouths because of him, for that which had not been told to them they shall see, and that which they had not heard they shall contemplate. And then the next line is the nations contemplating what they've just witnessed. And what they witnessed was the deliverance of Israel. Who has believed our report, or who has believed what we have heard? And to whom has the arm of the Lord been revealed? Well, God told you he's revealing his arm to the nations. That's chapter 52:10. He says, the Lord has bared his holy arm before the eyes of all the nations, and all the ends of the earth will see the salvation of our God. This idea that the nations are speaking in chapter 53 clarifies that it's indeed about the nation of Israel, because they're talking about what they're witnessing.
Mhm. And
Right.
I'm hearing what you're saying. I fully see your interpretation of it, and I could see why you would feel that. But I do also feel like there's like some level of not like indistinguishability between Israel and Jesus, but like a lot of the prophecies made about one seem to have a double meaning about the other. And that's just like when you read the text in context, like when you read the Bible as a whole, doing exegesis, that's the impression that you get. You don't get the like we're not just making
Well,
it up and like applying these prophecies to Jesus.
I think
That's
you are,
what
though.
you get. That's how you.
I think
That's
the
the
New
interpretation
Testament's
you
making
get
it
when
up,
you
and
take.
you're willing to accept it. I'm not. So
But
this is a problem, is that you until
when you
you
say
can
the New
show
Testament is making it up, what do you mean? Who made it up? Who's making it
the
up?
the authors, we don't know exactly who all of them are, but the authors of the New Testament are making stuff up. They're committing the sharpshooter fallacy, where they've said, we already know that he's the Messiah. Now we have to go back into the Old Testament and find passages that will confirm it, rather than reading the Old Testament in the
But
actual context in which it was
that
given.
can't be true
That's
because
100% true.
if that was true, how would they have recognized him as the Okay, so you're saying when, as he's coming, he's revealing himself. As he's revealing things, they're looking back into the scripture and saying, "Oh, this
Name
fits
one prophecy he fulfilled in the original context.
Yeah, bring peace to all nations." I guess.
When
Would
did that
that be
happen?
fulfilled
Because
right now? Yeah, I guess we're not
it
really.
certainly didn't happen.
But you could argue that he brought peace to all nations in the sense that everyone who believes of all nations will have peace if they believe in him.
But that's not a prophecy. Now you're making up
Yeah.
prophecies.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I'm kind of like playing around here. I was just playing with ideas, but yeah. Like I said, I don't think it's I don't really think the double thing is a problem. And okay, so like we're talking about the
It's
messianic
not just double
prophecies.
prophecies. Like the New Testament is literally making up stuff that doesn't really exist. Like even Jesus himself in Matthew 22, right? In Matthew 22, the Pharisees and him are having a conversation, and Jesus says, "What do you think of the Messiah? Whose son is he?" And then obviously they say the son of David. And he's like, well, he can't be the son of David, because David himself said, the Lord said to my Lord, sit at my right hand until I make your enemies your footstool. Cool. Okay. So now Jesus himself is suggesting that Psalm 110 is actually about him. But when I go to Psalm 110, especially in the Hebrew, it's clearly not about Jesus, and it's clearly not even from David. It's written about David by somebody from his court. It says, an assurance of victory for God's priest king, which is not actually in the text. That's a heading. A psalm of David, of David a psalm, or about David a psalm. The Lord said to my Lord. Well, the first Lord is actually just Yahweh, and the word says doesn't appear in the text. It says Ne'um Yahweh in Hebrew, which means a saying of Yahweh, an utterance of Yahweh. A typical prophetic introduction, right? So it says a prophecy or a saying of Yahweh to my master, Le'edini. So what I'm seeing here is that there's somebody in King David's court saying, there's a prophecy of Yahweh to my Lord, to my master. What does he say? Sit at my right hand until I make your enemies your footstool. That is a prophecy that seemed to have come true in 1 Kings chapter 5, verse 3, when Solomon himself admits that he put David's enemies under his feet. It says, the Lord sent out from Zion your mighty scepter to rule in the midst of your foes. That's what David did. Your people will offer themselves willingly on the day that you lead your forces on the holy mountain. That's what David did. From the womb of your morning, like dew, your youth will come to you. The Lord has sworn and will not change his mind. You are a priest forever, so on and so forth. So everything in the passage is about the stuff that David did. It's not written by David. It's written about David. Jesus himself couldn't read Hebrew. He actually quoted it from the Greek. The problem is the Greek Septuagint was replacing the name Yahweh with Lord, because they were doing the same thing our English translations are doing. They're protecting the divine name. Jesus not only didn't know Hebrew, according to Matthew 22, he didn't even know what the Greek text was doing with the Hebrew, and he fumbled both of them. So, like, this idea that somehow, like, this guy who couldn't read Hebrew, he had no idea what the Greek was doing, is somehow giving us these secondary fulfillments of these prophecies, to me, sounds just like a charlatan.
Mm-hmm. So do you accept the Old Testament as like authentic or reliable, or are you just using this as a point against Christianity?
To me, I think it's just a demonstration that the Jesus character couldn't even read the Hebrew Bible correctly, much less the Greek Bible. But to me, I don't believe
it's kind of hard that like to think that it matters when he's supposed to be God by the Christian paradigm. But anyway, yeah, go on.
He can't be God if he fumbles Psalm 110.
He can't be, but you're assuming that he's not giving it in the context that the people at the time would understand. Like when he's using these different terms, he's using it in the way that the people at his time are going to understand. He's not using it for like us now who's going to look back and understand like, oh, this is what you really meant. Like he's talking to people at the time, like he's actually having conversations.
Yeah, but it's an objective claim. Did David write Psalm 110, or was it about King David?
What did David write Psalm 110? Oh, are you saying was it about David or Jesus?
What I'm saying is Jesus clearly doesn't understand what's happening in Psalm 110. He thinks David wrote it, and he thinks David is talking to two different gods. He's saying David said, the Lord said to my Lord, referring to two different deities, and Jesus is suggesting, I'm the other Lord, right? But when I read Psalm 110, that's not even close to what's happening, and it's painfully obvious if you just read it in Hebrew. Because in Hebrew, it doesn't say the Lord said to my Lord. It says a psalm about King David, an utterance of Yahweh to my master.
Mm-hmm.
But if you read it in Greek, it reads differently, right? It says ha Kyrios to Kyrio, mu, which means the Lord to my Lord. But again, that makes sense if you actually read the Septuagint in Greek and you knew that the Septuagint was replacing the name of Yahweh with ha-Kyrios, meaning the Lord. The same way our English Bibles say the Lord rather than Yahweh, right? So Jesus should have known this. If Jesus is God, he should have known that when it says the Lord, one of them is the king and one of them is Yahweh. He didn't know that. He had no idea what was happening in the Greek Septuagint.
That's fair. That's obviously, like I said, your interpretation of it. I'm going to be honest, I'm not fully following what you're saying in Psalm. Like, I'm not even fully following what you're saying, to be honest. But
fair enough.
I kind of understand.
Well, let me take you to one that I think is more obvious. Go to Hosea 11 with me.
Okay. Yeah.
So in Hosea 11, verse, we'll say 1 and 2, it says, "When Israel was a child, I loved him, and out of Egypt I called my son. The more I called them, the more that they went from me. They kept sacrificing to the Baals and offering incense to idols." So I think on face value, most people can agree that this is a retelling of the Exodus, is it not?
Yeah.
Right, okay. And the firstborn son, obviously being Israel. This is a quotation from Exodus 4:22 when he says, "Israel is my firstborn son," right? So the problem I have is this is not even a prophecy. This section right here is not a prophetic text. This is a historical retelling of the Exodus, because in a couple of verses later, he's going to say to them, you're going to get punished. Here's why you're going to get punished. And then he says, "You shall return to the land of Egypt, and Assyria will be your king." Fair enough. So he's laying the groundwork for why you're about to get your ass kicked by the Assyrians. When you go to Matthew, though, if you go to Matthew chapter 2, verses 13 through 16, it says, referring to Mary and Joseph and Jesus, it says, "Joseph got up and took the child and his brother by night and went to Egypt and remained there until the death of Herod. This was to fulfill what had been spoken through the prophet, out of Egypt I have called my son." So spoken by the Lord through the prophet, "Out of Egypt I have called my son." So Matthew is interpreting this passage as though it's a prophecy about Jesus. But if you just read Hosea 11, it's clear it's not even a prophecy.
And so was fulfilled what the Lord had said through the prophet.
Right.
Yeah. "Out of Egypt I called my son." I agree with you that Hosea 11 in context is not a prophecy.
Right.
So did it really need to be fulfilled?
It's not even a prophecy. How do you fulfill something that's not prophetic?
Right. And so was fulfilled. So you gotta, yeah. And so was fulfilled. But that's what we were just talking about, right? With the double meanings. It's like, I don't know where they come from. Who's the one who's authorizing this? I doubt Matthew's just writing this about Jesus without Jesus knowing it or saying it or like, expressing that in some way. We look at the Old Testament and we see it for what it is. We read it in context. But Jesus comes and he brings the bigger picture and he's tying all these things to himself. Now, here's the thing. You could say he's unreliable. You could say he's just lying. He's making it up. He's a charlatan, a character, whatever. And that's fine. Like, I would respect your belief if you said that. But I personally do not believe that that's the case just because of the things that, like Paul, Paul was executed for talking about seeing the risen Christ. He preached things, and Paul does these things. I'm pretty sure at least where he makes mention of this was done to fulfill something in the Old Testament. I don't think that's a wrong thing to do. If you are God and you're
Paul mentions the Old Testament, but he doesn't mention a whole lot of prophecies.
Mm-hmm. The point that I was going with that was just that he knows he encountered the risen Jesus and he died for that belief, and it just kind of feels silly for if he's going to die for it. Yeah, I think it makes sense. Yeah, I just think it makes sense to believe people who, I've done my research obviously, but that is just proof.
70 people died for David Koresh in the Waco siege in 1992?
Yeah.
And 916 people died for Jim Jones.
Is that the Kool-Aid guy?
Yeah. Isn't it horrible? Side note, listen, isn't it horrible that forever, for all of eternity, you're going to be known as the Kool-Aid guy?
Yeah, that is pretty bad.
So bad.
People, even nowadays, people are still don't drink the Kool-Aid.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Dude, that's your legacy.
Can you imagine going from thinking you're the Messiah to don't drink the Kool-Aid? Is crazy.
Yeah. Well, that's the thing, though. That's I believe God would God mocks you, bro. If you mock God, God will mock you. So you see it with stuff like that, Jesus is mocked too, but even still, man.
Do you know who Simon Bar Kokhba is?
No, I don't know who that is.
So it's an interesting figure that popped up at the end of the 1st century, beginning of the 2nd century. He was a Jew who was supposedly the Messiah. And in fact, he was so convincing that even one of the great rabbis of the era, Rabbi Akiva, said that we finally found the Messiah. It's written about in the Talmud. Now, he was actually so convincing that for about 3.5 years, some will debate maybe 4 years, for about 3.5 years, he was the leader of Israel. They made him the prince because Ezekiel chapter 40 to the end talks about the Messiah being a prince. So they made him the prince of Israel, and they actually successfully led a rebellion against the Romans. Now, eventually he met his death by the sword of the Romans. Emperor Hadrian had him, executed, and then drove all the Israelites out of the land. So if I'm saying, okay, we've got 2 supposed messiahs, one Jesus, who didn't seem to do anything, and one Simon Bar Kokhba, who fulfilled some of the prophecies. He actually was a ruler in Israel, according to Micah chapter 5, verse 2, Zechariah chapter 9. He actually was a king, he actually was a ruler, and then he was executed for the people. Why would I pick Jesus over Simon Bar Kokhba?
Yeah, sure. So you do know that the king that, like, the kingdom of God is not an earthly one, right?
Well, that's what the New Testament wants you to believe, especially the Gospel of Luke, but that's not what the Old Testament says.
What is it, Daniel 2?
I'm familiar with Daniel 2, and unfortunately Daniel chapter 2 and Daniel chapter 7, Daniel chapter 9, all of them terminate in the kingdom of the Greeks, not the Romans.
I don't believe that's true. We could go over Daniel 2.
Sure.
I was just making a video on this earlier.
Yeah. I'm pretty familiar with Daniel, so...
So this is about the kingdom.
Not
right?
the one Jesus spoke of.
Yes, it is.
Not even close.
Yeah, Daniel, he interprets the dream right here in 24.
Yeah, and funny, Rome is never mentioned.
What do you mean Rome is never mentioned?
Rome's not mentioned in any of these
Rome's
prophecies.
the 4th kingdom.
Greece is.
No, Greece is the 3rd. Rome is the 4th.
Wrong
Yeah, how do you know? Show me
because I've actually read the book and I've read the history. So the 4 kingdoms, the 4 kingdoms are going to be the Babylonians, and then the Medes, and then the Persians, then the Greeks. That's why the last kingdom mentioned in Daniel, every time there is a last kingdom mentioned, it is always the Greeks, which is why Daniel chapter 9 ends with the death of Antiochus Epiphanes IV, the last Greek king that was executed by the Jewish people during the Maccabean revolt.
Okay, hang on. Sorry, you're going to have to repeat that. Okay.
That's right.
This is what I got. I got number 1 was Babylon, 2 was Medo-Persia, 3
Nope.
Greece, 4 Rome.
Nope. Mede, the Medes, the Median kingdom.
Yeah.
The Medes, not
Medo-Persia is 2.
No. The Medo-Persian kingdom is a modern idea. That's something we invented to refer to this time period because the ancients didn't do that. The ancient people didn't refer to Medo-Persia until many hundreds of years.
That's fine, but
a 1,000 years later is referring to one kingdom, the Median kingdom, which conquered Babylon first. And then later, the Persians came in and conquered both the Medes and what was left of Babylon. There are 4 distinct kingdoms. They're referred to as 4 distinct kingdoms in the Jewish literature, in the Greek literature, and the Roman literature. All the literature we have from the ancient world shows that these are 4 separate kingdoms.
Okay, so how did Greece fit the divided kingdom in 5? The feet partly of iron and partly of clay. How does Greece fit that?
Did you not see what happened after Alexander died?
What happened?
His kingdom was divided among the Ptolemies, the Seleucids, and 2 other rulers. I forget their names now at this point. The kingdom was divided among 4 of his generals.
Okay. So what's the 5th kingdom then?
There's no 5th kingdom.
What do you mean?
There's no 5th kingdom. I mean, theoretically, after the fourth kingdom, there's like God's kingdom, right?
Right.
If you want to call that the fifth, you can call it the fifth.
That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah. So the fifth kingdom comes after the fall of Greece, according to Daniel chapter 9, Daniel chapter 8, Daniel chapter 10.
I'm pretty sure
it comes
it's
after
Rome,
after the Greeks. No, the Rome's not mentioned.
How do you know that? How do you know that it's Greece? Because I'm pretty sure it's Rome.
Daniel 8:22, 8:21.
8:22.
Daniel 8:21 talks about the last kingdom. It's the shaggy goat. Says, let's start from the beginning.
Look right here, Daniel 8:20. The two-horned ram that you saw represents the kings of Media and Persia. It groups them together. The shaggy goat is the king of Greece.
Pay attention. Pay attention. In chapter 8, there's only 3 kingdoms, not 4 kingdoms. And what's the last kingdom? It says the male goat is the king of Greece, and the great horn between its eyes is the first king.
Shaggy goat.
That's the last kingdom in chapter 8.
Okay, that's fine. In chapter 8, there's nothing else after this?
No, that's it. The last kingdom in chapter 8 is the kingdom of Greece. The same thing in chapter 9.
After Greece?
After the Grecian Empire, they overthrew Antiochus. So in chapter 9, it talks about the overthrow of Antiochus Epiphanes. So everything
I'm talking about like historically, bro. After Greece, who would it have been? It wouldn't have been Rome?
Yeah, but Rome's not mentioned here.
Okay, but I'm just saying immediately after Greece, it would have been Rome?
No, immediately after Greece was supposed to be the Lord's kingdom, not Rome. They failed.
Okay. So if it's the Lord's kingdom, you don't think Jesus fulfilled that? He came and spoke about his kingdom?
No, he didn't. Josephus even mentioned. Josephus says in Book 10 of Antiquities that Antiochus Epiphanes IV was the fulfillment of Daniel chapter 9.
Wait, say that again?
In Josephus' Antiquities of the Jews, in Book 10, mentions that the original context of the prophecy is about Antiochus Epiphanes IV. He believed that there could be a secondary fulfillment to it. And this is the point that I make a lot, that I think a lot of people don't listen to. I don't even think Jesus believed he was the original fulfillment of Daniel chapter 9. Because Jesus himself says that when you see the people surrounding the city, head for the hills, which is a quotation from the book of Maccabees. This is the quotation that happens in Maccabees when Antiochus Epiphanes and the Greeks are beginning to be overthrown by the Maccabeans. It's an entrance to war. Jesus, I believe personally, saw himself as a second fulfillment of Daniel chapter 9, not the first fulfillment.
No, I was talking about Daniel chapter 2, though. Daniel chapter 9. Hang on, let me read this.
But that's what I'm saying. All of Daniel ends in the kingdom of Greece. Rome is not mentioned here. Daniel 10:22 talks about Greece. It talks about how there's going to be the princes or the angels, the archangels, have to make war against the prince of Persia, and then after that, the prince of Greece. The last kingdom is always Greece in this book.
Okay, that's fine. I didn't know that. I don't know where they got the Rome from. That's like I was looking it up online before for Daniel chapter 2.
Well,
it was saying that Rome was the fourth.
This is the later Christian apologetic that was done in the early church. So in the early church, you had a period of about 300 years before you found a Christian author that was starting to look at Daniel in relation to Jesus. But it was a long time before you got anybody who really thought that Daniel was originally fulfilled, like the original context was referring to Jesus. I think most people... Yeah, most people believed that the original context was Antiochus, because a lot of it because the Jews believed it, and because Josephus did, the famous historian that the Christians loved, even though he wasn't Christian. It just seems to be the case. The problem is, here's what Christians struggle with. In Daniel chapter 9, it talks about what's going to happen. This is the problem that we have in Daniel 9. So at the beginning of Daniel 9, we're told that Daniel is sitting and he's contemplating the prophecy of Jeremiah, right? Mm-hmm. So Daniel 9:2 says, in the first year of his reign, referring to Darius, which is about 522, says, I, Daniel, perceived the books of the numbers of years that according to the word of the Lord, the prophet Jeremiah must be fulfilled. So he's referring to Jeremiah 25 when he says that they're going to be prisoners or captives in Babylon for 70 years, right? So he's like, I'm reading the prophecy. Okay, we got it. But there's a problem because if Daniel's writing in 522, according to Daniel chapter 9, I don't think he is. I think he's writing in about 170. But if he's writing in 522, he's admitting that, listen, it's been 70 years. They went into captivity in 605. It's like 70 years have passed. We haven't been restored according to the prophecy of Jeremiah. Something's wrong. What's wrong? And he explains what is the actual problem because he says later, he says, let's see, blah, blah, blah. All Israel has transgressed your law and turned aside, refusing to obey your voice. So the curse and the oath written in the law of Moses, the servant of God, have been poured out on us, which is Leviticus 26, where he says, if you don't turn from your ways after I punish you, I'll multiply your punishment by 7, which is where you get this period of 70 times 7, right? Now, the question has to be, okay, at the end of the 490-year period, that's 70 times 7, what's going to happen? Well, according to the doctrine, after the 490 years, finally we'll get this new kingdom. The justice will finally be poured out upon the desolator, We'll finally be at the end of the problem, right? But if that's the case, that means the resolution to this problem would have been 490 years after 605. Their time of punishment started in 605, which you're like 130 years off.
Yeah, where do you see the 70 times 7?
Yeah. So the 70 times 7 gets better reiterated in verse 24 or 25. It says 25. Know therefore and understand from the time that the word went out to restore and to rebuild Jerusalem until the time of an anointed prince, there shall be 7 weeks. But for 62 weeks it shall be built again with streets and a moat in troubled time. After 62 weeks, an anointed one shall be cut off and shall have nothing. And the troops of the prince who is to come shall destroy the city and the sanctuary, and its end shall come with a flood, and to the end there shall be war. Desolations are decreed. He shall make a strong covenant with many for 1 week, and for half of a week he will make a sacrifice and offering cease. In their place shall be an abomination that desolates until the decreed end is poured out upon the desolator. And all of this, everything described in Daniel 9, can be found in 1 Maccabees chapters 1 and 2 and 2 Maccabees chapter 4. All of these events transpired while Antiochus Epiphanes was alive.
Mm-hmm. Right. I see what you're saying.
So my personal view, and my view agrees with Josephus, which is that the original context of Daniel 9 was about Greece. The original context of Daniel in general was about Greece. He believed that most of it was fulfilled during the time of Antiochus Epiphanes, but that there would be another fulfillment, an even greater fulfillment that came later. In fact, he wrote about that in Antiquities. He wrote that there was a secondary fulfillment of Daniel chapter 9. And you can see some of that in the Talmudic writings, even in the writings of the Sanhedrin. I'm thinking like chapters 98 to 100. They talk about Daniel and how the prophecy is yet to be completed. Like it seemed to be completed during Antiochus, but not all of it got completed. Therefore, we're waiting for the rest of it to be completed, right? So my view is that Josephus and a bunch of the Jewish people, especially the people from the Qumran community, were looking at some of these prophecies thinking they didn't come true the way we thought they were going to come true, although they seem to be about the time of Antiochus. So we're going to kind of reinterpret these and assume that there's going to be another fulfillment of them. And this was a common thing. Like if you read the Dead Sea Scrolls in the Habakkuk Pesher or the Pesher of Nahum, they go through these old prophecies and say, well, this is what they originally meant, but this is what they mean now. They're totally okay with taking the prophecies and just kind of like reworking them and saying, well, now they're actually about this. Like they want the prophecies to be about their time period, even though they're not about their time period. And so when I'm reading the New Testament, and this is the last thing I'll say, sorry, I've gone long.
No, it's okay.
When I'm reading the New Testament, I'm reading a bunch of people that are doing the same thing where they're saying, look, these prophecies had an original context, but they couldn't have come true. They only partly came true. Some of them didn't come true at all. Therefore, we're going to apply another meaning to them about our time period. And my personal opinion is that those secondary interpretations are not only fallacious, I think they're fanciful.
Okay, that's fair. Let's say, let's talk about Daniel 2 specifically, the kingdom of God. Why don't you believe Jesus? Like, what? Okay, do you think the kingdom of God is going to be something on earth or something heavenly?
Well, according to the Old Testament, it's going to be something on earth. It's going to be a renewed heaven and a renewed earth. And even Ezekiel talks about how the entire land of Judea is going to be reapportioned for the tribes. And I think the most famous messianic prophecies about this show up in Jeremiah 33 and Ezekiel 37. Let me go to Ezekiel 37 real quick. There's a popular prophecy about what Jews generally refer to as like the Messianic age. And if you go down to verse 20, let me grab it real quick. Did I type the right thing in? I did Exodus. Oops, I want a Z, not an X. There we go. Go down to verse 24. It says, my servant David will be king over them. They shall all have one shepherd. They will follow my ordinances and be careful to observe my statutes. They shall live in the land that I gave to my servant Jacob, in which your ancestors lived. They and their children and their children's children will live there forever. My servant David will be their prince forever. And if you read Ezekiel, it's very clear that the land that they're living in forever is the land that was promised to Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. It's the actual promised land, not a kingdom far away.
And you don't think that could be some sort of like future fulfillment of like end times prophecy? Because that's what Christians believe. We believe that like there's going to be a renewed earth, like a perfected creation basically of earth, where there's going to be like no sickness, nothing like that.
Yeah, we agree there. I think the Jewish conception of the Messianic age is a renewed heaven and a renewed earth. It's not like a mystical kingdom far away that we all go. It's literally here. Like it's just all the bad stuff's going to get fixed.
Yeah, and so you don't think like right now, like Jesus is just like outsending like RSVPs to the party? He's like, okay, we're gonna start the kingdom now. We're gonna spread the message of the kingdom. It's not gonna be here yet, but like the kingdom is here, but like not here yet. If you know what I'm saying.
Yeah. So there's a popular saying in Christianity. It's what was it? Here but not yet. Now I got to think of it.
Yeah. But it's because it's a weird way to phrase it. Like I understand. I'm sure there is a saying for it because it's like the kingdom of God is here, but it's at hand, but it's not quite here yet.
Right. Already, but not yet. That's the word I'm looking for. It's already, but not yet. I had to look that one up. I forgot it.
That is a good way to put it.
So the idea in evangelical Christianity is that like Jesus came and we've got like a glimpse, right? And then we'll get the fullness later. But right. I don't find that to be the case. Like I don't see anything in the Hebrew Bible that would suggest that the Messiah is going to come and give you a glimpse and then thousands of years later come and do all the other stuff. Like I read about a Messiah that he's going to show up, he's going to be a king, he's going to be victorious, he's going to defeat Israel's enemies, and he's going to deal with the land issue, the land that was promised. But like Jesus wasn't a king, and even the prophecies I mentioned, like Micah 5:2, Zechariah 9:9, talk about him being a literal king ruling over Israel, but
Well,
he didn't do it.
isn't that why the Jews thought they would have two messiahs? They would have one who was like the servant and one who was like the king. But Jesus was the fulfillment of both of them.
Yeah, so you're referring to, there's a text in Sukkah 52 in the Talmud that refer to like the two messiahs. Now, in Judaism, there was like a dozen different messiah theories. Like there was a two messiah, a four messiah, a one messiah theory. But in Sukkah 52, you get like a dual messiah theory. But the problem with the dual messiah theory is that they both live at the same time, and that one of them dies and the other one actually witnesses the death of the other messiah and mourns over him. But the second one is an actual living king. And so the general idea with the two messiah theory in the Talmud is not quite the same as what Christians want it to be.
No, of course. What I'm just saying is that, sorry, pardon my language. I can't even remember the point I was trying to make.
I don't care if you cuss. Don't worry about me.
Okay, all right, cool. I wasn't sure what you guys got going on here. It's the first time I saw the stream. But yeah, it is getting kind of late for me. I did just want to, like, when I first came into the stream, I had like one question in particular I wanted to ask. If God were to reveal himself, like, what would it take for God to reveal himself to you but still leave enough room for faith? Like, what would that look like for you?
Well, I don't think faith is related to evidence. For example, like Abraham, Isaac, Jacob, they all spoke to Yahweh. Moses spoke to Yahweh face to face according to Exodus 33. And all of them were credited as having great faith, right? So no matter what God does, I don't think it would negate the ability to have faith, because I think faith is different from believing. Faith is trust. That being said, I think in order for God to convince me that he's real, he would have to like actually show up. And he would probably have to tell me that the Bible is all bullshit, because I think the Bible is the best evidence that God's not real.
You'd have to show up. So would he show up in human form or God form?
Well, I don't really know if it matters, because I think no matter how God shows up, he has the ability to do whatever he needs to do to be convincing.
Yeah. Well, I'm just saying for you personally, like subjectively, what would it take for, like, what would God have to do for you to believe in him?
So it depends on if you mean God or the Bible God. If the Bible God is true, then the only thing that can convince me that he's real is for all of the prophecies to be fulfilled, every last one of them. And unfortunately, I don't think that's ever going to happen. There's a bunch of them that
like time limits or something.
Yeah, exactly. Like Isaiah 14 verses 1 and 2 they already timed out.
Okay.
Right.
I'll have to check that one out. I don't know. I'll note that for after. But yeah, go on. Sorry.
So, like, I could be convinced that there is a God. I don't know. I think I'm too far gone to be convinced that the Bible God is real.
Okay. Well, I think that's too bad, but obviously you have your reasons for that.
Yeah.
Like, of course, it's too bad for me because I believe that's like the way to salvation, and I want like everyone to be saved.
Well, let me ask you a question, Ruby, because you sound like a really nice guy. But so, like,
yeah, thank you.
To me, I think the fundamental flaw with Christianity, other than the problems with the Bible, is the concept itself. So like in Judaism, they don't have this belief that if you simply don't believe in our God, you burn forever in hell, or like you burn temporarily in hell until you're annihilated. That's not like a Jewish conception. That's something that's kind of invented in the New Testament. And to me, it's the most silly afterlife possibly conceived. The idea that if you just, like, if for some reason, like, you lived a good, earnest life, but you never found evidence of this God, that you would just burn for eternity is crazy to me. Because even in the New Testament, it keeps talking about how, when Jesus comes back, he's going to judge people according to their deeds. Cool. I'm down with that. Like, the idea that we can be judged, like, if we lived a shit life, we should get a shit afterlife. But that being said, the idea that like I would burn for eternity because I don't believe in this deity, even though I would say I lived a life comparable to most Christians I've ever met, is weird to me.
Well, here's the thing. We don't believe, like, I'm not nice so that I could get into heaven. Like, we're not nice so that we can get into heaven. It's not about that. It's the fact that none of us, like, before you were kind of, I think his name was Cody. You were telling him how, I don't like how, you know, your religion is kind of toxic because if you don't believe, then you're a bad guy. But that's the message of Christianity. The message
I know.
of Christianity is that we are all
That's
sinners.
the problem.
So it's but
You're
it's
right.
not
You
like,
nailed it. Romans chapter 2 says it.
but it's not like exclusive to those who don't believe. We're all
So-
sinners.
But that's the problem is like, so we're all sinners, right? But the thing that separates you from me, like in the afterlife, right, is that like you can go on to paradise even being a sinner merely because you're convinced of the claims of the book. I'm not convinced of these claims, right? Which means if you and I lived the same life, let's imagine you and I both committed whatever 100 sins in our life. You die and I die. The only thing that separates us is that you believe in this God and I don't. It's a really weird way to be judged.
So here's what would happen. God is going to look at your heart, right? So if in my heart, if I'm, oh yeah, I believe, but in my heart I'm like, I have so much hatred in my heart, and I'm like, I'm coming on here and I'm like, oh, you guys are going to hell. Jesus is king. Like, I don't think Jesus is going to be like, yeah, this is the guy that I want. I think he's going to be like, this guy's a hypocrite. He's like talking down on everyone. He's like doing all these horrible things in his heart. It's disgusting. I could see that like who he is in his heart is not who he's portraying himself to be. But then he could also see someone who in their heart, you know, maybe they believe, but they've been hurt, you know. I think God's going to be fair with that person. I don't think God's going to be like, oh, like, because that is one of the attributes of God, is he's fair, he's just. He's not going to take someone who, like, someone, okay, I don't want to get like too graphic, but someone who's had something horrible happen to them and they can't recover from it and then they die. I don't think that person is going to go to hell.
But I don't think hell is just at all. Nobody should ever go to hell.
I'm going to be honest. I also, in my heart, I feel that because I feel like I'm kind of like you in a way. In my mind, sometimes I have that Messiah complex. I'm like, yo, when I get to heaven, I'm like, if no one's like, if there's anyone in hell, then I'm not going. Like, I'm not going to heaven, you know? Like,
I get
either
it.
everyone's in heaven or no one is. But like, in my mind, that's foolish, bro. That's just like, I'm childish because everyone can't be in heaven. Like, you can't force someone to be with you if they don't want to be with you. And that's the same way in life.
So here's the problem is like this idea that you either have to be with God in heaven or you have to burn for eternity in hell, to me is a false dichotomy, right? For example, God isn't required to make people suffer and burn for eternity in hell. That no one made him do that. Like that's a decision that he made. Like he could have just made like another planet where people who don't want to be with him can just go chill on the other planet. That's it. Like no one has to go to hell.
But I don't think hell is described in the Bible as like you're gonna be in like eternal, like he's not inflicting pain on you, but it's the absence of his love. That's what I think it is. I could be wrong. I think you know the Bible a little better than I do, but I don't think hell is described as like this place where you're actively being tortured by a force, like an active force. I think it's a lack of love.
It says there's going to be fire there. There's going to be wailing and gnashing of teeth.
Yeah, like I see that as like regret. You know, you're like, it's like if only I had like done this. You know, like the like moaning of like regret, remorse. That's how I envision heaven.
Yeah,
or hell, not heaven. Sorry. Yeah.
But again, even if you like, say you ignore all the Bible passages on hell, and you certainly could do that. Now, there's a lot of Bible passages on hell, right?
Like I said, you probably know them better than I do. It's like you definitely know your stuff.
Because in Matthew 25, where does he send them? He sends them to the lake of fire that burns, which is like, oh, okay, it sounds like a lake of fire to me, right?
Yeah.
So
yeah, the Bible does use a lot of like imagery, though. Like I'm sure you know that. I'm not really quite sure where it does and where it doesn't. It's like I'm still getting into it myself. But yeah, I don't. I just think knowing God, who He is, what we think hell is going to be like, it is going to be without God, but it's not going to be what we think. I think anyway. I think God is good. So
Sure. But I think your conception of God kind of like goes around what the Bible actually says about him. I think you've probably read some of the troubling parts of the Bible and you've kind of convinced yourself like, well, that version of God doesn't make sense. Therefore, let me construct a version of God that is more palatable. That
well, if you
kind
talk about like
of
Samuel, like 1
Mhm.
Samuel, you brought that up before. I don't think that is like, oh, God could just do whatever He wants. I think the customs at the time were, total annihilation of people. Like I think Babylonians and Assyrians, they both had records of that. So complete destruction of people, like even women and children, was not uncommon at the time. I think
I
if we
agree.
I think if we accept it for other people, we should accept it for God as well, because
Why?
God is like the arbiter of things. So it's like for us we could do this, but God can't. It's like,
So this is like my mother would say, do two wrongs make a right? Like if somebody does something wrong to you, should you do the same wrong back to them?
well, here's the thing. At what point does it become justice and not two wrongs? Like, if a cop shoots someone who shot someone, is that two wrongs?
No, I don't think so. Like if a cop is trying to save somebody from getting hurt.
Yeah, for sure. So a lot of the
But
times when God killed
Mhm.
people in the Old Testament, like nations, He was doing it to preserve Israel's purity, or like to get like vengeance for attacking them on the way out of Egypt.
But
There was all these reasons for it.
But the problem, so I want to read a passage with you in a second, but I think the problem with this hermeneutic is that it ignores the fact that God is all powerful, right? He can do it without the babies being slaughtered. He could do it without the women being raped.
Well, and what would that look like?
It would look like a war without women being raped and babies being slaughtered.
But like I said, the norms at the time were to do that. So for us to look back and say it was wrong of God, but we did it, it's like, okay. But then you're going back to two wrongs don't make it right. Yeah, we're kind of going in this.
Yeah, is God beholden to human norms?
I don't think so.
I would hope not, right? Like we should expect better of him, right? But
Yeah.
I'm going to read you a passage, and it's getting late. Unfortunately, it's 1 in the morning where I'm at, and I've got to wake up early and stream tomorrow.
Yeah, I see you've been streaming for a few hours already.
I've been up, man. But let me read a passage with you, and I think this is a very effective passage because nobody dies. I mean, somebody does die, but we're not going to focus on that.
All right.
So I'm sure you remember the story with Bathsheba and David, when David, goes and has Bathsheba come and he commits adultery with her, knocks her up, and then has to get rid of Uriah. Well, the Nathan, the prophet, gets sent to David in chapter 12 of 2 Samuel, and the punishment is really weird. The first punishment is, I think a lot of people remember, the child dies, but the second punishment is even more interesting. He says, "Thus saith the Lord, I will raise up trouble against you from within your own house, and I will take your wives before your eyes."
Sorry, what verse is this? Let me just.
It's 2 Samuel 12:11.
Okay.
Right. So he says, "I will raise up trouble against you from within your own house, and I will take your wives before your eyes and give them to your neighbor, and he will lie with your wives in broad daylight. For you did it secretly, but I will do this thing before all Israel in broad daylight." And then it happens later. His son Absalom runs a coup against his father, and then in a show of force, he sleeps with 10 of David's wives on top of the palace in front of all Israel to show that he's the new king.
Okay. That's pretty crazy. Yeah. I shouldn't be laughing, but what verse does it say that? The last part?
That's chapter 16. If you fast forward to 2 Samuel 16, the last paragraph of the chapter is Absalom taking advice from Ahithophel. And Ahithophel is like, here's what you need to do to solidify your power. Right? Verse 20. Yeah, verse 20. Absalom said to Ahithophel, "Give us your counsel. What should we do?" So Ahithophel said to Absalom, "Go into your father's concubines, the ones he has left to look after the house, and all Israel will hear that you have made yourself odious to your father, and the hands of all who are with you will be strengthened. So they pitched a tent for Absalom on the roof, and Absalom went into his father's concubines in the sight of all Israel.
Yeah, pretty crazy stuff. I mean, I don't know what kind of punishment that is or what kind of point he was trying to prove, but
so
that is pretty wild.
It's weird that the God of the book thinks that like women can just be treated like property.
Aren't they concubines?
Do you think concubines are property?
I thought concubines are like basically slaves.
Yeah, you're not wrong. They're essentially second-tier wives. Their goal is to make babies. Yeah. Right, but do you think that's justification for having them raped? Like, do you think that if somebody is a sex worker, that it's okay to rape them?
I didn't mean to pause there. I didn't mean to pause there. I was just trying to see where it said that he raped them and not like this.
Well,
that is kind of like the implication.
There's no word in biblical Hebrew for rape. Yeah. They don't have one.
Oh, damn. They were really freaky back then. They were like, love is love.
So, like, obviously it's not consensual. These are all stepmothers of Absalom, and the punishment for adultery is execution. Like, so they're not going to willingly sleep with their son, who is actively trying to overthrow the kingdom in front of all the Israelites.
Yeah. But he was trying to overthrow the kingdom, and you're saying God was backing him up on it?
Yeah. He says, I will raise up trouble within your own house. His own son.
Oh, yeah, but that doesn't mean that he's the source of it. It just means that... Because here, the source of it is Absalom.
No, it's God. So,
okay, I'll give you an example. So 2 Thessalonians 2, when God says, I'll send you a powerful delusion, God is not the one sending the delusion, but he's allowing someone to come who's going to do that thing.
Yeah, he's happening, right? So in verse 11, it says, I will raise up trouble against you. That's God taking responsibility. I'm raising the trouble up.
Again, like I said, 2 Thessalonians 2, God says, and I will send you a powerful delusion.
Right, but remember, this is a punishment for what David did. It's not a punishment if it happens by accident. It's only a punishment if it happens on purpose, and it only happens on purpose if God is doing it. God is the one saying, this is your punishment.
Okay, hang on. I just want to make sure that's what he actually says. It's in 12 that he says. 12 what?
Well, the punishment starts in verse 11. He says, I will do this thing.
I'm going to bring calamity on you for your own eyes. I will take your wives and give them to one who's close to you. Yeah, you're right. He did. That was, and that was for a punishment. There's 2 minutes. Yeah, I don't know. I don't have an answer for that. It is kind of strange. One. Yeah, it is a tough one. Yeah. It is tough. I'll have to look into it.
Well, yeah, take some time and chew on it. It's like 1 a.m. where I'm at. Probably if you're if you're at East Coast, it's 2 o'clock. So I appreciate you hanging with me as long as you have. I know we covered a lot of ground.
Yeah, for sure. Thanks for having me this long. This was cool.
Anytime, man. I think you've been a good sport.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And also, I just wanted to stand up for Cody before. I didn't think he was very nice of you guys, because you were judging him for saying like, oh, you know, if you don't follow Christianity, like you're dumb or whatever. But then you were calling him like mentally ill for believing in like visions and stuff. So I just wanted to say that wasn't very nice, I thought. But other than that, it was great. I enjoyed everything.
I get that, Ruby, but you have to understand from our point of view, we have a number of medical professionals in our community, and we weren't making fun of him. We were legitimately concerned that he's not all there. That's why I ended it.
I know, but I think the best way to go about that is to like just not bring it up and not be like, oh yeah, something was going on with that guy, I think.
Fair enough.
I felt like that was kind of disrespectful.
That's a fair point, Ruby. That's a fair point.
Okay. Anyway, thank you. I appreciate this, guys. Peace out, everyone. Chat. Peace out. Deconstruction. I don't know your name. I'm Sean.
Well, Sean, I'm Justin. It was great to talk to you. I'm sure I'll see you again in the future.
All right, take care, bro.
Cheers. Well, W to Sean, and it's a shame that it's 1 a.m. because Praise I Am finally came back to crash out. Unfortunately, I got to wake up in the morning. Praise I Am, I don't know why you came at 1 a.m, but come back. I'll be live again tomorrow night. Come back tomorrow night, and you can crash out on my live stream tomorrow night. But let me grab some super chats here. Goat Man, great name, love it. Says, I drew that Jesus crucified in L if you want to see. Wait, what? I drew. I feel like this is going to be a dirty image, but listen, Goat Man, join our Discord and send me the image. Whatever you drew, I want to see it. Show me the Jesus L. And T-Maz, thank you for the super chat, says, is God being ableist in Leviticus 21:16 through 23? Also, question and answer after the EXP with you. Yes, so T-Maz, I was planning on doing a Q&A after the next AXP episode at the end of this month. So I'm not on, I'm not on tomorrow. Shit, am I on tomorrow? I'm not on tomorrow or next week, but I am the week after that. Now I got to check my schedule. But yes, after my next AXP experience, I'm going to be doing another Q&A. So definitely look forward to that. And Leviticus 21 is an interesting passage. I don't think that you're wrong on the ableism. So let me pull it up for you, or for everyone who's not up to speed. Sorry, I got to move this. There we go. The Lord spoke to Moses, saying, speak to Aaron and say, none of your offspring throughout their generations who has a blemish may approach to offer the food of his God. Indeed, no one who has blemish shall draw near, one who is blind or lame or who is mutilated or deformed, or has a broken arm or foot, so dwarf, and so on and so forth. So Joel Reed's Bible has mentioned this a few times, and I think this is a really good point, that God is not wanting certain people to be priests. So keep in mind, oh my God, excuse me. Keep in mind that this chapter here is about prohibitions and regulations for becoming an actual priest. It's not about just general people. That being said, even if it is just about those who are eligible to become priests, just crazy. Why would God be upset if somebody had a lame leg or something wrong with them to serve them as priests? It's crazy to me that he would have a problem with that. It doesn't make sense. It is ableist, to your point, T-Maz. It's super ableist. It's weird. But again, it's because God didn't create man in his image. Man created God in their image. That's the only way to explain it. Night Animal again says, dude, the modern day debate trans men thing tonight. Oh, I haven't seen it. Why? I don't do the culture war debates. I try to stay out of that. To me, it's a waste of time. I know why people do it, because they're really hot button topics. I don't know. I don't care. I do not care about these lightning rod culture war debates. To me, they're not all that interesting. I care about what's true. You know what I mean? And Johanna, again, thank you so much for the super chat. It says, if you're ever in Vancouver Island, come to Tofino. If you like sushi, I love sushi. It's my favorite thing ever. It says, I'm hereby inviting you to come and enjoy some at my restaurant. You have a fucking restaurant? Tough City Sushi, free of charge. Holy shit. Listen, Johanna, I will come and eat your sushi every day of the week. I love sushi. It's been on my punch list to get to Vancouver. I haven't done it yet, unfortunately. I've been through a lot of Canada, just not really Vancouver area. I need to get that taken care of. I need to take care of getting to Ontario, not Ontario. I mean Vancouver. I've been to Ontario. In fact, that's a long story. I've spent a lot of time in Ontario. Either way, I love sushi, love Canada. I'm going to hit you up, Johanna, next time I'm in Western Canada. I'll make a special trip just to Vancouver, even if I'm not going there, just so I can try your sushi. I'm looking forward to it. Love me some sushi. Thinking a rainbow roll is in the works. Love me a rainbow roll. Alistair Murray, thank you for the 1999 super thanks. I appreciate that. It says, you are amazing. Well, Alistair, you are amazing. Thank you for supporting the channel. I really appreciate that. And Johanna again says, I feel very sorry for all the people who have unnecessarily complicated their lives with religion. That's a good way to put it. And so, for example, I was thinking earlier today of like the moment I woke up. Because I was having a conversation at work with somebody talking about like language. And one of the things I noticed when I kind of woke up from religion is like, as a Christian, you're constantly policing yourself because you think that God is watching you. But I got to a point where like I would say a cuss word and like I wouldn't feel convicted. I wouldn't feel guilty about it, right? And that was like one of the hallmark signs where I was like, where I realized, oh, I don't believe this shit anymore. Like I can say fuckity fuck all day long. I don't feel guilty about that at all. Why don't I feel guilty about that? It's like, oh, I don't believe in the sky carcass anymore. That's why I don't feel guilty about it. Also on Cash App from Johnny Hall. Thank you for the $5. I appreciate that, Johnny. Hopefully I didn't miss anything else from Cash App and Venmo. I think I got it all. But thank you so much for that, Johnny. All right, let me grab our remaining super chats. We got a couple more. The serpent that God framed says, it's amazing how here the Bible is speaking to everyone, but when God starts killing children, suddenly, no, that was the Old Testament. That's such a good point, actually, because people want to take the Old Testament verses that they like and be like, well, it's for everybody. It's a double fulfillment. It's got alternative meanings. And then when we read the horrific parts of the Old Testament, they go really quick to, it's the Old Testament. They have all these excuses. We don't need to read it. It's old. It's done away with. It's crazy. Because, cherry picking, right? Johanna says, enjoy your day of rest tomorrow, you godlike person. Well, thank you, Johanna. I appreciate that. I can't say that I'm godlike. I'm not sure how to define godlike, but I appreciate you supporting the channel. I really do appreciate all the super chat and support. And also, Johanna says, I speak five languages. Holy shit, Johanna. I speak 5 languages, 3 of them fluently. I like to read books by the original author in the language it was written. So long, Bible. So this is such a good point because like even when I was in high school, I recognized that if you're going to read the Bible and you're going to be an expert in the Bible and you're really going to know the thing, you can't do any of that unless you know the original languages, which is why as a teenager, I committed myself to eventually learning the original languages, which is why I did it. And I still agree. If you call yourself an expert in an area of literature, you have to know the original languages. There's no way around it. That's why all classicists have to learn Greek, sometimes Latin. Night Animal says, put your head down and get lost in the math. That's what I'm going to do. That's what's going to happen. And Night Animal again says, any level of math that challenges makes you smarter. Here's the thing. I don't think I enjoyed math as a youngster, but I like it now as an adult. I see how like practical it is. I wish I'd done more math as a young person. I could see myself enjoying math now as an adult. And Kevin, thank you so much for the super chat. It says, was a Christian, then I actually read the Bible, and it's a pro-slavery book. It's a pro-slavery manual. It says, if this was a real God, he is evil and would not bow. And I'm assuming you would not bow to an evil God. Yeah, I agree with you. Like when you read the book, it's clear that the God that's described in the book is not a God that's good. It's just not. Like you can't make that connection. And Globally Conscious says, Justin is doing the work of Doug. Doug, I appreciate that. Thank you for the super chat, Globally. And you're right. I'm doing everything I can to do, what Doug has guided me to do. Johanna coming in again. Thank you so much. Says a just God let Hitler and Jeffrey Dahmer into heaven and is going to condemn me to hell. What the fuck? So this is the funny thing is most people don't, a lot of people, Christians don't realize that Jeffrey Dahmer converted, right? So the general idea is that the people that Jeffrey Dahmer like murdered and raped and whatnot, those people might end up in heaven with the guy that did all that shit. That's a crazy thing to think about. The God system of justice is not justice. Edward says, praise the almighty granite, the protector from radiation, the base for houses and the creator of love. Hail Doug. Also, hail Beelzebub. I agree. Also, listen, Doug is not just a foundation. He is the foundation of all of our dwellings. Think about what foundations are built of. Foundations are built from stone. They're built from Doug. Listen, nothing in our life is possible without that foundation built from Doug. Big W to Doug the Stone. And Spencer, thank you for the super chat. Says, sorry I've missed the last few lives. As a humorous rock, does Doug prefer sarcasm or irony? Maybe he prefers the amalgamate or to amalgamate the two. I'm going to go with irony only because I know that Yahweh is allergic to iron. So the way that you can know that Doug likes irony is that he defeated the biblical God using iron. That's irony for you. And Night Animal says God lost a phenomena. God lost a phenomena advocate when you bounced. Wait, what? God lost a phenomena advocate when you bounced. I may not, Night Animal, I may not fully understand. Maybe I had too much of the whiskey. I may not understand your comment. God lost a phenomena advocate when you bounced. When I bounced? Oh, when I bounced. When I left Christianity, God lost an advocate for phenomena proving Christianity true. That's a fair point. Like when I was a Christian, I was willing to attribute my personal phenomena as evidence for the religion. It wasn't until I really became acquainted with the academic study of the Bible that I was willing to say that my personal phenomena was no longer really valid. You know what I mean? And Carlos, thank you so much for the 200 MX. Big W, Carlos. It says, sleep tight. Don't let the theist bugs bite. Doug, bless your sleep. Well, thank you so much. And Carlos, thanks for hanging out with me tonight. Thank you for all the support. And trust me, those theist bugs won't be biting me tonight. They won't. And Spencer says, also, thank you for making people of the book actually read the fucking thing. You are inspired work here. You are the inspired work. Listen, if I have any goals, if there is anything I would say is my goal for what's happening here is to make people read this godforsaken book. It's crazy. And Stargate Master, great name, says upgraded to membership to Kraken Crew Elite. Well, welcome to the Kraken Crew Elite. You got access to our cheat sheet now. Big W, thank you for supporting. And Joshua Thompson, thank you so much for the super chat. Says, are you live again tomorrow? I would love to ask your opinion about the Testament of Judas and Mary. Love your content. Well, thank you so much for the super chat. And I will be live tomorrow. I'll be live in the morning with the Unapologetic show, and I'll be live again later after that. So we'll see about that. So bring your questions. It sounds like I might be doing a Q&A tomorrow night. We'll see what happens. And Noah's Lions again. Good to see you, Noah's. Shit, you've been here all night. It's amazing to me that there are people here that will watch me blabber on for 5 or 6 hours. I don't know how you guys do it. I don't know how you put up with me for that long, but I really appreciate that you do. But Noah's Lion says 1 + 1 = 3 if you don't use a condom. That is real math. That is real math. I have nothing to say. That I can't refute that. I always believe that 1 + 1 = 2, but there is a path forward for 1 + 1 = 3. And DJ and Fen, thank you so much for the galaxies. I saw a galaxy come in just now on TikTok. Thank you so much, Fen. Thank you so much, DJ, for all the gifts on TikTok. I really appreciate that. Sorry, I can't. I have to run my phone alongside my computer to see what people are sending me, because when I'm streaming to TikTok using Streamlabs, it won't show me that stuff. So I'm trying to capture everything. But thank you so much. I really appreciate the support on TikTok, friends. And Spencer says, not just foundations, all of history's God statues were made of Doug and Jaron. You nailed it. For all of history, what were the gods made out of? They were fucking made of stone and wood. Doug and Sharon. For all of history testifies to Doug and Sharon. There's no way around it. It's just the rock solid truth. And Night Animal says, we love listening to you. That's what I mean. I appreciate that, Night Animal. It's late. I'm starting to lose my words, but thank you so much for the support. Thank you for the super chat. Thank you for being here all night. I know we've been live for a couple hours, and we'll do it all again tomorrow. But thank you guys so much for being here. Is anyone live right now that we can go raid? I know it's late. It's 1 a.m, but if I had to guess, listen, if I had to make a wager, I bet somebody is live right now on TikTok that we can go raid. I bet maybe Joel or Mezzo is live right now. Let's see. Actually, not a lot of people. Oh, Ria's live. Guys, Ria is live. Hold on. Ria's live and she's cooking people. Guys, let's go. We're going to go raid Ria right now. I'm going to show you exactly who I'm talking about. This is Ria's profile. It's Life with Ria. You can't see it though. Hold on. I'm going to pump it up. Let's go raid Ria. There we go. Life with Ria. And I'm going to zoom in a little bit too, actually, so you can see what's did I zoom the wrong way? There we go. Life with _Ria. Life with _Ria. Go send her a big old raid. I see 57 people in the live stream, 61 now, 63. Let's go raid Life with Ria. Tell her that Justin and Doug sent you. Tell her the power of Doug compels you. Let her know that we're coming. We're going to go raid her live stream. I don't see why we can't get this thing over 100. There's I got 350 people still here in my live. We need to get all these 300 people over to Ria's live. Let's get 100 people at least over in Ria's live stream, and go let her know that Justin sent you or that Doug sent you. And praise Doug and Sharon. We'll be live again tomorrow night. We'll have more excitement. So thank you so much, guys, for being here. Really love and appreciate all your guys' support. And I'm gonna go